Welcome everyone to the Mastering Runeterra tournament sponsored by Community Gaming. This is the Road to Seasonals tournament series. I'm really excited to get into some excellent Runeterra content. I am Davebo, joined by my co-caster Azure Sparrow. And I think round one should be starting here pretty soon. We've already peeked at the lineups a little bit, the matchups. And so I'm actually gonna present some of the... Oh wait, hold on. Already we have scuffed production. Give me just a second. Okay, there we go. All right. So our first match we're going to jump into is... Oh, Azure, say hello. Say hello.
Oh, hi. I'm Azure Sparrow. I hopefully will do okay at this. This is my first time commentating, so give me a little slack.
You're going to do great. So yeah, and the first match we're going to see is What Am I versus Kevor 24. Should be a pretty hype round one. What Am I believe, is on Ken and Ezreal. Wait, is this What Am I's lineup? Yeah. No, they're both on Ken and Ezreal.
Okay. Yeah, What Am I seems to be on a combo lineup. He's got Aphelios Lee Sin, Ken and Ezreal, and Kindred Viego.
Yeah,
I don't know what you'd classify that as exactly, but it's combo-y. You get the Viego flip. You do Viego things if they can't answer it. Kind of just like Lee Sin does Lee Sin's things if you can't answer him. So yeah, it should be Ken and Ezreal. How do you feel about that after the nerf to Wayfinder?
I am not that hot on this deck personally. I think being able to only summon one Kennen at a time, it feels okay. I mean, you can definitely just burst wins out of nowhere with Ezreal and Kennen on the field, which is kind of silly. And you do have a lot of control tools. A lot of people have been playing this deck and experimenting with it. I'm still not a hopeful believer. I mean, it's definitely not as strong as it was at its glory days, but it might be okay. What are your thoughts on it, Azure Sparrow?
I mean, obviously Ezreal change means you can do some very silly things with bursting people down, provided you have the targeting to do so, and Kennen gives you a lot of fuel for that. So you can get some pretty disgusting combo turns. I think people are probably downplaying it more than they should be. It's like, there's people who really overreacting, like, oh god, this Ezreal change is going to ruin everything. He's killing people from hand so easily. And then there's people who are like, oh, it never matters. You get one more proc. I don't know if that's exactly accurate, because there were a lot of times where Ezreal would try to burn people out, and then an aggro deck could just throw some burn on the stack in front of the Ez combo. Or a control deck could kill him. And you could break up the Ez combo a little bit. And you can't do that anymore. He just shoots you a lot. So that should be interesting to watch.
That's definitely true. And the potential, especially with all the Kennen marks you're getting, you can just pop them all on the stack for just a huge burst of damage, which is definitely pretty scary to be able to do all at once. I think it'll be interesting to see. And then Aphelios Lee Sin, how do you feel about this deck? This is definitely kind of like Zoe Lee Sin's kind of the spiritual successor. But running Aphelios instead of Lee Sin, I think it's an interesting concept. I have not played any Targon Lee Sin in a very long time. I don't know, have you played much of this deck or similar decks?
I have not played much Lee Sin. I feel like Zoe was doing some important things with keeping your early game intact and presenting this extra threat. And Aphelios is able to do similar things, albeit a lot slower, and Lee Sin is already slow, so I could see it having some problems there, just getting on the board, getting control, getting enough threat quickly enough that you're not just going to get run over. But I don't know. Without having the ability to get 6 Eye of the Dragons in your deck, it's definitely feeling a lot more questionable, and so it should be interesting to see how that turns out.
Yeah, and lastly, Kindred Viego, we've seen this deck before, but I think it's pretty interesting. I like the 3 Tasty Fae folks to help swing the aggro matchup. And round 1 just got posted. Let's see if anyone's getting in game. Not yet. But I think we'll be going live here pretty soon in game. And then I want to take a quick peek at Kevor's lineup. Also bringing Ken and Ezreal. Also bringing Kindred Viego with 1 Elise, and then not too unreasonable, help secure the early game. And then Thresh Asal, and this was Kevor's lineup, right? If I'm not mistaken, I'm not messing this up. Let me double check that, I'm not flipping them. Yeah, Kevor is the one
the
bringing Thresh
tables
Assault
have turned.
against what am I, the master. This is gonna be spicy.
Dropping it, yeah. It's like tournament after tournament after tournament, Thresh Assault over and over and over again. And for once, he's going to be the one fighting it. So that's going to be fun to watch.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever seen What Am I play against Thresh Assault. So that'll be an interesting matchup to see. I'm excited for this round one. I think this is going to be a pretty heads-up match. I really like this meta, personally. I feel like right after a patch is some of my favorite times because you're really just playing decks for their raw strength. Because the meta is very hard to predict. You're not going to be able to say, I know I'm going to go against Ari Kennen or something so I can target it. Or Sundisk, right? It's kind of all over the place. And it looks like oh no, not quite yet. Kevor's still away. I saw some people get in the game, but it's not Kevor or what am I. But yeah. And so I feel like you could just play comfort decks you feel comfortable on, and just try to have good matchups in a lot of things. What do you think about this meta so far, Azure Sparrow?
I've been enjoying. I mean, obviously, we're both pretty biased. We both love Lux and Jace, and I mean, I put them in different decks. You put them in the same deck, but things have gotten a lot more power. Like every deck I play in my comfort lineup got buffed. Malphite's doing stun spider things. It's been very good for me. Yeah, I've been having a lot of fun with it. It feels a lot more open in that people are just doing crazy things with Udyr and Ezreal, and some of them are working, a lot of them aren't.
Yeah.
But I'm sure Lux Jace has definitely been farming people, and I've noticed that.
Yeah, I'm excited to see some Lux Jace. I know there's at least a couple people bringing Jace Lux in this tournament, and a couple people are bringing Jace Lux and the spicy version that I posted about this weekend, featuring Poro Cannon and Boom Baboon that tries to win very fast. So it'll be interesting. I'm excited to get into one of those games a little later. But yeah.
Yeah, I'd be shocked if people weren't bringing Lux Jace.
It's definitely
really genuinely strong. So strong.
Yeah.
Question about this. So, what am I, Master of Thresh Assault, playing into Kevor on Thresh Assault? How much of an advantage do you feel like that is, having like a lot of experience, having like mained the deck for a long time? I mean, you probably experience that every time you fight Lux Jace now, which you didn't have experience on before, but are getting now. Do you feel like it's a significant edge, or?
Yep. I think they just got into game, so let's pull up. I'll pull up Kevor's side if you can pull up What Am I.
Got it.
Wait, where is Kevor?
Oh, did he not add you?
No, Kevor's adding me. It just shows him as away, and it shows What Am I is in a... We might have to pick up a different game. Let me check something.
No. I'm going to spectate him very quickly. See. And it looks like I can't. Because it had just started. The names here are very hype, but we might have to pick a different game.
Yeah, we might have to pick a different game. We'll see what's happening. I'm going to try... I just messaged Kevor to see if they're getting into the game. But we'll make something happen one way or another. It's weird that What Am I says he's in a game, but Kevor does not. They might still be in the ban phase, but I don't know who Kevor is playing. It might have been swapped with someone, but I'm trying to see anything, and I don't see anything in the chat anywhere. Huh.
Yeah, I don't see anything updated.
Let's... I apologize for the delay, everyone, as we're getting this stuffed up, set up. Okay, Kevor just responded. I wonder why... Are you getting into the game?
Okay, I'm looking. What Am I is fighting Kevor right now. The game has just started, so...
Strange. Okay, give me just a minute. I'm just going to restart my Runeterra client, because for some reason, it seems Kevor I can't spectate right now, but I think we'll get into it in just a moment. I think the game's just now starting, so we're not really missing much. But yeah, we should be getting to this game in just a moment.
All right. It looks like the first match will be Kevor on Viego Kindred Elise and What Am I on Lee Sin Aphelios.
Nice.
And you start with a White Flame and an Eye of a Dragon. So, good opening hand here.
Unfortunately, I cannot actually spectate Kevor.
Okay.
I'll bring up What Am I. We can do single-hander. You can try Kevor. I don't know what's going on exactly. Let's swap to this. Apologies for the somewhat scuffed production. It's my first time doing this. I can bring up What Am I side for some reason, but
okay.
Kevor shows as a way. I don't know if you're able to bring up Kevor's side. We'll try to get that working. But yeah, it is the Lee Sin Aphelios into Kindred Viego Elise. And I like this.
I don't believe Kevor has added me, so I can't do that. But we can just do one hand, I guess.
Yeah, let's just do one hand. I think we hyped up this match. I want to watch it out. I'm not sure what's going on Kevor's side, but we can just, give me just a moment. I can just hide the second hand, and we can just do one-handed. But yeah, so right now, I feel like What Am I is in a pretty good position. Getting that trade last turn on the Green Glade Lookout with the Eye of the Dragon feels like a really good start. But Viego can get very scary very quickly. How do you feel this matchup would go? I haven't played either of these decks very much, so I really probably could not commentate too much.
I feel like it really comes down, like all Viego matchups come down to, can you deal with them playing a Viego? And I don't know, does Lee Sin really have tools to deal with that? I guess kicking Viego back repeatedly, or just willing him. I guess you could just will him over and over again.
Over and over again. You have Hush for it to like stop an atrocity or something like that. But What Am I hasn't found a Lee Sin yet, which is going to make it difficult for What Am I to really put pressure on to close this game. But we'll see. I think this will be an interesting match. Oh, and there's Viego number 1. Do you think What Am I just wills this right now?
1 second. I'm gonna see if I can get Kevor to add me.
Sure. Oh, deciding to swing into the Viego. That's a little interesting because you give them the potential to get a free mist here, but maybe they're gonna will on the stack after they commit this block.
Okay, sorry, sent the message.
All right, you're good. You're good.
Okay.
Oh nope, letting Viego mist, pump it up, get the gem.
It's always so tricky to be like, how much do you try to avoid pumping Viego? How much do you just have to ignore him? It's just like, because he's this inevitable threat that you have to push through eventually.
Right, absolutely.
And so if you have a deck that is a clean answer, just like a Vengeance or Sunburst or something like that, that can just like pop and make him gone, their deck kind of falls apart because it's all built around him.
Yep, him and Hydrovine are really the only 2 game-ending threats the game has. And actually, interestingly, What Am I was offered a Crescent Strike last turn with the Spacey Sketcher and opted to go for the Equinox. I think that was a heads-up play. I might have just been like, Crescent Strike is so good that I just want it all the time. But I think being able to silence this Hydrovine is really big. Stopping those mists from coming out every turn, slowing down this Viego progress.
Right, yeah, because it's basically killing it. I mean, you don't care about it too much. It's a little trickier than that in that it's still a 7-attack threat, which means when you finally get around to killing that, it's going to pump Viego a lot towards his level up. So
yeah, that's true. And here we see the wheel come down.
Yeah, he's a tricky threat to kind of take apart.
Yep. And I like... What Am I needs to find a Lee Sin at some point. They do fortunately have an Aphelios, which can start to maybe stabilize this game a little bit. Aphelios is definitely a very scary threat. I never like playing against Aphelios because I'm always just feel like, oh, they stuck in Aphelios. They're just getting so much value, doing so many things so efficiently. Those moon weapons are not bad uses of mana at all. They are pretty dang efficient. So you can just get a lot of tempo and value all at the same time.
Yeah, 2 mana weapons are pretty crazy. Like 2 mana shoot a follower. It's not as good as being able to shoot a champion, but just the amount of tempo you get from boom your guy. Like I play a 3-3, your minion is dead, and now I make a 2-2 or whatever, or like whatever the average 2-drop is, and some of them are absurd. Like when Victor Aphelios was really common, and they were just like occasionally getting that support 2-drop that makes things elusive.
Yeah.
High rolls. Speaking of funny high rolls, you got cards like Herald of Spring and Apparent. Like it's so interesting, these cards that flex around based on what your secondary region is, and like it changes the pool completely, like Financier or Aphelios' 2-drop summoning, where it's like there's just these spiky things you don't even think about. Herald of Spring against an aggro deck, that would be a hilariously high roll hard to get.
Being able to give something lifesteal, you could just like heal 5 this turn. In this matchup, I don't think it's that good, right? It's fine. It's not bad, but I don't think it's incredible. Oh man, this is such like big brain gameplay, honestly. Like matchups like this where you're just kind of like both kind of playing the long game and trying to get into edge. I feel like these are matchups that I do not thrive in. I want to play a deck that's at least trying to end the game on turn 7 or 8, you know? But this game I feel like is going to go a while.
Oh, I love this stuff. Drag out the game really long. It reminds me of like old control mirrors and other card games where just like you're just jockeying value and like these win condition threats that like Lee Sin, Viego, Aphelios that are just gonna like you just keep sparring in value. It's so fun. But like I was saying earlier with this giant Hydrovine, that's half of Viego's level up. So even though he's playing him onto an otherwise empty board, there's still a lot of threat coming out. And it doesn't look like What Am I has a lot of fearsome blockers. So if he gets another Hydrovine, if Viego gets big enough, he can swing in without any risk. He's going to have to start making some really tough choices about what on his board stays alive.
Yeah.
And like maybe having to put a twin just to block.
Yeah, which is not where you want to be.
And we can see What Am I picked up Traveler, probably specifically for that. Just another fearsome blocker, more value, potentially a way to kill Viego.
Yeah. There's quite a few decent hits. And another Hydrovine comes down. That is probably exactly what Kevor wanted to play on this turn.
Yeah. And definitely not Viego, or What Am I did not want to see.
It's definitely not Cosmic Rays. Do you think it's Scourge or Cosmic?
Oh my. It looks like he wants Scourge. I think Scourge is smart. It can kill Viego. It can kill something big. It's basically like a giant Vi that takes your whole turn and can die to a vengeance.
Yeah.
It's scary to play. 10 mana things, scary to play, but it does present a lot of threat, especially if you're wide. But
and the other side of that is if you'd taken the Cosmic Inspiration, it could have just been denied, right? So either way, you're playing something that's at risk, right? For sure. Oh, so this block, that's going to almost flip Viego, right? I guess not quite. It's going to be 17. Or no, I guess 16.
At the very least, he's going to be at risk of flipping next turn. There we go. Okay, if he doesn't see it die, that's perfect. And threatening it, too.
Oh, this is a sick play from What Am I. Go after the Viego, try to take it out. It's likely Kevor has a response here.
It can easily get twinned,
or
twin something
or
like that.
Synco. But I think getting those resources out of their hand is pretty good, and you're stopping all the Viego level up progress.
Exactly. Now this vanilla 7/3 that's been this big threat is now off the board. We still have to deal with the other one, but maybe we'll top deck. Perfect. Top decks of invokes. Find some new answers here.
And I think you always take Comet here, right? Every time.
You have to, yeah.
Yeah. Yep. What Am I agrees? And do you think you just rip the Comet on the Viego, maybe?
I mean, you really don't have. So let's see. You have a lot of potential things that you can maybe bait the deny with, but at the end of the day, you're just gonna have to deny check them eventually.
Yeah.
It's definitely a scary position to be in. he would have liked to see a certain blind monk by now, but has not. Because like, if he could ever stick a Lee Sin, just being able to repeatedly kick the Viego back, reset the progress, hopefully keep him out of building up enough mist to like make Atrocity a big threat.
Yep. So he's just gonna deny check him,
and of course, yeah,
it's either Cinco. Actually, because it's on the stack, it's got to be denied. Oh, a glimpse. That's pretty good for What Am I, right?
Yeah, that's amazing.
We're definitely happy with that.
I should pull up Kevor's list because there's so many different cards that can like completely tip certain matchups that they can run in Viego. Like some people run like the revives or like ways to get the revive, but
oh yeah.
It doesn't appear like Viego dying. Oh no, that's I have to find Kevor's list.
Yeah, and there's also Syncopation's another threat. I feel like having a second Viego puts Kevor in a pretty good spot. I kind of like the one-handed. I mean, we can bring up the hand if you have it, but the one-handed sides or matchups are words. Being able to watch a one-handed spectated game is kind of nice sometimes because we're in What Am I shoes, right? We're having to guess what's in Kevor's hand. Because a lot of times with Castle Vision, you're like, no, What Am I, you idiot? You're playing right into their hand, but What Am I is actually playing around what's not in their hand, but What Am I doesn't know, obviously, right? So it's
exactly. We can't just like see the fact that he's holding Deny and be like, you fool! Why are you playing into Deny? Yeah, right. For sure. Okay. It looks like, let's see, pretty standard list. One Syncopation on the side of Kevor. Syncopation is really. It's an interesting card because it asks you to have a board so that you have another threat to like pivot into things, but the payoff is massive. It's basically 2-mana deny with a little bit of requirements.
Yeah, you can just swap with one of your mists or something and you're just like perfectly happy.
It's really interesting that it hasn't caught on in too many decks yet, but I'm sure its time is coming at some point. It'll be more than Viego abusing this very, very powerful card.
Yeah. And what am I opting to give up the Aphelios here, saving the Palm for later? I think this is a little bit risky because we're now dead to Atra. We have no answer to an Atrocity. But maybe at this point, What Am I is thinking, I haven't found my Lee Sin. I gotta kind of play a little bit greedy to try to not die, or to try to like be able to actually stay around in this game, really, right? I have to put myself at risk to give myself a chance, basically, right?
So about that Atrocity, turns out he's not running it.
Oh,
it's just not there. It's just not there in Kevor's deck. So What Am I smartly playing around the fact that you don't need to play around Atrocity? It's not there. It's really funny when there's like these things you take as given in lists, and then in open desk lists, you're like, well, wait, no, it's not there. He doesn't have to play around it.
Well, yep, and that definitely makes a lot of sense. And here we see What Am I going for the big Scourge. Unfortunately, I think Kevor's board is just too big anyways, and they have the Vengeance. Yeah, that's got to be game.
Yeah, that's over. Oh.
So have you managed to get Kevor's list or get him added?
I asked him to add me. It looks like he finally did, so I will have his hand for the next game. Apologies for that delay.
And apologies on my side for, I don't know what's going on with my client. It's like everyone else it seemed I could spectate. Just Kevor showed us away and I could not spectate.
It's also showing him as away from me.
Oh, interesting. So it's probably, maybe Kevor's, I don't know. That's fine. We can just keep watching just one-sided from What Am I's perspective.
This feels like too hype of a matchup to not watch, so I'm sorry to everyone who wants to see both hands, but...
Oh, and I have the people flipped. Apologies on that, too, because we were originally going to do it the other way. Let me fix that up and update the score really quick.
All right. So it looks like Kevor is now on. Let me pull up that list.
This is the Thresh Asol, right? Thresh Asol against the Master.
Interesting. Let's see. This one actually is running Atro, so we can correctly talk about that now. 1 Eclipse Dragon, 2 Asol. Just Thresh pulls from hand, right? That'd be the only risk, right? Is that if Thresh didn't pull from hand, it'd be like, oh no, you draw all your Asol and you can't pull him with Thresh. But I'm pretty sure he pulls from hand.
Thresh can pull from hand. I think it prefers to pull from deck, if I recall correctly, but it definitely can pull from hand.
Okay, it looks like very, very heavy control. 2 Sunburst, 3 Vengeance, 1 Ruination. And like I was talking about earlier with the Atro, control players put a Ruination in your control deck. It's so good to make people play around things.
Yeah, it's, at least a 1-of, right?
Yeah. Because now they have to stay honest. They have to always respect the fact that you can Ruination them and ruin their day.
Indeed. My day has been ruined by Ruination many a times.
Oh, yeah. When you forward Amasia or Yordle in Arms or whatever, and then they just rip it, and you're just very sad. Yep. And then you have to redevelop and then attack with not +4/+4 units. Or +3/+3 now.
I like What Am I getting this Aphelios down when Kevor's tapped under box, making sure that he can get this value engine online. I feel like normally I would kind of lean on the side this is going to be Kevor favored, just because the deck has so many good answers to Lee Sin between Sunburst and everything. But right now, I mean, One of My doesn't have a Lee Sin, but I feel like they're doing pretty well. This Aphelios is going to be able to generate a lot of tempo, and we'll see. It'll be an interesting matchup for sure. I think no one's really light years ahead for sure.
Right, yeah. It always ends up being a pretty interesting matchup because Sunburst, Vengeance both can just kill your Lee Sin. Obviously, he's got Aphelios too, so there's like multiple threats. He can't just save all his things for Lee Sin. He's got denies, so he won't always have an answer. But Thresh Asol takes a while to present its own threats. So it does leave a lot of time for potentially them to just have enough like Lee Sins or invoked units or something to just like out threat check all their answers.
Yep, and you have denies and stuff, right?
Yeah. So you can force them to spend 12 mana to kill a Lee Sin.
Kevor sunbursting the Aphelios, trading down really like 3 mana and a card. But I think in this matchup, that's what you gotta do.
You have to. He's just gonna keep spamming out these things that are leveling Lee Sin and
Yep.
stopping you from putting any pressure on.
I think that was a pretty smart play from Kevor, even if it feels bad. I feel bad when I like Thermo and Aphelios for 5. I'm like, that's not great, but I mean, you gotta do what you gotta do.
You gotta make him dead. Honestly, throw him for 6, because then they can't win him at least.
Yeah, that's true. In this list, you have Twin available. What am I not taking the pass, opting to draw some cards? I think that's smart. I mean, there's no really efficient removal Kevor can do here.
What am I does force himself to play a card or risk burning here, though.
That's true. I did not.
Which is a little awkward. I assume he's just gonna. Well, I guess you can't actually heal this.
Yeah, Guiding Touch doesn't work. So dropping a Twin here.
You have to twin it to heal it now.
Smart.
Yeah.
He's got plenty of gas, right? He's got the Written in the Stars, which is a pretty good pickup. You definitely want to find lots of champs in this matchup.
Right. It really just comes down to you need to find more Lee Sins and denies than they have ways to kill him.
Right.
And then somehow run away with that.
We do have a lot of protection for a Lee Sin. We've got, I mean, you can self-will your own Lee Sin, which in this matchup I think is often a very reasonable thing to do. You have a deny.
Will is basically another deny, yeah. One awkward thing is Targon decks tend to have a bit of trouble popping spell shields, which is kind of funny in the Targon mirrors. Like, how do you pop a Asol barrier without having to spend a lot of resources? Like, because you really don't want to how am I spacing on the card? You don't want to stun him. You don't want to have to use stun to just pop that bubble. But
Yeah, I think Gravitum might actually be one of the better tools available. The Aphelios Gravitum is something that can pop a spell shield on a champ, which is, I think, pretty reasonable.
It's only followers. So it'd have to be like a big invoke or something.
Gravitum can stun champs. It just doesn't stun it again next round start.
True. Oh,
Yeah,
you're right. I don't know why I always space on that.
You're good.
Because you just like mentally like it doesn't do that much. No.
Yeah, it's not that good on champs. Sometimes it's still the right call, but it's definitely not.
Sure, but
very
2 mana pop a spell shield. Good point.
Yep.
And honestly, having that right now is in his hand.
Oh, and opting to just use it.
I guess this is for Lee Sin progress.
I think Lee Sin progress, and honestly, also just emptying the hand. I feel like one of I has been struggling with hand space this whole time, and so he's just trying to get these things.
To play something.
Get these
and
things
so many
out
cards
of there.
draw things.
It'll be interesting to see if. I guess it depends what Kevor does. Oh, going down to exactly 6. I think that's a pretty good idea because that means you're still representing Vengeance. Yeah, so I think what am I basically deciding? I'm not dropping Lee this turn. I will drop Lee next turn when I have Deny back up. And this turn I'm just kind of big chilling.
Right, and that's honestly just like good Lee Sin play.
Yeah.
Don't play him into a Vengeance.
Yep.
He has 6 mana. Just don't do it.
Yep. I feel like What Am I's in a pretty decent spot here, right? Next turn you just
He's
drop
threatening
Lee.
a lot of damage.
Yeah. And Lee's obviously leveled by now. I mean, it's turn 8, so.
Yeah.
Man. I feel
the tension here.
The tension. The control mirror tension. I guess Lee Sin's not exactly a control deck. It's more of a combo.
Oh, shoot. I just realized I was not spectating Kevor. My bad. Oh, wait, I guess he added me, but it was away, and then I should double check and see if I can actually get it. Nope, still away. So I don't know what's going on with Kevor's side.
Yeah, weird.
Sorry that we can't watch it.
I've been finding with casting these that like the friends list is a little bit buggy. Like it just kind of does some strange things sometimes.
That's fine. Well, I see some people in chat from like 5 minutes ago talking about how it keeps the tension. So let's just play with positivity here. It's all for the drama. We don't know what Kevor's got. He can have vengeance. We don't know. Clearly, he picked up obliterate.
Comet. And I think you just will your own Lee here, right? I think that's the play.
So. Yeah.
You do not want to lose. You do not have another one in hand. Oh, opting not to do it. Interesting.
I think he's probably just like, I don't want to lose to him dropping Acel next turn.
Yeah.
Which, respectable.
That makes sense.
You do get to push a lot of damage here. You can even develop the Spacey Sketcher. You can just keep developing. Make a Charger too, just like push as much damage as possible. This is a tricky pick, actually.
It's either Charger or Messenger, right? It's never Serpent.
Right.
Oh, going Charger. I like this. We're getting it in.
14 damage. 14 damage, you don't have Whale.
Yeah, this is a lot of pressure. 13. But yeah, I mean, now it just makes it very awkward for Kevor, because now Kevor cannot drop Acel here, realistically, right? You're just dead if you drop Acel.
Provided you have a will or
another whale, yeah,
possible. But I guess then you're dying to deny. So
yeah, and I mean, you also just have heals and twin disciplines on the side of What Am I, so they could definitely survive a whale and still push a lot of damage.
Right. Yeah. So this is a perfect example of like how to exert enough pressure that your opponent can't do what they want to do.
Yep.
And Kevor is basically locked out of playing Acel. It's very hard to play Acel if your opponent is going to kill you for doing it.
Yeah.
So it doesn't matter if I can't answer him if you're presenting enough threat that he just can't play him.
And here's another whale.
Here comes the whale.
So how much do you protect here? Like, you definitely do something. I think you only Guiding Touch the 2-1.
Charger. The Charger has to get saved, for sure.
And do you Guiding Touch the 2-1? I like that as well. I feel like that's pretty good. Yep. One of my agrees. Oh, and picking up another Lee? That's really good.
You knew you were going to draw another one. It's perfect. And he's pretty tapped out. You can drop him safely.
Yep, we can drop him right now. And we won't be able to play... I think we're going to want to open, so I don't think we're going to be able to play Zenith, but that's still a lot of damage. I think we just twin. Or I don't know what we do. This is... I don't know what we do on open. Twin is definitely considerable.
Yeah. I feel like you should twin. Probably twin just like on one of the overwhelms, and then just do a base little Lee Sin kick for 4.
Yeah, because I mean, if they have a
you're-
vengeance or something, they're gonna use it on Lee, right?
Yeah,
That's what they're gonna want to
the
do.
threats.
Yeah.
Make it so as awkward as possible. Probably even swing in with the eye, just like as much threat as possible. Try to finish him off. So he's used 2 whales. Let me go check. He has 3 whales. So
3
that's
whales. I mean, makes sense. But another
super
one's not
control.
too
Yeah.
bad. I guess it kills our charger, which is the main sad thing, because the charger's gonna go back to 1 down to 1 health. Losing the 2/1 to a whale is not that bad. Is this a Vile Feast maybe? Or no, wait, it's only 1 mana.
Just looking at it from the perspective of the heal, like
Yeah.
if
heal 3.
one of my goal is I'm just gonna burn you out now. I'm gonna present as much pressure as possible, and oh, that's brutal.
And I like that Equinox. Yeah, just stopping that damage. Is there ever consideration to Zenith? I think you gotta just twin the dragon and go in. That's my take.
I feel like it was a lot. It was definitely open before that Equinox happened, but now now the threat is a lot more muted. Like we're definitely not pushing like 7 damage or whatever like we were going to before.
Yeah.
I think this still does push lethal, but it has a lot more holes in it.
Yep. Yeah, it's still. Oh, and
Oh!
That's it. One of my takes it.
Wow. He did it.
Wow.
Lee Sin burn.
Oh, the tension. I'm glad we didn't know what was in Kevor's hand. We didn't know what was happening.
We didn't know that he was doomed. Yeah. We just had to assume he might not be.
Yeah. And that ties it up 1-1. Getting into game 3. So this is going to be
such a good set.
Thresh Asol against, I wonder what it is. Probably not Ezkennen. You probably ban Ezkennen if you're playing control, right? Because Ezkennen can just combo burst you, kill you. We'll see what Kevor decided to ban.
Yeah.
Yeah, my guess is
I'm pretty sure you could not leave up Ezkennen. It'd just be too scary.
I mean, Kindred Viego also probably has a pretty good matchup into the control as well, so I don't know what they're going to do. We're about to find out.
It's one of those things where when I was playing in tournaments and I was just like, I don't know what to ban here, and I just kind of like, I feel like I dislike this deck more at this moment, and I don't know the matchup tables enough to know which, because Ezkennen's kind of new on the block. We haven't seen much of it. And after the Wayfinder nerf, it's like, how much threat can it actually present? It was truly disgusting when it was pulling 2 cannons from the deck and just bursting people down.
Yeah. That was definitely very silly for those few days.
But the fact that you can't even put Vengeance on the stack to like punish... You know, to give a little credit to Riot, it was pretty obnoxious when you were playing against the Ezreal deck or whatever, or the Ahri deck, or whenever Ken was in play. Mm-hmm. You were always incentivized to do like your marks one at a time, and do it and play out like a million passes.
Yep.
And now you just put them all on the stack.
You just jam them all in, yeah. You don't play the marks one at a time anymore. You're just like bam, 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 bam.
Machine gun them from hand. And you're a combo deck. I guess combo decks can do combo deck things without answer. It's okay. It's not I would prefer to go the other way, but I get it. So it makes Lux and everyone else feel better too. Heimerdinger is now a champion instead of a joke.
Yep.
And yeah, it does a lot of interesting things to the game.
Yeah, I mean, I'm very biased in that I like it mostly because it was a big Lux buff, but I do think the changes are much better. I think you could have maybe been a little more surgical and done just a couple things to move on to play, which I think would have been fine for balance, but I generally think it's a good long-term direction. The distinction between cast and play was definitely confusing before, and so I get wanting to just unify that, right? Don't have it be, oh yeah, this card does this way, this card does this other way. It's definitely not intuitive or obvious how that used to work out. Good players figured it out, right? I understood the difference.
Right, but it makes it easier for the game to learn, or for new players to learn the game. And
Yep, yeah.
we want new players in the game, so that's fine. All right, so enough about the tangent on Ezreal, because clearly it's been banned, because yes, that's a very scary threat you don't want to deal with. Instead, we're seeing Kindred, Viego versus
Thresh Asol, yep. And Sunburst again going down on a 4-mana champion. I guess 4 mana instead of 3 mana compared to last game, but just taking out Kindred. I think Kindred is scary enough. You really don't want them sticking around for long. I think that makes a lot of sense.
It's a safe glimpse.
Yep.
Easy enough. Draws another Kindred. This matchup is always really interesting because things like syncopation and just...
Oh, yeah.
Now, we watched this play out with What Am I playing control against the Viego, and now it's
Aphelios Lee Sin, kind of control, right?
The other way around.
Yeah.
But just Viego presents so much threat. You have a 2-mana. Screw you! You don't get to kill him. You just spend 6 mana to kill a 2/2.
Yep. Or a mist, even worse.
Oh god! You spent 6 mana to basically do nothing.
Yep.
It ends up being a very difficult matchup to navigate for control. But then again, you have all your threats loaded with these Hydrovines, Viegos, Kindred. Mostly the Hydrovines. Yeah, Kindred's fine. She's good.
Yeah, I mean, in this matchup, Kindred is definitely not the all-star of the show. You really want Hydrovines and Viego. And actually, I was just going to say, What Am I does not have any Hydrovines or Viego, which makes their hand a little bit awkward, but they fortunately drew that Hydrovine. I don't know if you drop it here. I mean, it's almost for sure going to die if you drop it here. They did just burn 1 Sunburst, but it's definitely not safe. And opting to just play the Soldier. I kind of like this. Try to find something like a Deny to protect your Hydrovine on a future turn. And it's still pumping up your mist, still advancing your game plan, just a little bit slower, but a lot less vulnerable to some of the things Kevor could do.
And I don't know how many people have noticed this bug, but for some reason on this new patch, ephemeral is ephemeral. It's just randomly not there unless you hover it. It's so strange. I don't know how a bug like that happened, but
yeah, I just noticed that too. That is kind of weird. Just
keep in mind that those mists are always going to be ephemeral,
unless they get silenced or something weird.
Probably, but... unless they. What is that Zed spell? The like. I can't remember the name of it.
Death Mark or the swap with an ephemeral?
Death Mark. Where it just like you flip the ephemeral somewhere else.
Oh, that.
Unlikely he's running that, but some more memey Viego lists do.
I kind of like it as a one-of, honestly. Like, it hits enough spots, and like forcing your opponent to play around it is pretty dang scary, right? They really.
And you always have 3 of them, or like you always have like 3 mana up and like the ability to just throw an ephemeral out at any point.
Yep. Yeah. I mean, I don't think it's a 3-of, right? I don't think you're like all in on that combo. But in a list that's already making a lot of ephemerals, I kind of like it as a 1-of.
I can see that. Just like, I have a 3-mana Vengeance, deal with it.
Yeah.
Like,
I mean, it's interruptible, but it's like, I also get a unit if it goes through, so if you ever tap out against me, like you Vengeance my Viego or something, I'm just like, oh, surprise, now your Thresh is ephemeral and my 6/6 sticks around. Like this glimpse on the side of What Am I, get some more gas, hopefully drawing a Deny, or just 2 more Hydrovines. Now I feel like you just really throw these out.
Yeah, no, you can just... and you've already spent 2 big removals on these Kindreds, so...
Yeah, they're down a Vengeance and a Sunburst. Oh, and we top deck a Deny. That is huge!
Now you can just play out. This looks very brutal for Kevor. He does have a Ruination in the deck.
Yeah, that's just not going to be enough, though, right?
Yeah, you've got to deal with the fact that he still has that Deny. So
do you ever actually let this go to save Deny for Ruination? No. What am I opting to play it? I think it's
I guess
consideration.
Yeah, for sure. Just because you have so many of them, you only have 1 Deny. In hand, and you have so many Hydrovines.
We can just Hydrovine
I don't
for
know.
days.
I don't know. I guess this presents a better open attack threat. I don't know how. And your opponent is at 11, so I guess we do want to kill them at some point.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Yeah. I do kind of like the open attack here from one of my side. I mean, you could maybe develop, but I feel like that's a little risky in a Ruination.
Yeah, I mean that's I guess the trade-off is it's like, all right, if we deny this, we can
develop.
Our open attack is way worse, but then we can freely develop while having to deny back up.
Yep. I think that was a tough call either way, but I assume One of My knows what they're up to, and is pretty good at this deck. One of My is just a very good player in general.
Putting out
this open attack is very strong.
Sure.
Yeah, 9 damage is a lot. Oh, and Kevor opting to go all the way down to 2.
And it's really not like Kevor has any good ways to deal 3 damage to this Hydrovine. At least, just like he trades into more things now, but that was a very safe attack. Bill is threatening to need large removal to deal with that.
Yep, and I like this develop on the side of What Am I? Because now basically Kevor is forked. Because the only way Kevor really survives this next swing is with Ruination. But then What Am I just develops another Hydrovine and presents a very scary attack after the Ruination.
This is looking pretty over.
I think What Am I just takes this, says whatever, you have to Ruinate me or something. I'm not gonna blow a vengeance here. Yeah,
put out so many threats and pressure, having to spend 2 large removals on the Kindred, and then suddenly Hydrovine comes out. I almost wonder if, that's the tricky thing. You can't really let Kindred do their thing. They'll just eat your board alive.
Yeah.
So
Kindred is pretty must remove. Oh, so a vengeance. I feel like this means One of My just drops another one. Just say, certainly. Want to see me do it again? Yep. There we go.
Oh, with the emote too.
Oh my gosh, the Darius emote. What am I?
Funking on him. I drew all 3 Hydrovines.
Even if they have another Sunburst here, this open attack is still pretty scary. They have to, right? If Kevor doesn't have a Sunburst or some way to kill one of these things, another Vengeance, okay. So does that put Kevor in a position where they can survive this open? They might be able to. You can drop the Fey Folk, so you're still 5 wide on open.
Right, you get the 9/9 Ephemeral. They will heal a little bit.
Looks like this is another blocker. That's pretty good.
Yeah.
You're never sad to see another blocker. And you're looking for...
If they have a whale or something, they could pretty easily survive.
But Cinco almost for sure can push lethal.
That closes it. There's no way now. I don't see an answer. We've seen the large removal taxed so much. If he had it, he would have used it on this Hydrovine. He's going to heal up a little bit. So it looks like, okay, barely alive.
But you just Cinco here, swap it to 1/1 or something, right?
Ruin everything, yeah.
And then they have to have another Vengeance after you Cinco?
Vengeancing an ephemeral unit is possibly one of the saddest things.
Oh, and actually, they can open with this barrier. That's heads up. I like that open a lot more.
That is wait, wow. I would never have considered.
Because now you're still presenting lethal, and then if they do something scary here, then you Cinco, right?
Yeah, if they wail, you can just immediately say, all right, there's no way for you to deal with this now.
Yep.
Have a syncopation. And that might be exactly what's about to happen.
Yeah, I think Whale is kind of the best option here for Kevor, but we know it's not going to work. Yep, there's the Whale. And then we drop the Cinco.
It's always great to see players like What Am I who are just you can see it all playing out. They're planning every move, baiting the opponent's responses, and just playing around them. And that should be it. Set going to What Am I? I can't think of an answer, but maybe Kevor will surprise us.
You could actually Vengeance first. Right? Yeah, I was about to say you could Vengeance first. Oh, and wait, you only have to do one of them, right? Wait,
what?
Oh, they Cincoed the Hydrovine over. Interesting. I probably would have Cincoed the Mist, right? Is there any reason
I would have Cincoed the Mist, yeah, because... Well, I guess the Hydrovine was dying anyway.
And you don't need to pre-commit this Vengeance, right? Because the Cinco's enough. They're heal 4, but then you're dealing 7.
Oh, wow.
That's still not enough, right?
Yeah. It's barely not enough.
Oh wait, no, they are healing.
Is it?
Oh, it is enough. It is just barely enough. I think because one of mine didn't swap the mist, right? Because now the heal is gonna go through because the whale's gonna pop the barrier. Oh no, wait, but they have no. Vengeance is on the stack. Never mind. It's not enough.
Yeah,
it's
Vengeance is preventing.
Wait, no,
it is
enough because the heal from whale. What am I having?
He had it. He just didn't swap the... Oh.
I mean, one of I still in a pretty good spot, but I think they should have swapped the. And they wanted to keep this alive, right? That's kind of what they were thinking. But I think you had to go for it. I think you had to go for it and swap
this turn seemed enough. Yeah, this is better provided the game drags out. Oh my gosh.
But that's
okay.
So you can Vengeance the 4/3 and take 11, and you're still alive. I think What Am I still has this, but
we do know Kevor has an atrocity in this list.
Oh, but no, Kindred's proccing. Kindred proc kills the Great Beyond. That's gotta be game here, right?
Okay. All right. It got a little sketchy there.
It got
very complicated last turn. I got lost. You did. But
and that's game. Well played by Oh man, that was such a crazy match. That was such a crazy match to see. Oh.
It's always fun when you see what could be a finals in the first round of the tournament. It's really hype.
Yeah, that was a crazy series. Though control mirrors, they're brain bending. I feel like I cannot keep up. Let's see if anyone else is in line. Are still in game.
Maybe we can even get two perspectives.
Yeah, it looks like Ghoster Driver versus Lunari is still going.
Okay.
I can take either side.
Okay, just pick one.
I'll take Ghoster Driver.
Okay, I'll spectate Lunari.
Let me swap the names. All right. And we have the second hand working now. Very advanced.
We've done it. Production value.
Production value. All
right. Covenant of this.
I think we're all set. So
this appears to be
go ahead.
Aphelios versus Zoe Aphelios.
Yep, Aphelios versus Zoe Aphelios, P and Z. No Victor, interestingly. Ghost Driver might have it somewhere else in their lineup, which is why they're just all in on Zoe Aphelios. For tournament lineups, stuff like that makes a lot of sense. I think on ladder, you probably want to be just 2 Zoe, 1 Aphelios, or 2 Zoe, 1 Victor, something like that. But if you want Victor somewhere else, I think it makes a lot of sense to just go 3 Zoe. It's not that big a deal, right? In a deck like this.
And one thing to keep in mind here, looking at the clock, we're coming to this match, and timer is getting low here. So that control mirror we were just watching ate most of the round. So this is deep into the best of 3.
Yeah, they do still have 10 more minutes, right? Because they have the secret extra 5 minutes timer weirdness.
The surprise 5 minutes.
The surprise 5 minutes.
The first time you do it, you're like, oh no, what's going to happen? And then...
Yeah.
But Lunari is going to be pressured to take their turns very quickly, just to try to keep their timer from getting too much pressure.
Yeah, because this game does not look like it's about to end. We do see the dragon, the papercraft dragon, in Lunari's hand. So that going on Fizz can apply a lot of pressure very quickly, but Ghoster Driver has elusive blockers, so it's not like that Fizz is going to OTK or anything like that.
Yeah, pulling the random Korean sump worker from Aphelios' spell.
Yep. If you pull another one, that would be sick. I think the odds of that are not very good, but it could happen. It could happen, right? It is summon, not play.
This is a pretty interesting matchup in that Aphelios, Zoe has enough elusive blockers. You can't just do Fizz double attack cheese, you die out of nowhere, because they just can throw Poro in front of it enough times to keep themselves alive.
And what is this Zoe? Oh, only 3 out of 10. So the Zoe came down pretty recently, probably like this last turn. So yeah, I feel like Ghost Driver's in a pretty good spot. I mean, I'll say the Assistant Librarian with the Rainbow Fish on it, that's definitely a threat. That's going to be able to take out a Poro every turn, more or less. You really don't want to let them draw that card. So yep, we're going to see that happen here. I think this makes a lot of sense. I'm a little surprised you're not trying to get in with the Fizz as well. Oh yeah, here we go. So they're healing here to turn on Fizz.
Nothing is trading to this Fizz without more investment. So
yep.
Kind of just get... I mean, it's a random overwhelm that can get vulnerable. It's not a useless thing to get. You could threaten their Aphelios, you could threaten their Zoe.
Yep. The interesting thing here is Lunari actually does not have protection for this Fizz. And so a Get Excited on the side of Ghoster Driver would work, but I think you almost never do. Oh, you might Hush. Okay, yeah, I like this. This is safe, right? You would never actually go for the Get Excited. Even though it would work here, Hush is much, much safer.
And that is a tricky thing with these attached decks. If he found a window to put the quick attack or the double attack onto the Fizz, then things like that, you're safe from Hush, which is a really powerful in terms of preserving this elusive threat.
I might have liked putting the Papercraft on Fizz this turn for exactly that reason, but I get why they didn't. They didn't want to let Ghoster Driver get that Gravitum out, because that's definitely not what you want to do.
There's a lot to consider, and I don't know if I have enough time to pull up the list, considering how much longer this game's going to go. But I don't know how many Thermo he's on, or in terms of like how threatening really is it to just completely tap out.
Yeah, for sure. That's not something you want to... I mean, you might not even give the Fizz elusive, right?
Right.
Because you don't really need to cast that spell beforehand. Because
True.
Like, if they're blocking the Felios or the bot, you're like, okay, deal. I guess they had the Boom Baboon, so you would take out the Boom Baboon, but it's still pretty good. And so now we see the Owlcat also getting the Owlfish, or the... not Owlfish. Rainbow Fish. So now 2 elusive threats on the side of Lunari, but I think this... Assistant Librarian's probably going to be in Gravitum jail for a while here. I don't think that is ever going to swing again. We'll see, though. But Ghoster Driver going for a big swing with the bot here. Going to be putting out a lot of pressure. They've got a lot of burn in hand, so I think this could be game for Ghoster, right? This is a whole lot of damage. Taking out... burning the Get Excited here? I guess now you can full swing, right? That's the benefit of this line. You're taking out blockers so you can swing with Aphelios. Zoe's flipping. Okay. And you're not burning the face because you're like, I think I'm going to be wide enough that I'd rather have the damage for my units here. I think this makes a lot of sense. I think Ghoster Driver is looking very favored here. And there's only 1 minute left. Oh no, we got 6 minutes. We got time.
Yeah.
But yeah, with Zoe flip, that Ballistic Bot is huge. I think, we swing it with everything. They block the Submersible with the Owlcat probably. Or no, you can just drag the Owlcat out of the way. And so then you just block like Aphelios, and that's lethal. I don't think there's a way for Lunari to survive here. Yeah, you can drop
that is a very big bot.
Yeah, you drop the Lantern, just another blocker, but it's... I think that's gotta be
that's just such a big overwhelm.
Yeah, the overwhelm.
I'm not doing the math in my head, but I'm pretty sure.
Yep, yeah, it is.
Pretty sure
it's
you're
too
dead here.
over lethal. Yep, we got it. Well played by Ghoster Driver, closing out that game. Aphelios is just so strong. Like that card is just nuts.
How do you feel about this Aphelios thing?
My
it feels a little confused, but in that confusion, it gets to be pretty flexible.
Yeah. I'm going to cut back to desk real quick. If your camera loads,
right.
Just a second. Oh, there it is. Okay. Yeah. Very exciting round 1. I feel like that Aphelios deck, it feels pretty strong. Juju actually won the tournament yesterday. My teammate Just Some Bad Juju won the tournament yesterday with that Aphelios deck and also some other spicy decks. They had Targon's Peak in their lineup, and I forget the last one. But yeah, and I feel like that Aphelios deck is pretty dang strong. It can definitely put a lot of pressure on, close out some games. It's very hard to play. It's one of those decks where you just have like so many options at your disposal. It's like, I could play an Aphelios weapon. I could Rainbow Fish Aphelios. I could Rainbow Fish the Owlcat. It's like, I do not do well with those decks. I like Jace Lux where it's like, which 6-cost spell am I going to do this turn, right? Like, it's just one big decision that I'm really trying to make. Not, okay.
You're making like 50 micro decisions every single turn.
Yeah, and they're all just trying to get that little edge, right?
Both Aphelios and the attached stuff are both, and Fizz, are all doing like very disgusting, kill you out of nowhere things. And so I can see it kind of fit together into this, like, I can value you if I need to with Aphelios. I can just burst you down if you don't have an answer.
Yep.
And then the recurring threat that the attached units provide is really unique and obnoxious in a similar way to that Aphelios is. So I see the synergy.
Yep.
It's always, it's like I said before, it's kind of confused in my mind, like, what is this deck trying to do? But I guess if you're doing enough strong things, it doesn't matter if it's coherent.
Yeah.
Just kill them.
And the attach units in particular are very good into Quicksand, right? That's something that a lot of people still don't play around, right? The fact that Hush and Quicksand just don't stop them from doing the thing they're doing, which is very, very strong. I mean, Hush and Quicksand are like staples of the meta, especially Quicksand right now is kind of all over the place. So it makes...
Surprisingly, recently, it seems like, at least in this tournament so far, what we've seen, we haven't seen everyone's lineup. It's a lot to look at, but I haven't seen much Shurima around. It was everywhere last meta.
That's true.
To the point of people being like, nerf Quicksand, it's way too strong. But,
yeah,
I mean, Mono Shurima, still very good, still an amazing deck. Control handedly.
Yeah. I think Quicksand is still incredibly strong. I think you could maybe give it like a slight nerf. Like, you could make it be like just -1 attack on the 2 units if you split it up, or something like that. And I don't think that would make the card bad. It's still a good card, but it's not like, the issue is right now it's like this 3-mana stop them from killing you in a turn, or it can just be like a 3-mana troll chant, which, you know, pretty good too, right? Like, it's not a terrible card. It's just very flexible and powerful right now, which is just, yeah.
Split Quicksand is so much better than single target Quicksand in that you reduce the same amount of attack, but you double the keywords you're getting rid of. So it's very, very good. That was definitely an amazing buff for Shurima as a region.
Absolutely.
It looks like we're done with this round. I don't see anyone else going.
Yep, and round 2 actually just came up. So I kind of want to personally... I was actually just hanging out in Codeman Jack's stream right before this, and I convinced him to take the Poor Demacia, the deck I made this weekend. So I kind of want to jump into that game. Playing against Lunari, another very good player. I think that'll be a pretty good match to watch. I'm going to cut over to the in-game really quick, and I will pull up... I can pull up either side. Do you have both of them, I'm assuming?
I have Lunari and Codeman Jack. I have either side, so whichever you feel like.
I'll pull up Codeman Jack. We'll do first player. So yeah, they're not into the game yet, but I will set up the names of stuff. Azure, how do you feel about this Poor Demacia deck? I don't know. You saw me playing a little bit on stream.
It's definitely doing some very strong things in a way that typical Jace Lux does not. It presents a lot more like burst out of nowhere threat. It controls the board a lot faster and can like pressure you a lot faster. Which things like Jace and Lux lasers being like Jace's acceleration gate, being able to have a wide board to use that on is always great. And then Lux lasers are now much more reliable burn. That if you're pressuring their board enough, you can just push through, and that's just a decimate. Let me pull up these lists.
Here, I'm going to talk through, while they're still getting ready to start, I'm going to pull up Codeman Jack's lineup, because it's pretty spicy. So yeah, we have, like I was saying, the Poor Demacia, Jace Lux. It's a very fast version. You're really trying to cast for Demacia as quickly as you can. I think it's very interesting. I think it's pretty strong. It flips a lot of matchups. Like Azure was saying, stuff like Pantheon, the more typical Jace Lux builds really struggle with. But this one, you just kill him. You play like Yordle Arms and you just kill him on turn 5 or 6. And it's pretty dang scary. And then the rest of Codeman Jack's lineup is also very spicy. We have Zoe, Pantheon, Shadow Isles, really trying to turbo flip Pantheon as fast as possible. Pretty easy to flip Pantheon on 5 if you get a really good hand. but definitely turn 6. What do you think about this deck, Azure Sparrow?
It feels like we haven't seen anyone try to turbo Pantheon since like release.
Yeah, yeah.
It was there for a while. Like it always seemed like a meme, but like a meme that was doing really powerful things. And that's kind of just the way meme decks are.
Yeah.
Like it's always a meme until it's suddenly consistent enough that okay, that's just a meta combo deck now.
Yeah.
So you kind of always have to look at these like, I don't know if I respect this concept yet, but I know enough to be afraid of it.
And a very interesting thing is you really try to get lots of Pantheons. You can get the Rekindler to get another one. It's pretty scary. And then the last...
Pantheon, basically. Because you have Pantheon and then the 2 Rekindlers. So you have 5 Pantheon and like... Yeah, that's... You never feel bad about drawing more of them.
I apologize, everyone. Scuff production. I was not presenting the deck list like I thought I was. But yeah, so this is the Turbo Pantheon list, and yeah, it's definitely a pretty strong deck. I was watching it on stream a little bit. I'm not fully convinced, but we'll see. We'll see how it does here. And then the last deck is Fizz Yumi Papercraft, trying to get a lot of value. Oh, they're not running the... I was a little expecting to see the... I forget the name. The 2/3 that buffs your units whenever you cast a spell, but not running that card, but just trying to go all in on a Battle Fury, on a Fizz with Papercraft or something like that can really close out a game very fast. Have you seen this archetype ever?
I don't know if I've seen... I've seen this in Shurima for the Spell Shield. This is instead in Freljord for the Ancient Yeti and the Battle Fury.
Yep.
So it's definitely going to be more explosive, but I imagine into the Shadow Isles control that can just Vengeance your Battle Fury, that'll be a lot weaker.
Fizz can kind of be a control breaker, right? If you can stick a Fizz...
True. Like, as long as you find the Fizz.
Yeah, Shadow Isles control really cannot deal with Fizz. You have to freeze it, which, freezing it works. That'll keep you alive, but it's not super great. It's not exactly where you want to be hanging out. But yeah, I'm excited to see this lineup. I think this is pretty spicy. And the one of Treasure Trash, of course. Yeah, one of Treasure Trash
and one of Friendship, just as an extra little... if you have to go in on a Yeti or something.
Yep.
Because you can't always be able to go in on Fizz every game.
Yep.
Just having that extra protection.
Yeah, Ruthless Raider and Tusk Speaker are perfectly reasonable things to go in on. You can drop a Yumi on them. If you have a Friendship up, you're feeling pretty okay.
And then 3 of Flame Spitter, Conchologist. 3 Sisters even is kind of funny because you can do things like protect units with it, even from large removal by just obliterating.
Yeah, and I really like 3 Sisters because you can actually use this. I actually was playing against Determined on this deck. This is a while ago. This is like last patch for sure. But they had 1 card in hand, and I was like, I think it was just 1 card in hand. And I was like, I've got them. They can't stop the spell and give Fizz Elusive. And then the card they had was 3 Sisters. And so it counted as 2 spell triggers because they could use the first one to give Fizz Elusive, and then they could use the second one to protect the Fizz from, I forget what spell they had, like a Concerted Strike or something, trying to kill the Fizz. And I was like, oh no, it's all over. But it's a pretty cheeky card, and it's definitely pretty good. I'm definitely a fan.
All right.
But yeah. And, Codeman Jack just got into game. They might still be in the bans, but I can start the spectate, and we can head over.
All right, I'll get Lunari.
Yeah, it looks like they're still in bans because we're waiting for the spectate session to start. But I imagine generally these ban phases go pretty quick because it's open deck list, right? You can see their whole lineup, and you usually figure out what your ban is before you jump into the actual game, right? But yeah, I'm excited for this match. I hope they don't ban the Poro deck. I think there's a good chance they will, but we'll see. We'll see what they do.
I see some comments in chat about my microphone. I am sorry. I don't know.
Oh, are you a little quiet or a little loud?
No, they say it's like a mic. It sounds like a microwave. I don't know if that's
interesting.
The way it's streaming, or does it sound okay to you?
It sounds okay to me.
Interesting.
Sorry,
I wonder if it's something on the encoding or whatever. Huh. Maybe it's in how it's being processed. I'm not sure.
Yeah, that's interesting.
Scuff production, I guess.
Scuff production. Yeah, let us know. Let us know in chat. I'll be watching it. If it's sounding weird, let me know. I can try to adjust things. I think it should be. I think at least the level should be about right from what I can see. And it looks like we're getting into the game.
And it looks like our first matchup is the Pantheon SI versus.
I think it's the Aphelios, right? Yep, Aphelios.
Yes, Aphelios.
So Aphelios doesn't really have many tools to deal with a leveled Pantheon. So if the leveled Pantheon high rolls some keywords, it could definitely be pretty scary. But we'll see.
This is kind of just two decks that want to play past each other, I assume.
Yeah.
Where they just want to just do their combo thing and kill the opponent faster. All that Fizz is a big pickup, though.
Oh, yeah. Being able to apply some early pressure. Not opting to play a turn 1. I think that makes sense. You don't really want to blow protection. I don't know if you'd ever risk like a Vile Feast on Codeman Jack's side, but...
The funny thing about this Pantheon SI, it's SI, but it's more of an aggro SI. It's basically running no removal outside of a single Vile Feast.
Yeah, I was just checking that too. It is a single Vile Feast.
Is it one or is it... I know it's just Vile Feast.
Yeah, it's one Vile Feast is the only thing you can do to kill their units. Perfect.
So I feel like you could pretty safely just throw that Fizz out if you want. Yeah.
Yeah. Get in the 2 damage on turn 1. It probably would have worked out.
Honestly, I like this block because if you think about it, the powerful things Fizz is doing is bypassing removal. If your opponent has no removal, this is just a 2-1.
Yeah, it's like a 2-1 elusive, more or less.
Yeah.
There are stuns and things that Codeman Jack has that would now be turned on, right? But still, I think I'm with you. I'm down to trade it out there because you don't really want that goat to just keep getting value. That's definitely scary.
Oh, the shield bolt for sure.
Yeah, shield bolt. Really 2 of the shield bolts.
What stun are you talking about?
Yeah. Which is an interesting card to include. I think it's kind of cheeky. You can you can surprise people for sure because they don't usually expect it. I like developing the Zoe here. It's a little vulnerable into Pokestick, but we have the Pale Cascade to protect it if we need to. And now we know they can't Pokey, so I kind of like dropping the goat probably here. Oh, opted to pass. Interesting. I think you're just swinging for Lunari, right?
Yeah, they don't want to block with the Zoe, so
yeah,
it's interesting to leave. I guess, yeah, play around the
play around Pale.
Play around Pale.
I mean, you don't have a Pokey Stick, but I might have still swung with a 1-2. I don't think Codeman Jack was going to block it.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, it's like you had if they did, that's like Pale that they can't use to protect something else. But
yeah.
You also deny Pantheon proc, so it's always good to not give them reasons to do things every turn.
That's definitely true.
Try to concentrate your pressure to points on turns where they're like would need to use multiple buffs on the same turn, so that they only get limited Pantheon progress. Especially since you're fighting Turbo Pantheon, it's literally what they want to do.
It's definitely what they want to do. And Lunari getting to drop Aphelios here pretty safely. That's definitely what Lunari wants to do. Start getting some value out of these moon weapons, getting some tempo. But this Zoe is going to get pretty scary pretty quick. And there really is not removal in the hand of Lunari. They don't have a Pokey Stick. So there is a threat of a Zoe flip, which is not usually... I was talking to Codeman Jack a little bit. You don't usually play really for Zoe flip in this deck. But it's an okay thing to do. It's not bad. So we'll see how this game turns out. I think it'll be interesting.
Yeah, we're definitely watching 2 combo decks just race past each other. Interaction who?
Zoe needs interaction.
Exactly. Yeah, so Zoe is just completely free to do her Zoe things. Does Lunari have any other elusives? I guess they would have the attach unit. No, they do not. Okay, so it's really just Or wait, I'm looking at the wrong deck. One sec. Okay, yeah, they do have Rainbow Fish.
Yeah,
So,
I imagine they're main decking at least 1 or 2 Rainbow Fish.
Yeah, there's so many attached decks. I was looking at the wrong one. So if they can find a Rainbow Fish to like at least prevent Zoe from getting value, or another Fizz, that would probably be helpful to them.
So Pantheon is flipping on our next attack turn. We do have one on the side of Codeman Jack. So this is going to be
fast.
This is going to be a little decided, I feel, by what keywords this Pantheon gets. But Zoe is going down. I don't think Codeman Jack is that sad about this, though. They might opt to play the Butcher here. No, saying, I don't care. You can get a big swing in. I don't really care. I kind of might have liked the Butcher on the 0-1 just to be able to trade out one more unit.
Yeah.
Because we don't really have any other things we want to play that Butcher on, right?
Yeah. I guess if it wasn't going to trade into the Lantern anyway...
Oh, because now...
It doesn't really...
Oh, wait. Oh my gosh, that top tick was huge. I was going to say we can't really actually flip Pantheon this turn. But now we can play Wings of the Wave, which we just top deck, and then we can Butcher one of the Wings of the Wave to flip Pantheon and then drop them. Oh, man. And we have 2 Rekindlers in our hand. So we're going to be playing a Pantheon both this turn and next turn. If Lunari can't close out this game on their next attack, this is going to be pretty spicy. So now I see why they saved the Butcher. It all makes sense now. I think they were actually planning on doing a Vile Feast into Butcher play because to make sure they got the proc this turn. Heads up play for Codeman Jack. That was definitely the right line. I just didn't see it. Because you need to flip Pant this turn, 100%, right? Yeah,
you need some keywords that are gonna some life steals. You need something to go right here for you.
Yeah, just Scout, Lifesteal, Elusive. That'd be pretty good. That'd be
quick attack on there too, so he stays nice.
We got
and healthy.
Scout. We got Scout,
okay.
quick attack. I mean, it's
Fury,
no
Fury, quick attack, Scout. That's a Pantheon that's gonna grow on his own very quickly.
Yeah. That's a pretty good Panth. I mean, it's probably not the perfect role. Like Fearsome's probably not realistically doing that much because you have the overwhelm anyways. But I mean, definitely not the worst role I've seen on Pantheon.
And you probably would have liked it to be lifesteal. I mean, if you're picking your keywords, probably would have liked a lifesteal on there.
Oh, but a Gravitum coming down. That's smart. Using it on a champion, like we were saying earlier, that's not usually what you want to be doing, but it's okay.
Stops the Pantheon attack. That's preventing basically 2 attacks, a whole 8 damage if you were to just tank it and not let them get value off Fury.
Yep. The scary thing for Lunari is we can just slam more and more Pantheons. Like we could technically have 3 Pantheons on our next attack turn if things really go right. We'll see if that shapes out.
Soon enough, players will be able to.
Never mind.
Yeah. Pantheon would have to get sacrificed here.
Which I think you do. I think you can sacrifice the Pantheon.
These keywords suck. Let's get a new one.
Let's get a new one. Roll them again. Because then you can go, if you let it die here, you can go Rekindler into Rekindler, right? You can get 2 Pantheons for the next attack turn, which feels kind of good.
That's pretty silly, yeah. I don't know. Let's see. How far on Moon Weapons? So his last one was Graviton.
Oh, opting to draw instead. So they I don't know if they're going to give up this Pantheon. They might. We'll see.
How close is he to an Overwhelm weapon? I think he should be able to play one out this turn, right?
Last turn they played Gravitum. No, because after Gravitum they can only get Overwhelm.
Oh yeah, Gravitum is after.
Yeah. So yeah, they can't get Lifesteal, right? It's either going to be Infernum or Crescendum this turn, and they opted for Infernum, getting the Overwhelm. This makes a lot of sense. Oh, jeez.
I was like, did I mistakenly get the Moon Cycle wrong? No, yeah, Infernum's there. Infernum on this double attack unit, very scary.
Yeah, sorry, I was mixing up the Infernum and the Lifesteal, but yeah, this is suddenly going to be 16 Overwhelm damage coming in, and not.
Yeah, that's hard to deal with.
No real answer. I mean, you can probably survive on the side of Codeman Jack, but maybe not. Maybe they're just gonna go wide enough. I think you have to play the Wings in the Wave just to chump block here.
To get 2 blockers, in one action.
Yeah, I mean, I guess you don't have to yet because they haven't played the Infernum, but once they do, I think you just play Wings in the Wave, get as wide as you can.
on the bright side for Codeman Jack, let's say you live at 1, and you have this Rekindler for a Pantheon that can maybe... Wait, what?
They're putting the other on the Aphelios?
What? Whoa, okay. Yeah,
no, they're going to see it. Yeah, no, they're putting it on the library.
Okay.
That's definitely the move.
Maybe they're on mobile. I don't know. I've definitely fat-figured some things on mobile. So it's a little hard to do that on the whole opposite side of the board, but weird things have happened.
But yeah, sometimes when you're dragging something out of your hand, you let go too soon. But yeah, I mean, I think this is definitely the line. Just put as much pressure as possible. I mean, this deck really does not have interaction. Like we were talking about earlier, it's 2 combo decks racing past each other. And yeah, here Codeman has to Wings in the Wave just to survive, which is really not what they want to be doing. Or actually, this works too. Fading Icon's just as good. Probably a little better, actually.
Yeah, because you get another blocker that can remove something instead of just chump it.
Yeah. The issue with this Pantheon deck, I feel, is like the Pantheon doesn't actually get that big, right? Like most of your self-targets are like self-slays, right? So I mean, yeah, you get some high-rolled keywords. That's great. But even if we high-rolled like Scout Elusive Lifesteal, I'm not sure if we're still in a very good spot, right? Like we're probably alive, but I'm not exactly thrilled with how things are going.
Yeah, Lunari is pretty good at making giant Scout Elusives too, or whatever, or double attacks, or whatever, overall double attack.
Oh, the mushroom putting us to 1.
Oh, how many mushrooms are in his deck?
And we rolled Scout Lifesteal. Scout Lifesteal Elusive Impact. Wait a minute. That's not enough. That can't be enough.
Impact is one more damage.
we can play Pantheon Shield Vault. Wait, Shield Vault?
But he could probably cycle into Gravitum here. So we really probably only get 1 attack. We can't play the Shield Vault. We only get 1 attack. I don't think you could survive this.
Oh, and they have a Pokey set. Never mind. I forgot it. Yeah, we could have just looked at their hand. Anyways. Oh, it was almost very exciting for a moment there.
Pantheon. Yeah.
Oh, man. Crazy game.
So, about this SI Pantheon.
So, yeah.
It's very funny. We'll reserve judgment. Bad draw. And so now Lunari going to either Ziggs Talia or Viego Nasus. And it looks like it is Talia's Ziggs from the side of Lunari. Don't want to deal with that Viego deck. Codeman Jack running it back with Pantheon. I'm a little bummed we might not get to see... Oh, I can update the score. Hold on, give me just a second. All right, there we go.
A little left for those who need it. Non-flammable? Is that a challenge? It's gonna blow!
All right.
It was kind of interesting how Ziggs Talia took the last meta by storm. Just like it's been a strong deck for a really long time, and then suddenly it was just everywhere, and it seems to have faded away a little bit again.
Yeah,
it's still very good into control.
Yeah,
like you just really it's very hard to deal with, especially when they're running the arsenal and stuff.
So Codeman Jack playing an ephemeral gift giver on this turn to eat up the Rolling Sands and then gemming it to get the Pantheon proc, saying, I'm flipping on turn 5. That is what's happening here, so get ready for it. Because I think we just gem here. Next turn we Fading Icon and Wings in the Wave to get the next proc. Oh, we're still going to be 1 proc short on turn 5. I guess you could Wings in the Wave here, and then maybe... I don't think you're going to have mana. Alright, playing a Pokey. I don't think Codeman's that sad about that. They're kind of like, yeah, my Zoe was cool, but, you know, I got other stuff going on.
I suppose I'm a little lost on this Pantheon deck. That's a pretty good pickup.
That draw. So yeah, we can flip on 5. We can flip on 5. I think that's what's happening here. If Lunari doesn't Pokey one of these units like right now, Oh wait, but now we can't flip on 5, right? Oh no, we just eat the same one. We eat the 3/3 with the next wings in the way.
Yeah.
Yep. So we just...
This is such a funny set, going for the last one, which is just all answers all the time.
Oh no, I have the bug. I have the permanent wings in the wave bug. I'm gonna restart my client really fast. Actually, I can probably just exit the spectator. I'm gonna get back into this game in just a moment. I think that bug would be too frustrating to have for too long. Those spectator bugs get you every time. But yeah, this Pantheon... Go ahead.
It's funny that Pokey Stick feels like a control card in this, where it's like, oh man, they're just going past each other. There's no answer to the Zoe. Oh wait, Pokey Stick, that's huge. Because really, that's all the interaction we're going to be seeing is just like
Pokey Stick. That's basically it. And picking up this Ravenous Butcher is huge, because now we don't have to kill our own 3/3. Pantheon's flipped and coming down. If we high roll some keywords here, this Pantheon can be very scary, because Quicksand is the main tool that Lunari's deck has to deal with this Pantheon. But if I recall correctly, they do not have one in hand. Yeah, that is correct. They do not have one in hand. Unfortunately, not the greatest keywords in the world. Fearsome's not really going to do a whole lot. Augment's not going to do really anything. Tough's okay, Impact's okay, Fury's okay, but definitely not the high roll of high rolls. I think we got to swing in here, yep. Fortunately, we do have some refuel on the side of Codeman Jack with a Spirit Leech in hand. Oh, you could actually pokey... You could have actually killed the Pantheon there, right? If you blocked with the 5/4 and pokeyed the barrier? I think that would have been worth it. I think that would have been worth it on the side of Lunari. Like, this deck isn't doing anything other than having a Pantheon, right?
Yeah. And the Pantheon is like, you know they don't have protection for him.
Yeah.
They're just flipping him.
And so I think we're going to see a Spirit Leech here onto the 0/1 on the side of Codeman Jack. I feel like you don't really care about giving
I could see him maybe being like, it's not that threatening. I don't want him to reroll better keywords.
Yeah, that's maybe a consideration. Like
so
this Pantheon
that could be their thought process here. Yeah, because like let's say he gets lifesteal, that's suddenly like, okay, I can't push damage very easily anymore.
Yeah.
These keywords are all pretty manageable. The Fury Tough is going to be pretty annoying eventually, but it's not Scout. It's it's like you can manage that threat probably. Yeah. You get Arsenal past it eventually. It doesn't have elusive.
And I like those blocks on the side of Codeman, playing around the Pokey Stick a little bit, because there was a little temptation to glimpse block with the 0/1, but I think we really need some gas here. Okay, we have a Shield Vault now, so we can put a lot of pressure with this Panth next turn. Get him up to 6 health with Tough. I don't know.
And just to verify, this is an actual Shield Vault, correct?
Yes, this is an actual Shield Vault, not a Pantheon Shield Vault, so you don't feel bad about using it for sure.
Our only buff that is not a self-kill.
Yeah. You probably want to save it. That is true. Our only buff that's not a self-kill. It's probably why they're running. I mean, they also have Pale Cascade, right? That's the other.
Pale too.
Yeah.
But very limited compared to what you're used to seeing with Pantheon decks.
Yep, for sure. You're not dropping sharp sights like crazy. I mean, you also have the gems, right? That's the other thing you can kind of do. So what do you do here with your Codeman? I think you just pass, yeah. End the turn. And then I might like Shield Vault stun the 5/4, but maybe that's kind of greedy.
I think you have to. I mean, otherwise you're just trading in.
Yeah, you can't trade into it. So yeah, I think that is the play. Shield Vault stun the 5/4. I mean, they could do like a Absolver block with Ziggs, but like if they do that, you're kind of okay with it. They're putting a lot of valuable resources in there.
Listen, this isn't a deck you can afford to play around thing. So,
you're going in.
You're just gonna go in.
Opting to draw first, not unreasonable. I think you're still going to end up playing the Shield Vault, but now you get a little bit of information on what they're going to do.
He has these 2 arsenals in hand. They can't play Arsenal yet. They can't play anything big enough that could trade into the Pantheon without a buff. So I think you have to stun this. You have to stun this Rock Bear.
I think you stun the Rock Bear and then get in with the whole squad. Maybe even opting to draw first. I kind of might have liked. Well, I guess I can see this. I might have liked trying to just go really wide this turn.
Yeah, punished by the Pokey Stick.
Yeah. I think maybe we're supposed to actually glimpse a 3/2 there just to play around it, but it's okay.
Yeah. I
So,
could
yeah,
see
here we
because
go.
they have vulnerable, so it's a little tricky.
Yeah, because if you had got down the other line, you could have. Oh wait, what? But now we can't
Nope, shield,
buff
wait,
the
but-
Pantheon
Okay.
and not attack.
Passing attack. I don't know. We have many turns left here, but
Yeah, I think we had to shield vault there and go in because we're kind of dead here. I think we had to try to force a block to kill a Taliyah or Ziggs. I don't know if we had enough pressure quite. Yeah, I think they're seeing the writing on the wall. Oh man.
I don't know. Yeah, I don't know if we had a way out there.
It's too bad we didn't get to see the Pantheon deck win, but very well played on the side of Lunari, managing those matchups very well.
I'm sorry to Codeman Jack, but it does not appear like SI Pantheon is the business.
So let's see. Let's check the matches that are still going. We can jump into. Do you want to try to catch the end of Grandpa Roji versus who's Grandpa Roji up against? I am blind and unable to see it here. Wait, is Grandpa Roji's in this tournament, right? I'm not crazy. Oh, I scrolled down, and that's why I wasn't seeing it. Okay, they're up against Chiron the Mage. I can grab Roji's side if you have Chiron. Actually, did Chiron add me either?
I see him as online, but he is not in game, so they might be done.
Oh, they might be done. Yeah, that's probably. Oh no, I'm on round 1. I apologize. I am so bad at doing this. So they're up against Sonicholic. Do you have Sonicholic?
Yes, I do.
Okay, I'll grab Roji.
Spectate them.
All right, and we are seeing. This is Yuumi Pantheon, not one of the spicy Roji decks. Roji has a couple spicy decks in his lineup. He's got the Malphite Taliyah and also the Roji pile of Udyr Zoe. 2 decks that are kind of pretty scary and pretty different. And up against a Phalios on the side of Sonicholic.
I was really hoping we get to see this Roji pile. He believes in it so strongly that I have yet to see it work. So I really want him to prove it. I want to see what he sees in this deck.
Wow, and the Pantheon is still not leveled, even though it's turn 7. That's kind of wild. Roji must have had a kind of awkward start. If that's, I feel like turn 7, you're hoping to be leveled by then.
Yeah, you should.
Even
you
with
should
a
really
proc
think
this
about.
turn.
You should really think about going into SI for a faster.
Yeah, Roji, get it together. What are you thinking? And this is a pretty scary swing. I mean, we have this swole squirrel that's like pretty dang intimidating. I feel like Roji might be getting run over here. And
yeah, you do have
stunned,
this.
you have to block like this.
You can't. You go down to 1.
Yeah.
You die to a pokey.
Sonicholic does not have a pokey yet, but they do have a trinket trade, which could secretly be a pokey, right?
Yeah.
But Roji does have another Cataclysms and a gem, so I feel like this game could go either way.
Yeah, and Pantheon doesn't have keywords yet. He could get lifesteal and just instantly pull you back. You just have to really hope that they completely whiff on this trinket trade.
Yep, and the top deck from Sonic's not going to help him. Faye, the grandfather Faye, is not going to do anything here. Very big Pantheon, and survey says we have. Oh wait, is this is enough, right? Because Challenger
elusive. Wait, is that elusive?
Yep, that's elusive. That's just dead right there. Oh my gosh, that was a huge Pantheon very quickly. Oh, and Yumi's on the... Yeah, so Yuumi was on the Pantheon, making him huge.
Okay.
So are you... Is there any out here? I don't think there's anything. You can't pull even like stress defense, right? Because it has spell shield.
It'd have to be a pokey off that trinket trade.
Oh yeah, it'd have to be pokey to get lethal.
Pokey off this? Nope.
Pokey one time? Yeah, it's not a... Wait, oh wait! You're barely alive here, but then you're dead to Kata or concerted. Or you never concerted, right? Because it dies to things. Wait, what?
He's triggering? No.
Oh wait.
Because of impact.
Oh, impact. Yes. I think you just wait. I don't think it's worth it. Yeah, I think the Cataclysm is a little bit safer. I'm inclined to agree.
Because they could always have top decked another heal spell to just barely survive the
Yeah,
impact.
yeah,
of
like
the
another
Chiron.
guiding touch would have barely kept him in the game. But yeah, that's game. This Cataclysm's going to close it out. And we're getting the GGs. Yep, writing's on the wall. Well played by Roji. Oh man, that was 1 health on both people. That's how you know it's a good game.
When literally either player, top decking or manifesting a Pokestick, could end it all.
Oh man.
Or I guess in Roji's case, any spell that strikes.
So we'll see if we get into a game 3 here, because we don't know what happened in game 1. I'll pop out of the spectator real quick to check. Let me know if it jumps in. Oh, it looks like Sonicholic's out of game now, so it looks like it's over.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
think they're done.
All right.
So I guess Roji won that set.
There might be one more still going, but I think we should cut to a quick break. I gotta use the restroom. We'll cut to a quick
right.
break, and we'll cut to desk really quick. That's exciting. Show our faces.
Okay.
Let the people
Okay.
see us. How's it going, everyone? I hope you're all enjoying this great tournament. Thank you, MasteringRuneterra and Community Gaming, for sponsoring this. It's a ton of fun, ton of great community building. I'm thrilled to have everyone here. Thanks everyone in chat for hanging out. I'm probably going to be reading chat during this break a little bit. So I really appreciate everyone hanging out. Any last words you want to say, Azure Sparrow, before we cut to break?
Maybe over this break I'll figure out my mic. I don't know. I'm sorry, sorry to everybody. I don't know. I'll ask Monty maybe if he's around.
All right, cool. Sounds good. Thanks again, everyone, and I'll catch you in a couple minutes. All right, welcome back, everyone, to the stream. MasteringRuneterra. I said Mastering Rune Tournament. Mastering Runeterra Road to Seasonals Tournament. Round 3 is gonna start here imminently. I think we are gonna head into a game of Grandpa Roji versus Prodigy 1097. Talk me through Roji's lineup, Azure Sparrow, as I'm pulling this stuff up.
Yeah, I'm pulling it up too. Roji believes very strongly in this new deck he's calling Roji Pile. Everyone's got to have a pile.
Everyone has a
Roji,
pile.
moving on from being just the creator of Talia Malphite's refined form, Roji is trying to create a new Udyr deck with Targon, because it was originally with Malphite, but because he wants to also run Malphite in his lineup, it's Udyr Zoe, and he talks very highly of it. I haven't seen it do that well, but I want to see the man himself prove that it is a good deck. So I'm excited for that to happen. I played once at a best of 3 against Ikato using a slightly different version of the deck. It didn't look that impressive, but let's see Roji himself pull it out.
Yep.
And his lineup, pretty standard Roji. You got Pantheon, Talia Malphite.
Yep.
And then this new thing.
So this is the new Roji pile that I've got up on screen now. The Zoe Udyr seems very interesting. It's running the Buried in Ice, It That Stares combo. I love that combo. 1 FTR, kind of cheeky. Should be pretty interesting. I'm pretty excited.
Very potentially depressing but interesting thing about Roji's lineup is for a long time he has been hating on this cat. He does not like Yuumi, but because of the change to Taric and the fact that it doesn't count for Fated anymore, he has been forced onto the cat. It's very sad.
I think you can still run 1 Taric instead of one of the Yuumis. I think that's still pretty reasonable. I know Wadamai's been playing that recently, but yeah, I think at this point the 3 Taric version just isn't cutting it anymore.
Does not work, yeah.
Yeah.
Because of the cast play changes, Fated units no longer get to proc Fated off of Taric casting the spell on them. It has to be played, which is good for a lot of things, like single combat or concerted strike. It'll immediately buff the unit.
Or Zenith Blade. I feel like the Zenith Blade is
Zenith Blade. Zenith Blade is a big one, yeah.
Yeah.
Because I know, again, as a lot of control decks, I would just be ready for, if they Zenith Blade the unit, I would just blow it up as it.
Right.
And
you
that
get excited
3 to 4 health is that's a big deal.
Yep.
So it's definitely stronger in general, I think. It just, unfortunately for Taric, is no longer a viable deck until a month from now when Riot says they're going to fix all that.
Yep. So. Yeah. And I think the copies from Taric will also count as played, which will be very interesting because that'll make the deck even better because then Taric will make even more sense than before, I feel. And the last deck, Talia Malphite. I know you're a fan of this deck. How much stronger do you think it is after the Malphite changes? Do you think it's 5% more win rate, 10% more win rate? Do you think it's tier 1 now, tier 2? What's your head at?
Always been a really good tier 2 deck. It has basically had these really strong matchups into control. Roji's version is a little weaker into control, it looks like, because he's gone to that Blue Sentinel to have a little bit more game against aggro than the Stonebreakers, which have just been crushing control left and right. So he's wiggled the matchup table a little bit. He's only on 1 negation, it looks like. A little heavier on Arcane, which makes sense with the Blue Sentinels landmarks that you want to kill or don't mind killing.
Right.
And to 2 Absolve, so he's got 2 Absolver, 2 Herald. That's interesting.
Yeah, really wants to give these champs overwhelm. Right. Yeah. It's 2 Absolver, 2 Herald. That is Herald. I feel like usually you're only on 1 Herald in most of the time, I feel. Because the second one's kind of overkill, right?
Yeah. So, kind of. Herald is kind of Roji talks about it as being the level 3 champion. So you have level 2 Malphite and Talia, and then you have level 3, which is when you get the Herald, which is when they're bigger. They have Overwhelm. Overwhelm Talia is a house. She just pushes through so much damage. Yeah. She's such a huge attacking threat. You cannot ignore her. You have to do something. And that's pretty much the name of the game for this deck is I'm going to make 2 to 3 giant threats, and you can only chump block one of them. And then sometimes you can't even block them if they have Overwhelm. So, and then the one thing you do block, it's Absolvered or whatever. It's basically a really good just blow you up on turn 8 or so combo deck. And I feel like the stun has opened a lot more flexibility to your combo turn, where before you would be forced to do the Malphite stun, and now you have more time where you can just be like, I could just open attack now, and I've removed their biggest blocker, and I have a good attack that I can just take immediately. Oh, it looks like we're getting into game. I'll hold that up.
Yeah, I think we are getting into game.
I might not have Prodigy, actually.
I have Prodigy if you want me to grab that side. I can
Yeah,
grab
sure.
either side. Well, actually, Prodigy, this is weird again.
Is it away?
No, it shows Prodigy is just online.
They might not be in game.
But it shows Grandpa Roji is in game. That's what's confusing me. And so I was just double checking the matchup to make sure I did have Grandpa Roji against Prodigy, and sure enough, that is the matchup for this round 3.
It looks like I don't have Roji.
Yeah, we can just jump into Roji and we can just do
Jump into
single-handed
Roji.
again. I do like single-handed. I think it depends. I like mixing it up. Sometimes do one, sometimes do both. And I'm excited to see Roji's lineup. We've been hyping it up.
Yeah. Let's check it out.
And we can turn off second hand real quick. Yep. So yeah, they are up against Prodigy. I feel like something is just going weird today with spectators. Like, some people are just unwatchable for some strange reason.
Yeah, it's kind of unfortunate. Really quick running over Prodigy's lineup. They are on Ping City with Zigznar.
Oh, nice.
Draven Scion with Triple Decimate. Triple Get Excited. Yeah, I think that's pretty standard. I don't know. I haven't looked at a lot of recent Draven Scions as to what the usual build is now. And for their final is Monoshirima, which, despite the nerfs, still a very strong deck that can just kill you on turn 8 now instead of turn 6 or 7.
Yeah, I am inclined to agree. I think a lot of people, I feel like there's like a psychological thing that when a deck gets nerfed, everyone kind of stops playing it. But a lot of times these decks are still very, very strong. Like, I think Monoshirima, like, it's not quite the menace it once was, but it's definitely no slouch. It is still a very strong powerhouse. It has some very good matchups into certain decks. Especially in a tournament format, I think it's definitely something you have to expect to see pop up.
Yeah, it's still a super polarized deck. If you're against control, you probably win.
You probably win. Yeah.
And so it's a little bit more... The ground it lost is more into the aggro and mid-range. It can actually lose to them now. Yeah. Pirates has a better chance at killing it before it does its thing.
A few more turns to draw burn, stuff like that. Yep.
Exactly. Looks like we got a pretty standard start for Roji here.
How do you feel about this matchup? This is Draven Scion, kind of an aggressive deck, but they also are aggressive by swinging with a Scion. And if you just have a Malphite, you're like, that's cute.
Yeah, yeah. We got stuns. We actually have answers to it. He's able to pull away the Fearsome blocker, push through a lot of damage.
Roji down to 12 has to not feel great, right?
Yeah, I feel like Roji's draw was pretty darn good, though. It's about the best you could hope for out of Talia Malphite in terms of early game units. I think he drew 2 chips. Maybe I missed it, but basically a lot of early units.
Yeah, just 1 chip it looks like.
Just 1 chip. Oh, okay, it was the ancient prep.
Yeah.
But yeah, got some of his 1-drops.
I think this is smart. Well, I guess you do have the Desert Naturalist, so you are kind of okay with this Endless About Dying, right? Yeah. They're not going to block it.
It's interesting. Naturalist kind of comes and goes from the deck. I'm not a huge fan because you don't have that many landmarks you want to kill, but since he's on the blue buff, he has a few more targets that, like, you don't mind that landmark dying.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Which the deck in certain builds struggles with. You need enough density of landmarks that you actually want to kill to make use of all these Rite of the Arcanes and Desert Naturalists.
Yeah.
So
So this spot has to not feel great. I mean, I think we're just dropping chip. The awkward thing is we have this Desert Naturalist and this Talia on the side of Roji, and just nothing to do with them, right?
And Naturalist is pretty darn bricked here.
Yeah.
Really unfortunate. You have a fearsome blocker at least, and you could block most of this damage.
Wait, he's gonna switch these. Wait, this block has to be wrong, right? You're giving up the chip. You could have.
Oh no, you gotta give. That's that thing has overwhelm. So.
Oh, that had overwhelm. They discarded a sign. I missed that. That. Never mind.
Which probably gives you the information that they have another Scion in hand. I would assume.
You usually wouldn't discard one unless you have a second one.
I'm not an expert at playing that deck, but I think that's a pretty safe bet.
But yeah, Prodigy playing it very well, stunning this landmark, really denying Roji the ability to pull ahead in this game. Because Roji really wants to, like, Talia, dropping this Desert Naturalist.
That hurts.
That's definitely not what you want to be doing. I feel like this matchup should generally be fairly even, but right now I feel like Prodigy's way ahead.
I would assume it's a little bit Scion-driven favored.
Yeah, just the burn probably makes it.
Yeah, they aggro you out, and you just don't always have, like, Roji's, Roji's build has a little bit more game into it because of those blue Sentinels, but not quite enough.
Yeah, and Prodigy on 2 other aggressive decks. We'll see what they decide to go with here. It's either going to be Twisted Fate Misfortune with no Gangplank, which I kind of like. I think Gangplank is...
Did I pull the wrong lineup for him?
For Prodigy?
Possible, yeah.
Yeah, it's Pirates. Twisted Fate Misfortune. Yeah, that's what we're up against. And then
Oh,
Zigznar. The Pink City is the one...
Oh, okay. The Pink City was right. It was Monastery, but that was wrong. Okay.
Oh, okay, yeah. And yeah, Pink City, this Pirates deck... This one's got to be pretty unfavored. I feel like this might even be worse than the...
I think... I mean, I'll assume Roji knows the matchups better than anyone, so if he feels safer into Pirates... Because I know, usually when given the opportunity of Pirates versus Spiders, he always bans Spiders, so...
Yeah.
I think just avoid the burn as much as you can. Try to keep it on the board where you have enough presence and threat that you can eventually win by putting up a wall.
Yep.
Or
and I'll say in this
just
version
duplicate
in
that landmark.
The Twisted Fate and the Misfortune, the 1 damage, kind of deal 1 damage to everything, that is not very powerful against Liam Malphite, right? A lot of decks that can really clear out chump blockers very efficiently and just let you keep a ton of pressure on. But here, all of our stuff has plenty of health, right? We're not worried about a Twisted Fate red card coming down here. Like, it would, it'd kill this blue Sentinel, but, like, it'd be fine, right?
Yeah. If you ever have a bad early draw where, like, the only things you're getting are the 3/1 grant vulnerable, it can be... Or the Rock Hopper. There we go.
Yeah.
If you're only getting Rock Hoppers, it can be really awkward. But, yeah, I mean, you can even see right now in attacking with this Misfortune, there's...
Oh, wow. Only
everything's
attacking
gonna
with
trade.
the 1 thing, not attacking with the 2/2. I feel like I would have attacked with the 2/2. Trading into either the chip or the blue Sentinel isn't too bad. And the blue Sentinel you kill for free, right, with the Misfortune ping?
Well, since we're blind hand, I guess we could try to read a little bit off of that. I would assume that means that their hand is maybe a little light on minions, and they're just like, I need minions to attack every time I can for Misfortune. No, we have
an Island Navigator. That's like exactly what you want to see here. We do have the right of the Arcane here, though, although we'll have to burn a mana gem, which I think would be okay.
Yeah. Totally fine in this matchup. You do not care. You will throw away mana gems left and right.
Who needs
Unless you have a Malphite in hand, you do not care.
Yeah, I feel like Roji has kind of taken control of this game. It's turn 6, and he's still at 15 health. That's got to feel pretty comfortable. You have a good answer to this. Oh, wait. I actually didn't notice that it was this one, so it was smart to block with just chip. That's kind of spooky. And then I feel like you always ride of the Arcane of Misfortune here, right? I think...
Yeah, you do not want to risk her flipping.
Yeah, and it just gives you better blocks. I don't know. Maybe you pass.
Tricky.
Because
they're not risking a flip now, right? So you can kind of just chill.
If they don't break, they'll burn.
Yeah.
Because if you can get the mana next turn by waiting,
that makes sense.
Good.
You can wait, and if they have a second one, you really don't want to kill it right now. Yeah, you want to force them to just swing like this, right? Oh yeah, this is beautiful. I think Roji's playing this matchup very, very well. Opting to left.
Perfect,
Oh, and get the mana gem. And the Talia flip, of course. Yeah. You wanted that thing to die for sure to get the Talia flip.
That is always the awkward thing about these blue sentinels.
And then you can
wow,
Rite of the Arcane, though. Beautifully
don't
played
even
by
lose
Roji.
the mana gem, yeah.
Beautifully played. Oh my gosh. I mean, granted, I've not played this deck much, but I 100% would not have seen that line. And so here comes the burn. So now it just kind of comes down. We do have this right in hand, which is kind of huge, right? Because we can probably keep up mana for it next turn pretty easily by just playing like Herald of the Magus. You can play Herald of the Magus, chip, and right. Yeah. Oh, this feels great, right?
This is amazing. Yeah, basically anytime Talia Malphite has enough time to put up the wall where you go Salt Spire until Talia.
Yeah.
And I think, at least in the initial phases of figuring out the deck, people didn't rate Salt Spire as highly as they should have.
Right,
where it's like,
right.
it's just such a powerful combo because unlike the other Rock Bear card, it comes out sooner. And then it makes this giant Rock Bear.
Yeah.
And a new player seeing the deck is like, but it doesn't go on Talia. That's bad. No, that's exactly where you want it. You want to spread out the threat to these two big attacking threats that you can then, when you Malphite stun, they can only chump block one of them. They're taking 9 or 10 damage from either source.
Yeah. So Prodigy has to somehow hope they find the burn, which they're putting out a lot of pressure, but with this right, I feel like we gotta feel pretty safe.
Yeah, there's pretty much.
I think we actually do lose to exactly double decimate, right? Because they're going to push 3 damage this turn, 1 off this Misfortune, 1 off the Legion Saboteur, and 1 off the other Misfortune. But they already played 1 Decimate. So
and
actually, do you write this?
This is like, I think you do.
I don't think, I think you have to save it for Vengeance. Or, I'm sorry, not a Vengeance, but the...
This effectively is a Decimate. Because it's a Misfortune, you're blocking both Misfortune and the Fervor.
Oh, you're right.
So it's the same thing.
It's the same because you're blocking the Misfortune. That's a good point. I wasn't thinking about that. Yep. So then I like this because you're not getting any better, right? Decimate's the same.
And now, this also means you're safe.
Yeah, I think we're beating Decimate hands right now. As long as we can kill on open, which I think with Absolver, I think we've got to be killing on open.
Yeah,
right?
100% killing on open here.
I mean,
you have the Talia on her own probably is killing on open.
Yeah, you don't need any more. But yeah, that's got to be game, right? Even if they top deck, I guess if they have double Fervor top decks, right? If their last card's a Fervor and their other card's a Fervor. Oh wait, no. Yes, that's also good enough. Imperial Delicious into a top deck Fervor wins the game for Prodigy. But they already played.
Well, we know Roji's just gonna top deck another negation. If that's the case, there's almost.
Here
no
we
way.
go, and
Your path ends here.
survey says.
I like this only one hand thing. I'll get to hold our breath.
Yeah, we're gonna hold our breath. And there we go. The GG coming out.
Makes it.
Yep. Oh man. Well, very well played by Roji. I think that turn, especially the turn when they gave up the Blue Sentinel to get the Rite of Negation, to be able to do Rite of Negation, Rite of the Arcane, to be able to kill the Misfortune without burning a mana gem. I think that was a beautiful play. Roji showing off his master with the deck. Really, really good stuff. Really good stuff.
Picking the perfect time for that Blue Sentinel to die because the gem only lasts 1 turn on the board, so you have to either use it instantly or need something like powerful for it to ramp out to actually get value from it. So really intelligently waiting and saving it for the right moment.
Yep. And now, they banned Roji Pile? Oh man. I guess
Roji Pile watching for that deck.
Roji Pile has healing, right? That's why.
Yeah.
I mean, I think it makes sense in this lineup. Like, you don't want to play into a deck with Star Shaping when you're on a lot of burn, right? I get it, but it is a little disappointing.
I understand Prodigy, but come on.
Come on. But this matchup is not great for Pantheon. This is like one of the famous, pretty rough matchups. They can just, if they go wide enough, although this hand is about a dream hand for Roji, right?
I don't know how desperate this matchup is. Do you ever play Cat out on her own?
Oh, I don't think you ever play. I think, you can, but
she gets bigger every turn. She'll be a fearsome blocker next turn.
Yeah.
Something to think about. Probably not real, but maybe.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, actually, I was saying this is going pretty well for Roji. And Roji, actually, going with your line, playing it out, regular old Yumi.
You gotta.
You kind of gotta. The more I've thought about it, the more I'm kind of like, okay, yeah. I respect it, to quote Sir Turman. I respect it.
I don't know.
Oh, man, this is a lot of pressure, though. I think we have to drop Panth.
Definitely. Or, I guess you have single combat.
You could single, but I feel
that's
like
not great.
Panth's barrier is accomplishing just as much. Like, you want Panth barrier on defense in this matchup every time, right?
Yeah. And Pantheon blocks into the scout attack, too.
But the other consideration is we do want to flip Pantheon as quickly as possible. We play Panth here, that means we're not flipping Pantheon in any reasonable time frame. So, because like rolling lifesteal is definitely a way out in this matchup. Like if you roll lifesteal, you're kind of like, okay, sweet. Yeah, Roji opted to go for the single. I think this is pretty reasonable. That's a very close call. I am not sure.
Yeah, it's a tricky spot for sure.
Yeah.
Because you also have to think about, like, if you just drop Pantheon, you're getting no good trades into any of this board.
Yeah. And this single proccing Faded gives you some decent trades here. You can take out the 2 fearsome units. Down to 11. Not comfortable for sure, but not the worst that we could be at.
They have 3 cards. We're a little alive. I kind of honestly like not being able to see Prodigy's hand here because
it keeps
when you're playing against aggro, every card in their hand is a decimate.
Yeah, I mean if their hand is 3 decimates, Roji's looking kind of dead. Although I guess that might keep you alive a little bit. And I actually like this. I like this Pale to block.
Block the most damage.
It is
you get less Pantheon progress, but
yeah. It is, yeah. And the awkward thing now is like we can't play Panth and Pale next turn, which is a little bit of a bummer. But, oh, Kata's a pretty good pickup, right? It lets us kill something if we like Guiding Touch Kata this turn. I don't know if that's the play though.
It honestly might be.
Yeah, I don't know if there's a lot better we can do here. It might just be Guiding Touch Cataclysm. We'll see what Roji decides. Opposite is just drop Panth. Yeah, but we're not getting the Pantheon proc this turn, which means they're not going to be flipped on our next attack turn, which is the one awkward thing. But I get you need units, right? You kind of need to get units on board.
Yeah, this is a very awkward game and hand for Roji.
Yeah,
he's doing what he can.
And Prodigy drawing some burn there does not feel great. And Prodigy is on the versions. Oh, actually, Prodigy's version is spicy. 3 Noxian Fervors and actually 2 Sigils of Malice. So we know it's drawing at least 2 damage to face off that Zap Spray Fin. I used to be a big fan of Make It Rain in Pirates, mostly just for the board presence, but I think the big thing why you don't want to be on it is because of Zap Spray Fin. You really want Zap to always be drawing you a lot of burn, right? And Make It Rain isn't a lot of burn. Like if you could say Zap Spray Fin, I want to play you, but I want you to never draw Make It Rain, it would be pretty good. But because early game Make It Rain is phenomenal, but I get it with Zap. You really want to kind of tutor your deck to be able to tutor out that burn every time.
It's very interesting. 3 mana Mystic Shot. Is it good enough?
Yeah.
And I guess he's saying yes, and that's an interesting call.
I think it is actually pretty reasonable. I think actually Mo used to run that card even when it was 4 mana back in some champless burn decks. I'm not sure they were ever like that competitive. They definitely had good matchups, right? Very aggressive burn decks can definitely win games. But I was never like super sold on the idea. But I think now after the buff, I mean, you really want burn, right? And 3 mana Mystic Shot, you know, when it's going to the face, when they have 2 HP, I'll take it every time, right?
Yeah, it looks like Roji's probably saving this Guiding Touch for face. He's at 7 health. He can survive exactly 2 decimates.
I think you Pale here, right, on the Saga Seeker?
Yeah. Yeah, because that would keep it alive.
Just
keep as wide as possible.
Yeah. I think if you keep Pale the Saga Seeker, basically saying you're never getting through on board. Roji opted to let it through, maybe wanting to like keep pressure on this Pantheon, like make sure they have enough things to buff it consistently. This Pantheon.
I assume the consideration is just like you want to keep enough tool because like Pantheon's really far off still.
Yeah.
And just keeping enough in hand to keep it going because you cannot Guiding Touch a unit. You have to Guiding Touch face.
Oh, and another Guiding Touch is a very good draw.
Okay.
Very good draw for Roji.
Whoa. Okay.
That's basically an anti-decimate that draws a card.
Yeah.
Which is exactly what we want. So yeah, we Pale to keep the cat alive. Yep, I like this play a lot.
So that Yumi we played several turns ago
Is now a
is
real
basically
threat.
she's been a 6/6 over several turns, opting to kill the cat.
So we actually have lethal here with Pantheon. I think you let the cat go. Wait, we don't have lethal this turn. Wait, do we? No, we can't quite get there. We can't quite get there.
Pantheon Shield Vault.
No, because they already proc faded. We already proc faded this turn.
Oh.
So it would only go up to 8, and we'd have to draw the Yeti Yearling. And actually, Fervor is kind of a blowout here if we go for a Cataclysm play. And Fervor's pretty well in their range, because we know they got that Zap pull that they have not played yet. So yeah, I don't think we can actually go for a Cataclysm here, which is a little bit tragic. We could maybe go for it. And then, actually, drawing single. Oh my gosh, drawing single is huge. Because now we feel much better about going for it, right? We can at least deny the Fervor.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I think you just Kata here.
Kata is kind of weird to Kata the Twisted Fate. I guess it doesn't really matter.
I don't think it really matters. I think it's basically just a higher attack unit. You're not killing them this turn if they stop it anyways. And if this goes through, you're killing them. Oh, and we rolled Scout? But unfortunately, it's not going to matter. Because, yeah, they have the Fervor, but now we drop the single.
Okay. It canceled it, yeah. Or, yeah, we probably just single it here.
Yep.
We have enough
And
with these touches that...
I think Roji,
yeah, that should just be it.
Yeah, we have healing to stop this. So the only... No, even a top-decked Fervor, it has to be like their 2 cards have to be Fervor and Sigil of Malice here. Because we have 1 more Guiding Touch. So they have to have 2 fast speed burns to survive here.
Which
is possible. Oh, and we have Concerted though, so it has to be double Sigil.
Yeah,
that's game.
Sigil.
That's game. They only have 2 Sigils in the deck, so that's game. Because yeah, with Concerted, we're beating this Sigil. Yeah, finding those 2 Guiding Touches is so huge.
Wasn't it all 3? Didn't he use one on the cat, or am I?
Oh no, I think it was a Pale on the cat.
It was a Pale on the cat.
Are they running 3?
Okay.
I'm not sure if they're running all 3.
That either way.
Yeah, they are running 3 Guiding Touches.
It hates to see all those.
I have not been updating the score. Jeez Louise.
Oops.
So now it's 1-1, right? I'm not crazy. Or wait, no wait. Or is that 2-1? Was that the last set? Oh my gosh, I'm going crazy. No, that was game 2, right?
Oh, you've got me questioning it. Malphite won, didn't it? Didn't Talia?
Oh yeah, Malphite won. Yeah, so Roji takes a set.
Oh,
Sorry,
yeah.
I apologize.
Roji takes the spot. You're making me like question my memory.
Caster Brain. No. I'm just crazy. We'll cut to desk really quick, and we can look for another game to hop into. Thanks again, everyone, for hanging out. I'm really excited to be here. Azure, how are you feeling about this tournament so far?
It's been really interesting to see how people have been adapting this meta. We haven't seen as much like cast play merge abuse as I was expecting, which is really interesting. It was basically only that Ezreal Kennen so far.
Yeah. And Kennen actually has not seen play because it got banned. So
I guess we're seeing them, they're just banned. Like I think Jace Lux was in some lineups that we were watching, but it was banned.
Yep.
Which smart. It's a scary deck. I think it's doing really well on ladder.
Yeah, we can jump into Spider Mansion versus Ren Rag if you got either of them. I've got both.
I have both of them.
Okay. Who do you want to hop inside? I'll hop on Spider Mansion side.
All right.
They're pretty cool. And we can cut back to the game. Unless the game just ended. Oh no, we're getting in. We're getting in.
All right, 25. Is that a Brash Gambler?
Whoa, that is a Brash Gambler.
Oh, it's from. Oh, sorry, stream. It's the timelines.
Oh yeah, and that's a sick pick off timelines. Red Rag's a big fan of this timelines deck. I like putting in the Caitlyn. As just another like early pressure unit that's like tough to deal with. And Spider Mansion on Caitlyn Ezreal with the 1 of Katarina. I really like that tech. I think it makes a lot of sense. It gets Ezreal level up progress. Sometimes you can just swing in with quick attacks a bunch and they really don't have a lot to do about it. I think it's best as a 1-of because double drawing Katarina is kind of awful. But I kind of like it as just a 1-of. It's just a little cheeky, pretty good.
Champion did they cut for that? One of the Ezreals?
One of the Ezreals, yep. So they're on 3 Caitlyn,
Makes
2
sense.
Ezreal, 1 Katarina.
Honestly, before the change, it felt like Ezreal was kind of a weak point of the deck. Like, he does strong things if you still have hand. And if you don't have hand, he's kind of nothing. He's fine.
Yeah.
And having Katarina as this alternate, like 1-of that, she does the opposite. If your hand is empty but you have the board, she just gets to turn that board into this constant attacking threat.
Right.
So it's kind of a cool balance you can strike there with like keeping either one in matchups or, you know, your hand's usually kind of full, so you can choose which one to play out based on that.
Yep. And Spider-Mansion's hand is looking kind of awkward. They're going to have 3 Scorched Earths, which is not that good of a card for now. It'll eventually be good against a Trundle.
Right into the Mystic, though. So sad.
It's, honestly, the thing is, I feel like this
she's
is not
taking a
that
Mystic.
bad, right?
Yeah, she's taking a Mystic. She's getting a Blade's Edge that unfortunately
Oh, wait, we can't
play,
quite afford it. We can't quite afford it. Yeah, if we could have played that Blade's Edge, I wouldn't have felt that bad. Like, that's the thing with Cat, is like, especially with that Blade's Edge, and the change on the Blades, just you're getting 0 cost ones. Like, playing Cat doesn't feel nearly as bad as it did before. I mean, it dying to removal there is fine. I don't think Spider-Mansion is that sad about it, right?
It's kind of funny because she's always 4 mana now, in a way. Like,
yeah.
level one, she's 3 mana, but
and a spell
cost you 1 mana for the 1 mana for the Blade's Edge, and then leveled up, she's 4 mana, but you get to free Blade's Edge.
Right.
So.
And I like this play using the Static Shock to pick off the 2-1 and also ping the Trundle, setting up very nicely for this Scorched Earth that we have in hand. Like I was saying, Scorched Earth does not hit much in this matchup, but Trundle, definitely something you're happy to hit. Unfortunately, this Pillar is going to be another thing you'll probably want to hit because that's going to transform into something scary, I'm sure, right? We have a lot of Scorch, so we can go the distance for a while. It's just how much pressure can Ren Rag put out before we can get our flip champs on board, or really Ezreal, I think, is our main way back into this game.
And Timeline's abusing that amazing combo we talked about earlier with the Buried in Ice into If It Stairs.
Yep.
And that being able to just take that apart with the loop is so strong, in that you probably hit one of those 2 pieces and then it kind of strands the other one a little bit.
Yeah.
I think Ren Rag's not too upset, provided they have the board to use the damage portion, because very rarely is Kate Ezreal big enough to actually survive that.
Yeah, Ren Rag's in a position right now where they're pretty content to just kind of let things hang out for a while. They're not trying to like sweep the opponent's board. I feel like Ren Rag's in a pretty powerful spot. Dropping a second Trundle here, it's got to feel very good. You can drop another Pillar next turn, getting another big 8 cost unit. I feel like Ren Rag's got to be feeling pretty good.
Just checked really quick that Give It All, created by Pharaoh's Financier, a pickup to basically take your board full of little units that Spider-Mansion would not like to spend mana answering and turn them into 7/7s or 8/8s or giant things.
Actually, yeah, that's got to be game right. You just go Pillar.
Kind of an
Give It All.
underrated card, yeah.
I think Give It All. Yeah, it's very tempting to main deck that card in a lot of different decks. I feel like it's a little tough to fit main deck, but off Pharaohs in some spots it really hits. Like, it's very nuts. Like, this is about to be bananas, right? We're gonna have a board full of 7/7 overwhelms because Trundle's
possibly bigger depending on what he gets here.
Depending on what we get, yeah, it could be even scarier than what 7/7 overwhelms.
I pick it up. I hesitate to say quite a bit, but I pick it up sometimes in Sentinels where like you just get the right answer or like just the right minion board and like just have a bunch of 5/4 fearsomes and what do?
But heads up play from the Spider-Mansion, making sure that this Trundle's gonna die. Yep, going for the Give It All. That's
kind of it, right? Like,
I mean, we can kill the Overwhelm, right? So it's not gonna be Overwhelm, but it's still just a board full of 7/7s is pretty spooky.
You remove the keywords. You do remove the keywords, but this is a bunch of 7/7s, and you do not have enough
Scorched Earths to
not have
kill them
enough
all.
scorch for this.
We were saying, Scorched Earth is a pretty good card. You can take out a few key threats, but unfortunately, Ren Rag just got 5 key threats all at once. Pretty scary stuff.
Yeah, and you kind of just have to block it all down. Timelines usually runs a reasonable amount of burn.
Yep.
So.
Yep. Yeah, I don't see how Spider-Man has a way back into this game. I think they've got to find an Ezreal maybe, and then pray. But I can't see Ezreal's level up progress, unfortunately. But
it's because he's leveled up. It's just.
Oh.
It just hasn't. He hasn't played one yet, so.
I think
he's
if you jump into a game too late with Spectator. Oh, it wasn't leveled up?
No, because you can see Caitlyn not leveled there.
Yeah.
It's because so it doesn't have the arrow, so it's flipped.
Oh, it doesn't have the arrow.
Sense.
You're right. That's how you can tell. Oh, next level knowledge on Azure Sparrow.
The more you know.
The more you know. Yeah, I feel like Ren Rag's just going to close this out, right?
Yeah, Caitlyn Ezreal's in this weird spot where it's like not quite a control deck. It's not quite a combo deck. It's kind of just in the middle of everything. And so when you present big enough threats or enough threats, it just can't deal with them all. And that's exactly what we saw with that Give It All. So really heads up play from Ren Rag to take that spell.
Yeah.
I know a lot of people, they see spells that they know are probably bad or whatever, or like, you wouldn't main deck that spell,
right.
Probably.
Probably. In some decks you might be a one-up, but yeah, it's definitely cheeky.
So to know that, yes, I'm used to seeing this as a meme card or whatever, but in this situation, it is incredibly powerful, is kind of just this really good thing that Pharaoh's Financier lets you do, which is play these giant spells that have massive effects that can completely swing matchups.
Right.
Like, I'm sure you in Demacia versus any deck that can't cleanly answer the... What's it called? Now I'm thinking of it as the Domino thing because you did. The can't kill it.
Unyielding Spirit.
Unyielding Spirit, yeah. Where a deck, if it just doesn't have an answer to Unyielding Spirit, you just pull that and what did
it can win, yeah.
Do?
But it's very, some people tried main decking that in Jace Lux. I am very much not a fan of main decking that card. I think it is perfectly a reasonable take off Pharaoh's Financier a lot of the time, but I don't know. It's a little awkward, right?
Yeah.
Wait, what are we doing here with Ren Rag?
Ren Rag
I guess just healing it up to make sure it doesn't die. Well,
yeah, it removed the damage from it, I guess.
Yeah.
I honestly, this game's pretty over.
Yeah.
So sorry if we're not play-by-playing the Ren Rag running him over with 7/7s, but...
Yeah, okay. Spider-Man surrender, sees the writing on the wall.
And I guess we'll see if there's another game in this set.
Yeah, I can check really quick. Oh, no, looks like they are out. So let's see.
Ren Rag taking it over Spider Mansion.
Yep, Ren Rag taking over Spider Mansion. Well played. I think that big heads-up play, like you said, was taking that the Give It All. It is a pretty reasonable card.
Yeah, kind of a skill testing card to pick the right thing at the right time, because it's the same thing as you say with Jace Lux, where you have these giant spells and that's your turn. You make a choice and it really matters.
Yeah.
I'm still seeing Tupac and Ghoster Driver in game.
Yeah, Ghoster Driver's up against Chiron the Mage if you have them, or if you have Ghoster Driver.
I see Chiron the Mage. Yeah.
Okay.
So
I can grab Chiron. You can grab Ghoster Driver.
All right.
All right. And looks like we are an Ezreal Kennen. Oh, exciting getting to see this deck. Although it is kind of the end of the game. It looks like it's very the end of the game actually.
Very end of the game.
Yeah. We're just
Chiron on 2 health.
And Ez Kennen not getting there, it seems, in this game. We don't know how it happened, but somehow did not quite make the cut. With that, I think the other games are probably finishing up. I think let's cut to a quick break before the next round. I think it probably won't go on too much longer. I think there's only one more game still going then. after that one. So we'll cut to a quick break and be back in a few minutes. I guess we'll cut to desk really quick so we can say hi. I like, cutting to desk, saying, hey everybody, how's it going? Thanks again, everyone, for being here. Thanks to Community Gaming for sponsoring this, and thanks to the whole Mastering Runeterra team. Everyone over there puts in a ton of work to make these tournaments happen, and I'm having a ton of fun casting. So yeah, thanks everyone for hanging out. Azure Sparrow, any words you want to say before we cut to break?
Oh, these have been great games, and I'm excited. This is really fun.
All right, sounds good. And with that, we'll cut to break and catch y'all in a few minutes, hopefully. Thanks again. Welcome back, everyone, to the stream. We just got the round 3 deck lists, and we can present really quick the current standings. I believe these should be up to date. They might be slightly behind, depending on if everything's been updated. But yeah, I think going into Game 4, we're going to go against two of the people who are 3-0. Very high-quality tournaments, high-quality decks. Alexander and Bambooker, or Bambook W? I don't know exactly how to say it.
Bambooper.
Just Bambooper?
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 I don't know. All the streamers call them Bambooper, I think.
Yeah, I
think
and Bambooper's their name in game, right? So I think we're gonna catch that one. Bambooper is on a pretty cool lineup. After Roji's Heart, it seems they are on kind of more or less Azure Zareth, Yuumi Pantheon, and Talia Malphite. You want to talk through that lineup real quick, Azure Sparrow, while I pull up the other one?
So Talia Malphite kind of operates as like a combo-y deck. It looks like they're actually on the more anti-control lineup, which makes sense given that they also are running Azure Zareth and like are targeting control a bit heavier. You could tell by the fact that they're running the 2 Stonebreaker and the Ancient Hourglass, both of which tilt the control matchup really hard.
Oh, yeah.
An interesting tech that they have in their deck is they're on 2 Celestial Wonder.
Ooh, 2 of them seems pretty spicy. One, I think, is very reasonable.
It tilts some matchups where like if you're falling a bit behind, you can like prevent an open attack from killing you or like doing a ton of damage and then eventually stabilize into your Malphite and swing back because you don't really have to care. Like stuns are weird because like you don't have to care about their board when you're finally trying to finish them off.
Right.
So
you can just stun them again with Malphite, right?
Yeah, basically, yeah. Just stun them again with Malphite, attack, and push through damage. They're on, let's see, triple quicksand. I've seen a lot. I personally run the 1 Herald, 1 Absolver split, and they're on that, it looks like. So it's a familiar lineup, or familiar tech cards.
Yeah, I'm excited to see this deck more. I think it's got some serious legs in this tournament, or in tournaments in general.
Other spicy cards. Their Yuumi Pantheon is on 1 Camphor the Doubt, which is the What Am I tech.
I really like that.
He claims it's basically better than Pantheon, which maybe.
I don't know if I'd go that far, but it's definitely very good.
It gets good keywords. Like it has good keywords guaranteed, which is kind of nice. And it has that cool animation, which everyone loves to see. And then, of course, Mana Shurima. They are running 1 Time in the Bottle to accelerate that Sun Disk just 1 turn sooner.
And they just got into game. So do you want to pick up Bambooper's side or Alexander's side?
We were just talking about Bambooper, so you make them the protagonist. You spectate them. I'll spectate Alexander.
Sounds good. I'll do it even though I might secretly be rooting because Alexander's lineup, spoiler alert, has Jace Lux in it. So, you know...
Okay. That's
you know
fair.
me. I'm probably... No, it's fine. It's fine. I'm on Bambooper. It's fine.
Okay. Do you want to talk about Alexander's lineup really quick?
I can go real quick. It looks... Oh, wait. We missed the first couple minutes of this game. I apologize for that, everyone. I thought we were being pretty quick. But it is Ziggs Talia, Scion, and Jace Lux. So, yeah, they're on turn 5. We didn't miss that much. I apologize for the delay. And, yeah, let me get this scoreboard fixed up real quick. But yeah, Azure, talk us through what do you think about this game going so far?
Talia Ziggs is a pretty fast combo deck. I feel like there's so much going on right now. Sorry, I'm just like holy crap. Bambooper is about to overdraw a bunch, which is interesting, considering they really need to pick up some units.
Yeah, I mean,
they do not want to be burning
sarcophagus.
And then it looks like...
But actually, I feel like Bambooper's in a pretty decent spot. They have both Celestial Wonders, which is going to really stop this Talia from connecting. But Alexander does have a lot of mana, can put a lot of pressure out this turn. But Bambooper is going to have 2 5/3s next turn, which is not terrible. Could definitely be worse.
Yeah, the Celestial Wonder helps a lot because Bambooper is at 9, and they're kind of just getting run down by 2/2s right now.
Yeah.
Because those are definitely connecting.
Malphite is leveled, and we do have an Absolver. I'm not sure if it's going to be enough, though. I'm not sure if we're going to be able to present... I'm thinking Bambooper really wants to do a very big swing on their next open, right? But I'm not sure if we'll have the time to develop enough units if we have to Celestial Wonder next turn, right?
Yeah. If we Celestial Wonder, we can't actually play down Malphite. We have to do it the next turn, which isn't honestly that big of a deal. Now that Malphite has that stun, he gives you better opens, but...
Yep. Oh, burning that Rockhopper.
there's a
Rockhopper would have
burn.
been pretty decent to play here, although they're probably opening every time, right?
Yeah.
I guess you could... Oh, no, you can... Oh, you can stun. Oh,
They're
this
going
is
for the
actually
stun.
very big. That takes out 2 blockers in one action, which is really what you want to be doing when you're developing in a situation like this for Alexander.
So I think you have to Rockhopper here.
Oh, dropping the
Keep
Malphite.
the Celestial Wonder up, but dropping the Malphite
Are
technically
we
takes out 2
kind
blockers now.
dead?
Or 2 attackers now.
Oh, because this
but-
stuns them. Oh, I like keep forgetting about the Malphite, that it stuns
the stun.
Talia. That's
Yeah.
huge.
It's basically Stun Spider now. It gets 2, but we seem to be very, very dead. I don't think 1 Quicksand is enough here.
Is it? They can play the 1 Absolver. They're swinging
So,
for
let's see, they
9.
can block-
Oh, no, yeah.
They-
And we
yeah.
can block. So we're taking 6. The Absolver, we Quicksand. I think we're barely alive, right? Just
Barely alive. Barely
Exactly.
alive, yeah. So being barely alive against a deck with Pokey Sticks and Ziggs is...
Yeah, we're down to 3 HP. Ought to be
Yeah.
enough, you know?
Could be.
If
could
we
be.
get a unit here, it's going to be tough to be enough, right?
Yeah, it's very hard because unless we can kill in 1 attack, we don't have a lot of units, we don't have a lot of pressure.
Yeah.
Not what we want to draw there.
I mean, we have a lot of stuns next turn, right? I think we might be able to survive another turn. We have 2 Celestial Wonders. Yeah, I guess that's all we can do. We can't do 2 Celestial Wonders and Ground Slam, right? So it's just 2 Celestial Wonders, but that's a lot of stunning, and there's no deny in Alexander's hand. I think Bambooper
True.
might be in a decent spot to survive 1 more turn. It's going to be close. Oh, Arsenal. But if they...
Depends
Oh,
what
they got
Arsenal's
Spell
getting here.
Shield. Oh, no. That is not what you wanted to see.
Is it even profitable to attack anymore? I mean, I guess you have to. You're not surviving.
If we
Yeah. Oh wait. I
Quicksand's
guess this
pointless.
does. This does technically kill it, but
They have Absolver,
we,
though. But I
we
think
see the either Absolver or
Hourglass.
Hourglass,
Hourglass is actually
so-
better for sure. Because you're not going to threaten the Malphite even with Absolver, really. I guess, yeah, you're not going to threaten the Malphite.
Yeah, we barely don't have enough to push lethal through Hourglass here.
Yeah, we're 1 off from an OTK with Hourglass. So actually, do you Hourglass here? It's kind of risky, right? If you're
It's
going to 1, but against this deck, they don't really have any reach, right?
they have the Stonebreaker, which does 2.
Oh, yeah.
So, but I think you can open in any
Yeah,
way.
open looks good enough, especially with that spell shield. That
I
spell shield
kinda
is so
like-
huge.
I kind of like the Hourglass. Yeah, it looks like
It looks like that's
Alexander
what they're going
agrees.
for.
Just get like 10 impact or whatever. Very unlikely that you wouldn't be able to push through. From Alexander's perspective, we see the 2 Celestial Wonders that might ruin his plans, but
Yeah, the 2 Celestial Wonders, is it going to be enough? They have the spell shield, though. If they didn't have this, I mean, well, actually, now they have like 100 keywords, right? Like this is...
yeah. How high is that impact?
Oh, but now they have no mana. Because they spent that, they can't do both Celestial Wonders. So now they have to use...
Oh, yeah.
Oh, wait, no, you have to
They can
draw...
always
Okay,
stun.
yeah.
They can only stun 2 things now.
Yes, and that's not
Oh.
quite enough, right? Because we have to
Yep.
stun both Talia. Oh wait, no, this is. Oh, this is enough.
Oh no, this is.
Oh my gosh, that was a heads-up play to use the
wow.
quicksand there. Beautiful play, beautiful play. Oh my gosh, the quicksand barely keeping us alive, but unfortunately, Alexander, the pokey stick. Oh
There's a
no!
Pokey in hand.
The dream. That was
There's
so
like-
close. Oh my gosh, that was their top deck too, right? I mean, they had an Absolver as well.
They
right?
had the Absolver. We
Yeah.
were dead like 10
They
different
were
ways
dead 10
there.
different ways. Yeah, it didn't matter. It didn't matter. It was still pretty exciting though. That was a good game. Good game. Okay, so that was one game for Alexander.
All right, and hopefully starting from the beginning of this game. That was an
Yeah,
overwhelming
yeah.
amount of information to just jump into. There's just
All right,
landmarks everywhere.
I think they would leave up Jace Lux. Yep, like I expected, because I think Jace Lux is probably not favored in a lot of these decks. I don't think the Sundisk matchup is that bad anymore after the nerfs. It's still not great for sure, but I don't think it's terrible. And this matchup I don't think is great either. It's definitely winnable. You really want to go for like the go wide game plan with Jace Lux. Try to get a 6 wide attack and then use a Fortimasi or something to help close out the game. But we'll see where we can go. I think it's definitely got to be Bambooper favored though. Do you agree,
Yeah.
Azure Sparrow?
Yeah, and this is honestly the hand you want to see for Bambooper. You got the Salt Spire combo.
yeah.
You got to play on 1. You are set up in this game to
Yeah.
succeed.
This is kind of exactly what you want. Alexander's
Like
hand,
throwing up that wall is a big deal.
yeah, and unfortunately, Alexander's hand is not looking very good. They've got assembly line. You know, it's okay. You can play it. It's a playable card. You're definitely what you're doing here. There's nothing else to do, right? But it's a little slow. You're not really putting on the early pressure you'd like to be seeing. Ooh, this attack.
Yeah, and I was gonna say
little weird.
you don't even really want to attack with it because all you're doing is proccing their devout.
And if you're gonna attack with one, wouldn't you attack with both to at least get the
Yeah.
value trade on the 2/2?
I would agree.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's
I don't
debatable if you
understand
want
that
to swing
attack.
with both, but I think it's either both or 0, right? I think one is not where you really want to be. And yeah, this is about to be a real scary board. Talia's gonna come down next turn. Yeah, and unfortunately, Alexander just has nothing to do and is on odds. And I tend to say a lot that Jace Lux is much prefers to be on evens because Lux on defense to punish the development is so strong. But in this game, we've got Lux on odds, not where you want to be. We do have a back-to-back, which could maybe swing a combat next turn, and we'll get the laser. But I don't know. I feel like this is really going in the favor of Bambooper.
Yeah. They getting to play Talia on curve with Salt Spire. You're flipping Talia, which doesn't always happen and it wouldn't have happened if we didn't give up that attack
yeah?
for whatever reason. She would have been at 4.
Oh gosh, yeah.
Like what do you do? That's a 9/8. That's a 9/8 and a 10/6
What do
attacking
you do? What do
and
you
2/5.
do? Oh gosh.
2/5
Oh
attacks
no.
and a 2/2.
Oh no. I mean, do we have to like concert it here to stay alive? And then they just
You
quick
gotta
save?
do a lot. You gotta do a lot here.
Oh man, this is very much not where you want to be. I think what is Alexander holding up? I think it's either you could back to back here maybe, but I feel like you have to concert it. I think.
I mean, you gotta keep Lux alive, or what?
Oh yeah, you gotta keep Lux alive. I don't think Lux can die here, but you could just Prismatic Barrier or Sharp Sight, right? There's a couple options to keep Lux alive.
All right, this makes a laser. It
Yep, with the concerted,
hopefully kills Talia.
but we have the
know
quicksand.
It's not going to.
It's
but
not going to. Big tragedy. I think you just do -4 on Lux, right? Yep.
Yeah. Keep your 5/3 fearsome alive.
I mean, we're still technically not dead, but I really do not see how we're going to get back in this game. It's going to be very challenging. Like, we can laser here. We can drop a Mage Seeker. That's neat. We can Shock Blast next turn, get another laser. Oh, don't you have... Oh, no. Oh, I see. This is heads-up play. It's tempting to just laser the Talia, but we have the Shock Blast next turn, and I think we're going to use that to take out the 5/2 and the 4/2. I think that makes a lot of sense.
Yep. And Bambooper just knows so many threats, just let that go.
Yeah.
You have your Hourglass for your Talia, so you can guarantee she's probably going to get to attack, or at least force more answers.
Yeah, because that is a bit of a punish here, because now when we go for the Shock Blast here, they're going to Hourglass.
And we literally know all he has to do is hit with that 2/2, and Alexander is dead.
Yeah, because we have the Stonebreaker, which will do 2 to the Nexus. Yeah.
Threatens the Lux even, yeah.
Yeah. This game looks pretty over to me. Like, this laser, it's neat. We can use a challenger to kill the 2/2. I think that's the play. Yep. I think
Taliyah Malphite has been a very strong deck for a while. I know a lot of people didn't
Well, if they open,
and
we're actually still alive. Because we can block the big one.
Happening, yeah.
And honestly, I just Mystic the Taliyah, right? You could commit the single, but I feel like I'd rather bait out the Absolver. I mean, this is fine. I feel like I would have liked the Mystic a little bit more. I mean, we top decked it, right? We didn't know we would have it until just now, but I think I like the Mystic just a little bit more to get some damage on that 6/5, and then I think we drop a Lux here for sure. Lux getting vulnerable is fine, like whatever. We gotta get her down.
Just pointing out, the Malphite buff has not been relevant here. This is just Taliyah Malphite doing Taliyah Malphite things.
Just regular old Taliyah Malphite.
It's a good deck. Salt Spires run people over.
Yeah, for sure. And we have another Salt Spire coming. Oh gosh, and another one coming.
That 9/5 is not going to die. At least not easily.
I mean, we can Shock Blast here and then finish it off, but that's most of our
But then the buff just goes on to the next big thing.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, I like this Pharaoh. See what we can pull. See if there's anything we can draw here to get us out of this pickle. We do have decent amount of interaction next turn between this Concert and this Mystic. Might be able to pull something out. But actually, I think Bambooper might open Celestial Wonder next turn before the attack to just get rid of all the blockers. Yep, and Alexander agreeing, going for the Shock Blast. Probably on the Rock Baron chip. I'm not sure which ones you'd want to take out. I mean, you're going to get the laser, right? But I feel like this 9/5 kind of has to go, right?
Yeah, you got to get rid of that.
It's about to be an 11-7.
Because if they ever do top deck an Absolver, like we know they don't have it because last turn
they would have used it.
Alexander would be dead.
Yeah.
If not for it. So.
Opting to take out these two. I guess this is reasonable, right? Because we know we have the Mystic. We kind of have to play to, like, they don't have things to punish this Mystic, right? And actually, I like this too. We just say, okay, we're going to just give up the Lux. It's fine. Or maybe we just... No, it's not going to be big enough. Even with a back-to-back, Lux will still go down when dragged by the 9/5, which I think is what they're going to do.
This line makes sense, because if they had Absolver, we would be dead.
Yeah.
So they don't have Absolver. So as long as you keep their board narrow, you have a chance.
Yep, I agree. I think Alexander's playing this very well, actually, the more I think about it. Because they're only right now... Oh, Taliyah's a big draw, though. And I feel like... I mean, if they open, we have options. But yeah, I think Boom Booper's like, no, I'm going to develop. And I think you might even Celestial Wonder
This
here.
looks closed out, yeah. I'm pretty sure this is going to a game 3.
Like, this Final Spark's cute, but it's not going to be enough. Because, oh, and it's fast speed, so we can actually do it in response to this Concerted. Oh, that is brutal.
Oh, on the stack. Yeah, you can't even kill the 5/4.
We don't even get the action, yeah. I mean, yeah, even if we could, I think it'd still be over. But this really seals the deal. Yep, taking the attack. There's no way that Jace Lux can stop this for 6 mana. Well played, well played. So tying up the series, going to a game 3. Whew, exciting, exciting.
And I think that game kind of demonstrates, no matter how hot I want to be on back-to-back being this insane card, if you ever lose board, it's not doing very much.
It's not doing very much, yeah. And I always debate in my Jace Lux if I want to run 1 back-to-back or 2 back-to-backs, because like you said, oh wait, I accidentally canceled. Sorry about that. Let me get back into spectating Bambooper. Because, yeah, like you're saying, it's really bad early. It kind of bricks your hand sometimes. If you're not on board, it's not doing anything, right? Which is why going for 2 of them is a little risky main deck. I think certainly 1 main deck makes a ton of sense. It's a very good card.
Yeah.
And here we have Mono
if it hits, it just blows people out.
Oh, yeah.
And especially if Jace doubles it.
Yeah.
That's like...
It's just surprise
12
damage. It's kind of nuts. So, this matchup This matchup I played a lot on the side of Jace Lux.
I would assume so, yeah.
I think what you're really trying to do is set up a good turn 6, or actually in this case turn 7 swing, because you're on odds with Jace Lux, with a Fort Demacia and try to get as much damage as you can on that turn. Unfortunately, this hand from Alexander is kind of awkward. We really don't have anything we're thrilled about doing here. We're not putting on a ton of pressure. I don't think Shock Blast is the move. I think you drop the Mage Seeker. It gets vulnerable. You're kind of sad. Yep, Alexander agreeing. And yeah, the Mage Seeker's gonna die, but that's how it is. I'm not sure if I like this Mystic. It's fine. You want to save your mana, so I get the value there. But you also kind of want to keep this Mage Seeker alive if you can.
Yeah, I was gonna say you could have waited to do that to keep it alive next turn.
You're burning
Keep
the
it up
mana
as a
that
threat.
way, right? Is the downside, but I think it might have been worth it.
Because that Mage Seeker does threaten an unleveled Xerath, or at least some damage onto a champion.
Yep.
Yeah.
I
you kinda
usually
need to
don't
get rid
bother
of.
trying to kill champs in this matchup. I'm like, yeah, they probably have an hourglass. Like, I just say whatever.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, I'll
Honestly,
go for it if
that's
I'm swinging
why-
with challengers, right? But I'm not going to, like, commit removal on them because I'm like, it's probably not going to work. So I think you could go Jace here. I kind of like Sergeant here a bit more to eat up the Roiling Sands, but it doesn't really matter because Bambooper has the Unraveled Earth, which they're probably going to play here. Maybe you do something else. Oh, opting to draw a champion. I guess that's reasonable. You want to make sure you find those champs pretty soon.
Yeah, I could see with as many challenger threats as you have, just like being able to repeatedly threaten the champions makes the hourglass a little less bad, but it's still a blowout. It still eats your attack token. You're still not happy about
and
it.
you can use the challengers because using a challenger like the hourglass, you don't really get punished, right? It's just like, okay, it happened, right? I never try to go for like a mystic, right? Like unless they're tapped out or something, right? Or it's a desperation play. I'm never gonna go for a mystic shot to finish something off, right? Because then that's just too sad if they hit it. I'll save those mystics for the Nexus.
Ooh, that's unfortunate.
But yeah, I think you have to take this attack. Unfortunately, Bambooper does not have any way to pop that landmark. They do not have a Rite of the Arcane. And their board's looking a little clogged up. I think you just drop a Xerath here, though. You have Hourglass up. Opting to Predict and picking the Azir, of course. I guess this is fine. This is
Alexander
kind of
really
like a
didn't want to
soft
see
pass,
that.
right? And Xerath is now leveled. Oh, I feel like this game is going to go for Mana Shurima.
Yeah.
I think they're flipping both champs next turn. Getting the turn 7 flip. The nerfs were not enough. With the predict that we can do, we can still make it happen. It's harder to do on turn 6 now, but turn 7 is still pretty achievable if you have one of those countdowns. Yeah. And
I have a personal... I'm confused by the community's response to it a little bit. I don't know if I'm just misunderstanding something, but like the countdown basically increased by 2 because both your champion level ups do 1 less.
Mm-hmm.
But you're also waiting 1 more turn, which is 1 more natural countdown. So it's really only getting delayed by a turn, unless I'm doing the math wrong somehow. It's just 1 turn later.
Well, you could flip on 6 before.
Yeah.
And now it's very hard to flip on 6 because you have to do something like Time in the Bottle, right? Which it's tough to have the mana to fit that in addition to getting both your champs leveled, right?
Yeah. But it's such an overwhelming force when it does flip. How many decks actually can use that turn is, I guess, the big question.
Yeah,
and I guess the question the meta is going to have to answer.
Ooh, and this is a big punish here.
That hourglass.
It does delay the Sun Disc. Oh, we have the single. Wait, no. Oh, wait. This is fine.
Okay.
Heads up play. Heads up play. Oh, sorry. Yeah, I was not looking at Alexander's hand.
Yeah.
And that was very heads up because actually they were considering the Shock Blast for a minute, but then they were like, oh, wait, no. If I Shock Blast, I can't keep single up. But with a Concerted Strike, they have exactly enough mana. So now, all of a sudden, well, I guess I still flip the disc. Oh, because Xerath already leveled. Yeah, I think it's still kind of doomed, unfortunately. Because now they just play Azir, flip the disc,
who draws
draw the
Xerath,
and we are not feeling very good.
On the bright side, at least we know that they only have 1 more Xerath, right? Because it draws you 1, then it replaces your deck.
Yeah, I mean, they could have had another one in hand as possible, right? But
yeah, right. But you gotta hope that they don't
kill this Xerath. I mean, honestly, Emperor's deck is just going to be really hard to punch through too, right? I feel like this game looks pretty doomed to me, unfortunately. I was rooting for Jace Lux. Spoiler alert, everyone in chat. I'm sure you're shocked to hear it.
I feel like the people's deck here is Jace Lux. I don't know many people who root for Mono Shurima, but
yeah,
I'm sure they exist.
They exist, I'm sure. I mean, I gotta know. It's a good deck. I'm not gonna hate on it. And it definitely, when the patch first came out with the big buffs to it, it was definitely fun for a while. I really liked, oh man, I'm finally able to do Mono Shurima things in Mono Shurima, which is definitely very exciting. At this point, I think we've seen it enough in the last patch that...
Okay, I'm curious here. Is holding back this Xerath actually the right call? Does it really matter if you keep the Xerath? If they do something crazy and kill this Xerath, do you care?
I think it's probably worth it. I mean, I think it's basically if you... Yeah, I mean,
I guess it doesn't really change your time to kill that much.
It doesn't change your time to kill that much, exactly. I mean, I think it just doesn't accomplish very much. And maybe there's some crazy lines where if Xerath dies and we get real bad luck in the Emperor's deck, they could maybe turn the game around, right? But I think at this point, we all see the writing on the wall. Alexander's doomed, and Booper is going to win this.
I guess mostly in my mind, it's like...
Wait, let him do it.
Put them out of their misery.
Let him do it. Wow. The Ascendant's call because they predicted. Let him do it. Oh my gosh. It's unfortunate they don't have the mana. If they had banked a spell mana, they could have done it this turn, which would have been completely hilarious. But yeah, Alexander, I mean, they see the writing.
No.
Yeah. They don't, I mean, to be fair for Alexander.
No more movie.
They knew the game was over.
A whole few more.
More
animations.
Oh, that was a good set. Well played, Bam Booper. Taking it home. Even after the first game loss, very well played to close that game out. And yeah, win that set. Unfortunately, I do agree that the Jace Lux matchups into both Talia Malphite and Mono Shurima are not great. They are not the matchups you want to be seeing with that deck. They're not impossible. Neither of them are unwinnable. I've definitely won both of them before, but it's definitely an uphill battle compared to a lot of the other stuff you can go against.
All right, I'm looking for other
we can
games
go
still
into
in
one
progress.
more game.
I see Tupac is still in it.
Yeah, who's Tupac up against?
4LW, who is not. We can do one.
Yeah, we can do one hand. We can just spectate Tupac. Yeah, 4LW has not added us, but we can get at least one side of this game, and I will hide the scoreboard. Oh wait.
Yeah, hide
I did the wrong one.
Yeah, there you go.
There we go. Turned off second hand, turned off the scoreboard. So yeah, 4LW on Akshan, Nasus, Shurima. I think this is kind of like the, I don't know exactly what this deck is trying to do. It's basically Akshan instead of Thresh, because Akshan's just such a powerful early unit, and a lot of your self-slays do progress the Akshan level up just like Pantheon, so it is kind of interesting. And Tupac on Lux Aphelios. I have no idea how this matchup's supposed to go. Azure, do you have any ideas?
Okay, well, I have played Lux Aphelios, so I can talk about that a little bit.
Yep.
But to really quick touch on Akshan Nasus, it makes a bit of sense. Akshan synergizes with some of the things Nasus wants to do, which is the self-slays, and an Absolver on a big dog that's going to kill you.
That's going to kill you.
So it makes some amount of sense. Akshan gives you some nice early game and stabilization, and eventually that landmark's going to tick down and give you a lot of value to draw into your Nasus. I don't know if they're on Atrocity or anything like that. So
I'd assume they're on at least
I could see it doing pretty well. Yeah, I would assume so. It's a Nasus deck. If they're not running Atrocity, I don't know what they're doing.
They might not be on 2, it depends, but...
Yeah, so Lux Aphelios, it's kind of like this mid-rangey, control-y kind of game plan where you just grind people over and over and over again. You get the things like the For Demacia to do these wide swings that get a lot of value.
I'm very familiar
we're
with
seeing
those
now.
wide swings.
And it's basically just a grind deck. It leans into the Aphelios, and the Lux synergizes pretty well with that.
Yep.
It kind of reminds me of Jace Lux, honestly, in terms of its game plan is to
I think it's a
go
little
wide.
grindier, a little slower. I think it's actually a pretty bad matchup for Jace Lux. I just keep talking about how a bunch of matchups are terrible for Jace Lux. Don't play this deck. It's like generally, there's a kind of a rule of thumb that if you're slightly slower than another deck, it's probably a favored matchup, right? Because you can just grind a little further, and it's going to be struggling to really out-tempo you. So this Hush is very big. Being able to kill this Nasus.
Yeah.
If 4LW doesn't have a way to save it, that's pretty rough. And I don't know if there's that many ways to save it here.
It's pretty hard to save it. They could have Quicksands. They could have...
Oh, yeah.
But we know that's not going to work. Or no, I guess it would.
Quicksand works, just barely. We can...
Through 2 Pale.
Okay, but this is not going to work.
This is not working, yeah.
I mean, yeah, you commit them both, and then we just have single Pale. Oh, so suddenly this game feels very favored for Tupac here.
Okay. I don't know how this works. So maybe you do. When you do the revive, how does it determine what the strongest thing is? Is Nasus going to be the strongest thing that died, or...
Oh, for this revive? So I know for Harrowing, it is base stats, because I know it's often annoying in Mist Wraith's Harrowing, it does not summon Mist Wraiths. It summons other units with 3 attack, like Frenzied Skitter or something. And because I played that deck a decent amount. I assume it would work the same way with the... Because they're not doing the draw 2, so we won't be able to test it. Or they are doing the draw 2 instead
of
fair. They get the champion. But yeah, I assume it would... But actually, it's still stronger, right? Oh, no, because if Auction was leveled, then it has 3 attack. So yeah, interesting.
I'm not sure.
Interesting,
I have a small complaint to all Auction players out there. I feel like... I mean, we can't see 4LW's hand. I don't know what the correct move is. But I feel like I'll watch streamers, and they'll pick the draw so often when revive is maybe the best thing you could be doing.
Yeah, it's a tough call. Oh, and this for Demacia is huge.
Oh, wow.
They do have a Nasus, which is pretty... Gonna be a little bad, because they might...
If they have a buff, they could maybe put Nasus early enough in the sequence. Oh, no, they're gonna get dragged.
Yeah.
Never mind. Maybe they don't see it. Yeah, no, they do. They do. Okay. Yeah, that's pretty doomed.
And, I mean, Nasus isn't going to level here anyways, right? Because they're not getting any slays.
Well, I was thinking, like, what if they had a buff to, like... If they, like, somehow made the mistake, didn't drag the Nasus toward the end, had a buff to give it 2 attack.
Yeah.
Just had everything go right, maybe?
Yeah, it'd be a stretch, but yeah. I think that's gonna close it out, right? Because if we get 3 connects in, that's lethal every time. It's always at least 16. I guess Bile Feast can keep you alive at 1 HP. Oh wait, no wait, hold on. How was I so bad at math? Never mind.
Okay, yeah. See, so they did have it.
Oh
if they
yeah,
didn't
you're right.
Drag here.
Yeah,
they would
the
have saved
Shapestone.
3 health.
Yeah, so that drag was heads up from Tupac. Yeah. Yeah, good calls for. I just now finally understood what you were talking about. I'm a small brain 2-head, you know. I don't know how to play this deck.
Yeah.
So
Nasus's effect is very cool. I am excited to see decks in the future. Maybe in like if rotation ever happens and Atrocity is no longer an option for him. Nothing can block.
Nothing can block. So actually, Atrocity is suddenly lethal.
Does he? Yeah, there's no way for him to make any way to block a Prism.
I just called this game.
Nowhere.
This is the classic Davebo cast. Calling the game exactly wrong. I mean, we'll see. They still need to have an Atrocity, right? That's obviously still true. And if they don't have an Atrocity, I still feel pretty good in Tupac's spot. Because we can... I mean, even if they're all just 1 attack, right? Even with the Nasus debuff, if 2 things with 1 attack connect, that's game. But Atrocity is very in 4LW's range. Like, they never would have played until now, obviously.
Atrocity is likely. I feel like Atrocity, like Decimate, is... It kind of...
It's always there.
Your hand filters down to Atrocity and Decimate.
Right.
Because all the other cards are playable until the end of the game.
Yes.
Or before the end of the game. And so just like... They probably have it.
Yeah, and I think you might actually just Star Shaping here to get an out of drawing a second Star Shaping. Anyway, did they pass on us? So that kind of says they might not have Atrocity. Unless they're playing around with something crazy like Double Hush. Because I think you just rip it now, right?
Yeah. They could be waiting for more mana commitment out of Tupac.
Yeah, but I feel like there's like nothing you can do, right?
pretty hard.
If they, I mean, I feel like if 4LW has Atro, I like popping the spell shield. Give us outs of Hush if they top deck Atrocity. This makes a lot of sense to me. Okay,
but now they were waiting for the mana commitment to be like, okay, you can't double Star Shaping maybe?
Yeah, maybe. I mean, double Star Shaping was definitely an out, so that makes sense. 4LW with the emotes, let's go.
4LW. I've heard that they emote a lot.
They definitely do. I like it though. It keeps the game spicy, you know. I emote right back, you know. I'm not messing around. Oh, so yeah, I think they would have Atro there 100%. And now we actually have the second Star Shaping. Oh my, wait. This is Tupac's game.
Is this it?
I was wrong twice in a row. Classic Davebo move. I mean, because now we beat Atro, right? This is crazy. I guess Quicksand still stops this. Oh, Quicksand! Oh, I'm wrong again! 3 in a row! Oh my gosh!
This is perfect. You just need casters that are bad enough at the game that we don't see these things. These things blindside us too. We keep it exciting. We keep it hype.
Exactly. Oh my gosh! But I mean, is it actually over? Because I mean, Nasus. Oh no, Nasus is at 12 now. So now.
Yeah.
And we don't have a fearsome blocker.
They still don't have a fearsome blocker.
No, we can.
They can get their
invoke
7
one.
drop.
Yeah, we invoke the
Immortal
the 7 drop. Let's go, or 8 drop, either one. I guess.
Do you supernova here, just to like say I'm gonna kill Nasus?
No, because you can't afford it. You have to drop it this turn. It's one of the units. It's one of the units.
True.
I don't know if it super matters. Like I think I might lean Destroyer, but
I think
because Destroyer might beat Absolver. I haven't done the full math. I guess, yeah, I'm not sure. Like, if they have another Absolver, that's what I was trying to think through, right? And can overwhelm through this, then... And also, like, now we are dead to Quicksand because they can debuff the Immortal Fire, whereas the other thing had the Spell Shield, right?
I think, my thinking on the Immortal Fire is, if they don't have it, it gives us a win next turn.
That's true. That's true.
And I feel like we want them to not have it.
But now they're going to bonk it. Oh, wait, no, but Bonk doesn't do it. Bonk doesn't do it.
Well, this could be...
it could be Akshan, right?
Yeah.
I think it's actually... We've seen 2 Nasuses and 1 Akshan, right? So it's probably slightly favored. Okay, it's a Bonk. They just told us it's a Bonk.
Yeah. Okay, so that...
So they have a Nasus in hand.
Killing us anyway.
No, we just block it here.
I just mean, sorry. Tupac is killing 4LW next to
Yeah, 4LW needs to find an Atro. Yeah, they need to find an Atro. I think I agree with your take to pick the Immortal Fire, because like you're saying, it does guarantee the kill. And I'm not sure if we actually were beating Absolver if we took the other one. It would have been close. I haven't done the math. Math is hard. But, okay, we have another elusive threat. And that one has Spell Shield.
This game has so many twists and turns.
I think you might develop that next turn, right? Do you? It's close. Because I feel like you're dead to Asher anyways. Oh, yeah, actually, no, we have to, right? Because they bonked this one to finish it off. So now we have to develop it. And now we're beating Quicksand. The only top deck out is Atro, right? Because it has Spell Shield. There's no cards in 4LW's hand. If they don't top deck Atro right now on the side of 4LW, this is game. Because you just develop that Great Beyond, and 4LW, the only thing they can do is Atro. That's the only out. Oh my gosh, what did they draw? 4LW, give me some emotes, psych us out. Oh wait, they can Spirit Leech?
Okay.
Draw some more?
2 draws.
2 draws? 4LW, give us some emotes. Either way, give us some emotes, 4LW. Come on. Oh no. Oh no.
Oh my god. It happened.
What a crazy game. That was so back and forth. Oh my gosh. That was so nuts.
What a hype matchup. That was amazing.
Wow. Oh my goodness. That was so crazy. Oh.
It turns out no matter who you pair him with, the dog does dog things.
Does dog things. Oh my gosh. So here, I'm going to check really quick if Tupac's out of the game. Yeah, Tupac's out of the game. I think that's probably near the end of the set. We can check real quick. I guess Grandpa, it's probably just, the games are probably wrapping up, right? I think it's probably not worth jumping in, catching the last minute of another game. But yeah.
check in real quick just to make sure it's not Roji pile to see if we can.
Oh yeah, we do want to
watch
see
that real quick.
That's a good point. We'll catch it. We'll see real quick. It might just be over. If it is, we'll cut to break. If not, we can see what's happening. It looks like it's just Pantheon. It's a good deck,
boring.
but not super exciting. And it does look like. Oh, the game is not over here. It looks like we just went for a Cataclysm and got punished by a Hush. But now we just kind of rally and do it again. Yeah, I mean, Roji looks to be in a decent spot to try to close out the game, but they're very low on gas. So it'll be interesting to see if they can manage to get there. And they can't quite close the game this turn, right? They're going to do 6 damage here, presumably. Oh, that's really bad for Roji. You give up the Overwhelm here, I guess. But now,
yeah, you really wish you could have used that to.
Now how do you win?
Time.
Oh, 4W just added me. There we go. So now in the future we can get both.
That is useful.
But yeah, I mean, we're kind of praying the top deck.
I kind of liked being blind that last game, though. It kept everything very hype.
I agree. I mean, it would have been pretty hype anyways, because we would have seen they got the draw, right?
We watched. I guess most of it was top decks at the end there, but not knowing if that last card was Atro kept the drama.
Yeah, exactly. It was exciting. It was. But yeah, I feel like, I mean, this game basically comes down to Metal's probably not ending the game for a few turns, right? There's Zoe Aphelios, they're grindy, they're slow, and basically Roji's like, well, if I can top deck a Pantheon, we can really do some things, but if I don't top deck a Pantheon, I'm kind of just chilling, right?
Basically, any Overwhelm from Roji will probably end this game unless Metal can heal up with Severum.
Yeah, and I wonder, do you know if Roji's on Camp 4? Because that might also be able to close out the game, right?
I feel like I would have remembered, but I'll check real
Bright
quick.
Steel is not great. It at least lets us take out one of the units on the side of Metal, but it's not going to be exactly what we want to see.
All right, checking Roji's deck list. He is not on Cam 4. He is not a believer.
Not a believer in the Camp 4. I like it at least of one of them. I know one of them is on 2. I think that might be a little too much, but because it's not good early game, right? It just like doesn't do anything until you're trying to win, right?
It takes a while to turn on.
Yeah.
But like there's plenty of good cards that work like that.
Yeah. I mean,
it's not crazy.
It's certainly not crazy. It is kind of just a stonks Rune Runner. Someone made that comparison. I've been kind of repeating it. It's just like like Rune Runner's a 6/3, it's a 6/5, and it has Challenger in addition to Overwhelm and Spell Shield, right? So you can go after weak units to push extra damage. And that's Star Shaping for Metal. Ooh! But we top decked Pantheon.
That is...
And that's an 8 keyword Pantheon. That's a big Pantheon.
At the very least, it's going to be harder for Metal to close the game now. Because...
Yeah. And I mean, if we roll keywords, I don't think Metal's presenting lethal this turn, right? We have a couple blockers.
That Pantheon's going to get Lifesteal or something.
Pantheon gets, Scout, Lifesteal, Elusive. Oh my gosh, you can't ask for much better than that. Wow.
Okay,
so Metal
he can now rally off this Pantheon.
Oh my gosh, yeah, because they can do the Cataclysm. Oh, but Metal going after popping the Spell Shield. It's got Spell Shield and Barrier, and they're down to 1 mana. Wait, that's game for Roji, right? You just Cataclysm here, go after the 3/2. You have Quick Attack. It's getting through. You rally, and then you can swing again.
Does that one off?
No, it's 5 damage this time, it's 3 damage this time and 5 damage the second time, right?
Oh, right, because of the Fated.
The Fated, yeah. We barely get there. Yeah, Roji, the top deck Pantheon, closing this game out. Oh man, if we didn't top deck that this turn or next turn, I think this game was kind of doomed. But at this point, I think that's game. I don't think there's anything...
Wow, Scout is a really good keyword when it rallies.
Scout is a very good keyword, isn't it? Yep, Metal sees the writing on the wall. Oh man. Exciting end of the game. Pantheon it's not the most skill expressive deck, and it's been around for a while. I get why people aren't the fan of this, but it does lead to exciting matchups, especially exciting spectating experiences, right? Like you see, just go ahead.
I know the designers were like, how do we replicate Pantheon jumping out on your team out of nowhere? A bunch of random keywords. And to some extent, I mean, kinda.
Kinda.
He comes down,
it does make
everyone
sense.
holds their breath. Is he going to get the keywords he needs to ruin my day? And
Yeah.
yep.
Yeah. Oh, that was a crazy end of that game. And I think that was the last one. Roji, I think, is just on the game end screen. I don't see them out of game, but that's okay. We can cut to desk real quick.
All right.
Boom. Hey. Again.
It looks like Lunari is still in it, but
Yeah.
probably only a couple seconds left.
Yeah, I think we can call it there. We can call it there. And we'll cut to a short break. Thanks again to our sponsor, Community Gaming. Thanks, everyone, for hanging out, watching the stream. I appreciate all of you. And thanks for hanging out for this great Runeterra content. And thanks, Mastering Runeterra team, for putting this all on. It's been awesome having these tournaments every single day. I feel like it's just been a really exciting time. Tons of crazy tournaments. I'm having a blast. Yeah. Azure, anything else you want to add before we cut to break?
I think as soon as the deck lists are posted, we'll try to pull one up and talk about a lineup or something. This has been a really fun tournament. Yeah.
Yeah. All right. With that, we will cut to break and catch y'all in just a few minutes. Thanks again, everyone, for hanging out, and we'll be back soon. Welcome back, everyone, to the MasteringRuneterra Road to Seasonals Tournament, sponsored by Community Gaming. I'm having a great time here. We're getting in a little early. The round hasn't quite started yet, but we wanted to take a minute to talk through some of the standings of who is currently in the lead and likely to make top cut. So I will cut us over to there real quick. Boom. So in the lead, we've got Sudrakon and Bambooper that are currently the only two 4-0, so they're definitely going to be going against each other in this last round. And then there's a lot of people vying for those last couple spots. And it's going to come down to tiebreakers on a couple of them. You basically have to win your next game if you're one of these, I guess, 8 people. But there's going to be 4 of them, and 2 of them are going to make it in, and 2 of them won't. So it'll be interesting to see. I know tiebreakers are a little crazy, but I'm excited to see. How are you feeling, Azure Sparrow? What's your take on this tournament so far?
It looks like, let's see. So we saw Bambooper's lineup. They were on kind of like combo heavy, Malphite, Monoshirima, and that looked like it was doing very strong thing. Monoshirima still really good deck. Probably tier 1 at minimum. It barely got touched. Sudrakon's lineup, because we haven't watched them.
We have. Oh no! Oh whoa! Sudrakon's on Plunder. Let's go. So pretty aggressive lineup.
2 Dreadway.
Twisted Fate Misfortune, Draven Scion, and Plunder. I love Plunder. I think this deck is so fun. I'm glad it's kind of getting some new life with the addition of Tusk Speaker. I mean, I get why they nerfed it. It had been in the metagame for a long time. I don't know if people have been playing for that long, but a few years ago, it was definitely, not years, months, like 8 months ago, it'd been in the meta for just like a year. So they nerfed Gangplank, they brought it down a peg, but I'm excited to see it back in action. How do you think this will fare in the current meta, Azure Sparrow?
It picked up some interesting new tools. It felt like Sejuani didn't really have, like, her followers were fine, but like she didn't really want it. There wasn't enough reason for you to use them over the Allegiance Bilgewater card.
Right.
Now she's got Tusk Speaker. She's got Merkwolf Shaman. She's got draw and things and like new things that are like using these plunder procs or giving her plunder procs in new ways that are like powerful enough to say, I don't care about getting that random card in a warning shot. I would rather have these. And Tusk Speaker basically gives you 2 plunder procs because it triggers the round you play it, and then it's a 3-2 overwhelm. Probably gets in for 1 damage at some point.
Yeah.
So that's really interesting. Also, 3 Black Market Merchant is
I like the 3
spicy.
Merchant, although it is without the Allegiance card. It's not as good because you don't get that discount on that other plunder that you might be doing. And also 3 Fortune Croakers is pretty interesting. This list is kind of hot. And so I actually played a bit of plunder last season in the Sundisk meta. And I was not running Merkwolf Shaman. It's an interesting tech in the list. I kind of like it though. I think it makes a lot of sense. Helps you draw your champions ideally. But yeah.
And that regen kind of lets you brawl it out a little bit better. Because sometimes Plunder just runs out of things, runs out of steam sometimes if you don't draw your champions.
Yep.
And so Merkwolf Shaman just says, I'll brawl it out until I get my champions. And
the other interesting
Babbling Bjerg is tutoring them.
Yeah, Babbling Bjerg is also guaranteed to hit a champion in this deck. So that's another spicy tech. Kind of going for
really interesting.
A longer game plan, I feel like, than most plunder lists. Not nearly as aggressively leaned, but can definitely go the distance. Like you can draw multiple copies of these champions every game and just keep slamming threats over and over and over again. Kind of cool lineup.
I'd like to point out, basically 10 cards in their deck are champions because they have Babbling Bjerg, Dreadway, and then Gangplank and Sejuani. So a 4th of their deck is going to be a champion, which is mostly what the deck wants to do.
Right.
Which is a really interesting thing that the other deck, like, I mean, it's kind of like that whole, like, Scouts gets MF on 3 kind of thing, where, like, Plunder needs to draw all its champions to be a really good deck, because Sejuani, Lock, and Gangplank, what they do is so strong when they're flipped. And this is just, like, some really nice consistency of, I'm going to have my champions and I'm going to play them and they are going to do their thing.
So we just got the matchups posted. I think no one's in game yet. So the question is, I'll leave it up to you, Azure Sparrow. Do you want to watch the top cut? The interesting thing with the top cut is Bambooper and Sudrakon, their match probably doesn't matter because they're both undefeated. So one of them's going to win, the other one's going to lose, but the one who loses is going to have a very good tiebreaker, so they're probably advancing. So this match is kind of a show match. Or do you want to watch a higher stakes game against, I think 4LW is one we talked about, What do you think? Would you rather watch?
Let's try 4LW versus Alexander. We'll see. We're definitely going to check in on that plunder.
Yeah, they'll make it
in
into
the
top cut, right? So we can check it
we'll,
out
we'll,
then.
We'll get to them later.
That sounds
But
good.
definitely hot. We need to look at that. But let's
get 4LW. We'll see if people are starting to get into game, but I think 4LW hasn't quite entered. Oh no, 4LW just got into game.
Seeing him in game, yeah.
So I will spectate 4LW. You got Alexander, right?
Yep.
And we can cut to that scene. Bada bing, bada boom. And then let me get this stuff set up real quick. The scoreboard. Oh, they're still doing bans, so it's not quite started yet. Oh wait, Alexander is still that person. Perfect, from the last time.
Apparently, every time we welcome people back, we're scaring people. So we have to softly introduce the fact that we're about to be streaming again. You're like, just whisper into the mic.
Back, everyone.
Hello.
Do some ASMR. Perfect. Oh yeah, people. Okay, I see the notifications. I'll try to not jump scare people. I just get so excited when we're going live, you know.
You counted in.
I apologize, everyone. I apologize. I'm not trying to give everyone. Yeah. I'll be better. Oh man, I just get so excited. You know, it's just so exciting to be here. So here we go. 4LW on Elise, Kindred, Ezreal. Whoa, this is kind of an interesting matchup. So this looks like Sentinel Control, I'm assuming.
I would assume so. I'm gonna go look up their list.
Against looks like a fairly standard Rumble Scion, although no Draven, but they have a Victor on Alexander's side. I think we did see this deck once before, right? I'm pretty sure we did. But yeah. Sorry, I'm responding to chat.
Yeah.
I know y'all are gonna see this like in the future, but yeah. So looks like
pulling up Rex.
Looks like Sentinel Control on the side of 4LW. Oh wait, I forgot to turn on second hand. My bad. There we go. We're all good. We got it all figured out. Looks like Sentinel Control with an Ezreal for some over-the-top burn. I think it makes a lot of sense. I feel like this matchup is probably favored for Sentinels. Generally,
so there's actually a lot of spicy things going on this Sentinel Control. It is triple aloof. I don't know how much the other version. I haven't seen too much of the Kindred version, but basically triple aloof, go hard, which it doesn't always feel like it runs.
3 go hards, and I'm assuming a Sentinels, or sorry, not a Sentinel, a catalog if they're on go hard.
No catalog.
This
And their champion split is 2 Elise, 1 Ezreal, 3 Kindred. So they're teched heavily into the Kindred.
Interesting.
And then their largest removal is 3 Vengeance. They do not have any Ruination. They're just gonna go hard and pack some bags.
You know, that works. Unfortunately, Vengeance is not a great answer to a Scion, right? It does the job, but it's not really what you want. Although picking up a Vile Feast here is huge. I feel like 4LW is in a pretty good spot this game right now. They're
pushing 5.
Yeah, they're pushing some damage, and they're pretty healthy, right? They're at 18 health on turn 4. Can't really complain about how this game is going for 4LW. Ooh, with this Rumble.
With the Whirling Death up, yeah. That's pretty strong.
Yeah, and a Might in hand. Able to push a lot of damage here. Yeah, you go for the Whirling, right? Or, maybe not. Maybe you save it.
I don't think there was a punish. I kind of liked it, honestly.
4LW, Alexander opted to play it a little safe.
Yeah, because it gives you half of Rumble's level up.
Yep.
And then that 5/4 is going to be a problem.
Yeah.
For you going forward. It's not going to go away.
You have to kill it eventually, yeah. I kind of liked it too. I think it would have been a little bit better. It wasn't crazy. But yeah, now suddenly
4LW popping that spell shield with the 0 damage Thermo Beam. Really strong play.
Yep.
Always keep that play in mind. It's easy to forget sometimes that you could just get rid of that spell shield basically for free.
Actually, the nice thing here, for Alexander is they can actually flip Rumble and get another spell shield right now. We'll see if they go for it. They only have 5 mana, so they're not scared of Vengeance. I think you rip it. You might die to like double Mystic or something. But yeah, definitely at least keeping the Might. I think you. Oh yeah, do it, Alexander, do it.
So much.
I think you gotta go for it. I mean, it's.
I don't know about this targeting for the whirling.
Oh, what were they putting it on?
They were thinking about putting it on the 1/1.
Oh yeah, no. I think you got to take out the 5/4. Yeah, they figured it out. Yeah.
Yeah.
And there's
scared me.
They have the glimpse. The glimpse is it's not terrible, right? It still dies, but yeah, that does stop the level shield. Up. Yeah. Oh, and now 4LW's drawn a Vengeance, which is almost for sure gonna go on that Rumble next turn. I think you can't let that Rumble stick around. We'll see what happens though.
There's a cute thing going on with 4LW's build where they have a Ladros but no Atrocity. But because Pharaoh's Financier is so good at finding things like Atrocity, that you can kind of like, there's this mind game where it's like, do you play around it? Do you not?
Right. And actually, 4LW,
you never really know.
4LW could opt to Thermo that Rumble instead of Vengeance. I might actually like that a little bit more next turn. I think there's a good chance that's going to be the line they decide to go for. But we'll see.
Try to keep the Vengeance up for a fast speed answer.
Right, yeah. Vengeance is very good at solving things that are very scary all of a sudden. Yep, and opting to do exactly that. I think that was a heads up play.
We can see that that's not going to work if he wants to take it.
Yeah,
he can survival skills here, but
I think you do it. But the issue is
your hand is pretty empty. You're kind of not happy about it.
I mean, you have to do it, right? There's never going to be anything better, right? For a while at least. But the issue here is we know this Rumble's still going to die and not level before they can die. Unless we top deck a Whirling Death, that would be a very good top deck to let that Rumble flip on the stack. So when they go for the Vengeance, you can Whirling and flip the Rumble, deny the Vengeance. That's the dream for Alexander. We'll see if they can draw into it, though.
Yeah, this is looking very scary for Alexander. They need some big draws, and that's
that ain't it. That ain't it. Oh, and actually, 4LW drew a Mystic, an even safer answer, not nearly as committal.
What's the motive?
I mean, we are burning a decent amount here. We're getting in for 2 after they Mystic this. And then we have the Get Excited, and there's no healing on the side of 4LW right now. So if I assume Alexander's running things like Decimate. I haven't looked at their list in detail, but we're actually if we top deck a Decimate and something else, we could maybe get there on burn. It's gonna be close. And I mean, if these Poros survive, that's another little bit of damage. Yeah. And 4LW doesn't have things like a Whale right now, which is kind of what you'd ideally want in the hand.
Yeah, this is a very rough spot. The Sentinels just get in for so much damage that even though 4LW had not been pushing very much damage, out of nowhere, they're just going to threaten killing Alexander in like a couple turns.
Yeah, yep. And we'll see how much they decide to swing with. Probably, maybe everyone, honestly. Maybe you play Kindred first even. That might be too.
Yeah, I was going to say you could even develop.
I think you're a little scared of them like dropping a Scion. They're holding up enough mana.
You're already 6 wide, yeah. Because you
and you're already spider. 6 wide. I like the full swing though, right? Like, yeah, you can take blocks, but none of them are things I care about. Oh, I don't know if I like blocking with that. I think I like blocking the Ezreal, but I'm not sure if I like blocking the 3/1. You might have had to say I need to get in, right? Because if you top deck Decimate, that's like your hope, right? And actually, we should check if Alexander actually is running Decimate.
Unfortunately, Ezreal's still going to block those Poros. They really weren't now.
Oh, you're right. You're right.
He's a 1/3 Poro killer.
Yeah, the 1/3 Poro killer is a little bit rough. Yeah, and they are on 3 Decimates, like I said, or like I thought they would be. But yeah, so now, Alexander really hoping to top deck something like a Scion. Although unfortunately, Scion would not have done it because 4LW's on double Vengeance.
Yeah, this is kind of just the burn deck needs to top deck a lot of burn.
A lot of burn before they die, and I think they might be dead next turn. They're not
they
lasting very long
turn.
for sure. It's possible they can survive. potentially, but it's gonna be very difficult. Another Vengeance for 4LW. Not really what 4LW wants to see.
You won't suffer long.
So you can block the Kindred and that thing. Yep, so you're alive, just barely. Ezreal can Mystic you in the face, but that's not quite enough. So Alexander... Oh, but, I mean, this Might is a dead draw with all the Vengeances in 4LW's hand, right?
Yeah, not what you want to see against a control deck.
Yeah, I think this is
Did not
probably
hit.
going to 4LW.
Did not hit Shock Blast. That would have
Shock Blast would have
game.
ended the game. I like this Mystic. It gives you burnouts, right?
I honestly think he could have just played another Financier, look for another Shock Blast, just overwrite.
They might still go for it. They could.
Honestly, why not?
Like,
You're
your
not doing
odds are
anything.
pretty
Also
decent.
bonus mana.
And say, you can also hit the True Shot Barrage, right? So there's 2 potential outs that just end the game on the spot. And Alexander, I mean, we know that Alexander's hand is not actually that threatening. Opting to do
That
the
felt
Progress
like
Day
lower
instead-
odds. I
Yeah.
could be wrong here, but that felt like pretty low odds compared. Like Financier, I don't know exactly how big the pool is, but like both Shock Blast and True Shot, like you have a lot of things that just give burn, so
So
would have ended the
actually,
game.
kind of a decent hand now for Alexander. You can Poro Cannon out the Chompers. Unfortunately, this Go Hard is really brutal. That is like exactly what you... That top deck from 4LW was pretty dang nice.
How close is this Ezreal to flipping?
This Ezreal is now 1 away. So actually, if we Vengeance and Thermo, that is a game.
I got a Vengeance of Poro.
Oh, actually, no, it's
Oh.
Burst Lethal.
Oh my
wow.
god.
Yep,
Yeah.
yep. Makes sense.
New Ezreal.
New Ezreal.
Not like it mattered
And actually,
here, but
yeah, it wouldn't have mattered.
would
It
it have?
did save an action, though. The buffs did save an action, but the one action wouldn't have mattered, right? We all knew.
I guess we could have get excited our own unit to prevent it, but it's not.
that's
winning.
not that's not what you want to be doing.
That's definitely not a good place to be.
And we'll see what 4LW cuts to now. Looks like that Nasus Akshan deck. And Alexander sticking on the Scion.
How do you feel about Scion?
A lot of people are saying Scion's very strong now. I think it is pretty good, but I don't know. I have not played it that many times, honestly, on ladder. I think I'm mostly playing... Honestly, ladder is so crazy right now. It's pretty fun. But I don't know. I think it's probably pretty good now. That buff matters a lot, like just pushing that extra bit of damage. Oh, this is a pretty good play here. We can block the 3-2, probably hold up the other 0-1. Oh,
Yeah.
opting to save them
Oh.
both. Taking the damage.
Ooh.
I don't know. I might have blocked the 3-2 with one of them, but I get... You have 2 self-slays in hand, right? You've got the Ravenous Butcher and the Spirit Leech, so you want stuff to kill.
Yeah. The interesting thing about this Scion change is that it's 1 attack, but it's not really 1 attack. It's
Right.
kind of more like 2,
Right.
because he always gets to basically hit twice with his giant overwhelm, so it definitely matters. Like he's always going over pretty much any blocker.
Yeah.
Very rarely is there something that can survive that and actually block the whole Scion hit. So outside of like Malphite
Yeah.
or Giant, things like that.
And I do think the Scion deck's pretty cool. It has some cool lines, right? You can do stuff like slay your own Scion with like a Mystic Shot or something to rally and get the extra swing in. I think it's an interesting deck to play. Knowing when to go for that and when to not is pretty intricate and involved. So I think it's like a cool aggro deck. It's like Nightfall, right? It's like an aggro deck,
Yeah.
but it's interesting and does unique things. It's not just like, oh, I'm punching you in the face a lot, right?
And long gone are the glory days of Challenger Lost Soul for
Oh my
whatever
gosh,
reason that
yeah.
existed.
That was
I just
pretty
arbitrarily have infinite removal that all my discard cards translate into more removal for all of your things
intense.
forever.
Yeah, that was a very scary infinite value. Yeah, I'm glad they made the change. I think Fearsome is much more fair. It's still a good card, right? It's definitely not like dead.
Yeah.
But before it was just so silly, the ability to just grind out games.
An
And take
infinite
it to trade
value
with auction.
engine. Yeah, pretty scary. I
Go ahead.
think that's fine. I mean, you're probably going to draw another auction off this Rite of Calling, so I could see why. You just... I mean, honestly, playing a new one is pretty good because it advances the landmark.
Yeah.
Gets him closer to flipping.
Yeah, makes sense. I like the Auction synergy with all these self-slays. I think that is pretty clever. That's something that, I mean, Auction wasn't out, I'm pretty sure, when the deck first came out, right? And was strong. But I think it's interesting synergy with Auction to proc that landmark a lot. I haven't seen this deck before. I think this is like a 4LW original. I mean, it's not that crazy, right? It's basically Nasus Thresh with Auction instead of Thresh. But I like it. I think it's a pretty strong archetype. You can find the tools you need to help close out the game. You can predict into your Atrocity and stuff like that off the Auction landmark. Seems cool.
Oh, we should update the score here.
Oh, you're right.
As we know.
I'm sorry. I am terrible at that whole thing. 4LW in the last game, right? Yeah.
Yep.
All right. Apologies. Scuffed production. It's my first time doing this. Apologies, everyone.
We're doing our best.
We're doing our best. Alexander getting a lot of damage here, though.
Yeah, that's scary, especially with that Scion coming down soon.
Yeah.
We know it's going to get through for at least something.
I think you got to open on the side of Alexander. Yeah, you've got the Scion.
Take the free damage.
Take the free damage. I mean, you could quicksand this on the side of 4LW, but like I don't know if that's really... It's a heal for...
No, that quicksand is for Scion. That quicksand is for Scion,
yeah,
100%.
That's a good point. That's cool. You have to save it. Yeah, absolutely. So I think instead you're just kind of big chilling and dropping probably both Fading Icon and Curse Keeper, maybe sacrificing the Curse Keeper with either a Glimpse or the Rite of Calling. We'll see what they decide to go with. Yeah, Alexander, 4LW, getting some emotes. I feel like has not been emoting that much this game. You know, they're kind of, maybe they're getting tame. Oh, opting to do the Quicksand. Not saving it for Scion. I mean, maybe 4LW is doing the math on, well, their hand is either Scion
playing
or
playing around the burn.
Yeah. And if it's Scion, I'm kind of losing anyways. Maybe. I don't know. I could see an argument either way.
It's pretty close, yeah.
And we have the Auction landmark popping here, getting 4LW a free predict and draw. Almost for sure. Oh, and they're going to pop it right now.
And that kill an ally pops the landmark.
Yep. Getting it one turn early. And actually now if you predict into Auction, or just draw Auction off the right, yeah, of course, because you already have two Nasus in hand, so that's pretty dang likely. I think, yeah, you just drop the Auction here and get that landmark going too. Oh, is it ever Vengeance?
Vengeance do anything?
It's not that good against Scion. That's the problem. That's like the strength of Scion is like, oh, you Vengeance my Scion? Okay. Like, yeah, it's not terrible. Sometimes it's the best line, but... And I think 4LW opted to not take it. I'm not sure if they skipped or... Was there a Shapestone in there? I don't recall anymore.
I think there was, yes.
There was. Opting to take the Shapestone. Maybe they're trying to...
I don't know what Nasus is at.
They're trying to flip Nasus this turn, I'm pretty sure. That's their game plan. They play Nasus here, swing in, Shapestone, and put some serious pressure on. Oh, but that survival skills is pretty nice. Lets us get a block without a slay.
Work? If Nasus strikes and it can't deal enough, how does that...
I think it's still a strike for 10. Because like I think. Oh wait, I actually was just.
It looks like we're about to find out.
We are about to find out. So yep, we don't know right now. I think it still works because like I mean if this, there might be a weird interaction. I think there was like a weird interaction where if you were on 0 health or like 1 health, sorry, like and you were actually doing 0 damage, it kind of acted like a barrier. But I'm not 100% sure.
I have no idea how this is gonna work, but it's burst, so he can't even use the eye to check. He just has to go for it.
Yeah, 4Ws.
I've never seen this interaction before.
I think it's gonna work. My guess is it's gonna work. And I think you go for the Shapestone every time.
You need it, yeah.
Oh, opting not to. Not leveling Nasus. I don't know.
I thought we needed that for those Poros.
I think we needed it too. I think we needed it.
We appear to be a little dead.
And actually, yeah, I mean, it doesn't matter. With these Decimates, we don't have a right in hand. Even if we did, I don't think we could survive the Poros. The question is on Alexander's side, what do you do here? Do you just decimate, say right me, or you're dead?
Is Scion better?
I feel like Scion could actually potentially lose to Quicksand, which is why I think you just decimate.
Well, yeah, I see it.
Like, I mean, you're not losing, but you could not win the game this turn. And I feel like if they right here, either way, it's pretty good for us, right? Because then we're probably killing them with the bot.
They're locked out.
Yeah, they're just like locked out of the game. Even if they right, they have to give up a blocker, which is not what they want to do, right? So that ties it up 1-1, going into a game 3 high stakes match. Who's excited? I'm excited.
So whoever wins this is probably getting into the top cut.
It's
a little sketchy based on tiebreakers.
Yeah, it's not 100%. I think it depends how the other games go. And we get Jace Lux. Let's go. All right, Alexander, so cool. Going for that Jace Lux, just the coolest deck around. Not the Poro Demacia version, but still pretty good. I have played this deck. I think I was trying to do the math, like estimate how many games I played in this deck. I think it's probably close to like 500. It's been a few.
I feel like I'm at similars on the decks I've made, where it's just like I've played way too much of this over so many seasons.
Yeah.
And I've looked through hundreds of games of my match history on this deck. So yeah. Who do you think is favored in this matchup?
Ooh, it's a tough call. I think Jace Lux will have a pretty good time stopping some of the early aggression that Nasus Thresh can put on, but I'll say Nasus is kind of unkillable, right? Nasus just like won't die unless we have something crazy like a Jace doubled back-to-back threatening the Nasus. So I think it really depends how big can 4LW get the Nasus in time to actually win this game. But we'll see. It'll be interesting. I don't know. I don't know if I want to call it. I think it'd be pretty close to even is my take, though, generally. What do you think?
You gotta call it.
Oh my gosh, I gotta call it.
Because it's spicy. It's spicy. You gotta call it.
Well, I mean, I may be biased, but I'm going to lean slightly Jace Lux favored. I think if we can get a big 4 Demacia turnout, I think we are sitting pretty good. Unfortunately, with this hand right now for Alexander, we really don't have much to do this turn. I guess we just like Mystic Shot a 4-1, but that doesn't feel great. Or no, we just pass. Yeah, that's reasonable too.
Yeah, that 4-1 is dying to our
Broadwing
0-1 probably, yeah. So it's not really that valuable to do.
Yeah, and this is why I like running a lot of 2-drops. That last turn, sorry, this is like advanced Jace Lux tech, but for people curious, that last turn, right, it was turn 4, and so it's very nice to go 2-drop, 2-drop, 6-drop on turn 4. So you cast a 2-drop on turn 2, a 2-drop on turn 3, and then you have exactly 6 mana to cast something like an Assembly Line. And I don't really like playing Sergeant on 3, especially after the nerf, because it doesn't fit in that line anymore, right? If you drop a 2-drop on 2, and then you drop Sergeant on 3, you only have 5 mana. And it's like, maybe you can do something. Maybe you can make something happen. But, I mean, with Alexander's hands, I think they made the right call. But it's just why this nerf is so impactful, because this unit is not that threatening, and it's something you really don't want to play on 3 in general now for the mana cost. So, but yeah, I think it's still fine. Alexander's still in an okay spot. But just, I don't know. Sorry, rambling about Jace Lux nitpicks of turn sequencing and stuff.
Yeah, Sergeant as a 3/4 definitely was able to just attack into a lot more boards safely.
Yeah.
Maybe not this one in particular, but
yeah,
most boards, you always had these safe attacks that you just don't get anymore.
Yeah, safe attacks and safe blocks, right? I think both were pretty dang strong.
Yeah, how much it actually matters in some of these cases where you have a bunch of Forge Workers and it's basically just another Forge Worker in the pile of 3/3s.
So this is the Mystic, right? It'll probably get answered by a Glimpse, but that's not the end of the world. Maybe we hold it
that
up.
Glimpse is proccing Auction Landmark, so, and probably drawing something like an Auction or a way to draw him.
Yeah, and Nasus isn't that big yet. It's only a 4/4, but it's probably getting 2 slays this turn, no matter how things shake out. Oh, yeah. Mysticking the 3/1. Kind of interesting. I think they're trying to set up a Shock Blast. Although, actually, I might have liked letting the 3/1 die so we can play our Radiant Guardian. Because I feel like that play would be pretty strong this turn. Getting that Radiant Guardian down early would feel pretty nice. But I get, you're wanting to set up a Shock Blast for good value here. But now Alexander has to play something, and I I mean, I don't know. Do you ever pass here? It feels bad. I think 4LW would take the pass because the Nasus is only 5/5. You don't really want to drop Nasus at this point.
Pretty safe to pass either way because they're going to need to cast the relevant.
Yeah, you're right. They have
power.
to cast this thing. And
Or
burst
whatever
passing
it is
is
called.
weird where this still gives priority back to the opponent. They have the option to end the turn, but it's just kind of goofy. Like,
Yeah. It's interesting. Like, there's still a lot of useful weird passes you can do. Like
Yep.
when people
Yeah.
play Archivist or something, it's like they have to play it.
right.
So
yeah.
or they
They
just
don't have to,
let the
but
card.
it's definitely
They
want
kind
to.
of want to.
Yeah, for sure.
So you can burn that card and get value.
Yeah, I think Alexander. I don't think there's ever reason to drop the Pharaohs here. I think you can. I feel like I'd rather save the mana, just represent things, right? I don't think it super matters. But I guess we now can open potentially, especially if we
4LW is forced to play a card here because
Yeah.
their hand is full.
Yeah.
I guess not forced, but like probably gonna play the Gift for Renekton on Jace, I would assume.
And I guess Alexander's thinking, I don't want to give 2 actions next turn, right? Because I think Alexander is going to 4 Demacia next turn. It's pretty strong. Yep, story checks out. No right in the hand of 4LW. This is kind of exactly what you want to do in this matchup. Get a nice, juicy 5-wide 4 Demacia on turn 6 or 7, exactly when we're doing it. Feels pretty good.
Does 4LW, yep, I was about to say, does 4LW put Vile on the stack just to get an extra blocker?
Just to get a blocker,
And
yep.
they do.
And then they're probably also casting this Waking Sands, I'm assuming. Yep, story checks out. Blocking as much as we can. And it actually does enable 1 Slay. Unless the heads-up play might be to actually drag the 5/2 with Jace. To just deny the
deny
Slay.
a Slay.
I don't know if it's worth it, because you also want Jace to stay
kinda
healthy.
sketchy.
I don't know, yeah,
I think you
it's-
want this Jace to be alive.
Yeah, I mean, flip Jace is definitely pretty good, right? So yeah. Oh, but actually holding back the 5/5, that might be heads up, because they really have enough chump blockers anyways. I don't know. This is a tough spot. I think there's a lot of arguments for a lot of lines. You could either drag the 5/2, you could drag the 4/2.
I need to point out something very spicy in Alexander's hand. They took this. This is a choice. This is not a random card that's going to go away. Redoubled Valor off the Financier, which
that
is going to lead to a very big thing that can probably block a dog.
contest
at some point.
Analysis, yeah. And you can use some really cheeky stuff with like Sharp Sight and Redoubled Valor too, because the buff is then permanent basically.
Because redoubled is turns out when you multiply things multiple times, it gets pretty crazy.
Oh
That's
yeah, and
gonna
actually,
be a
oh my
giant-
gosh, with Jace on
Giant
the field
Jace.
and
Yeah.
no Vengeance in 4LW's hand, they
Yeah.
might have to like Atro on the stack to stop it, because that would just get huge.
Yeah.
I mean, this Jace would be a 20/20 if they dropped it on the Jace. Oh man, maybe I should give that card more credit. I normally don't like it because it just dies to removal.
In some matchups, they don't got it.
So yeah, I think you just jam back to back here every time. Oh, he's
Yeah.
considering Concerted.
Oh.
I like back to back a bit more. I guess.
So Concerted.
Is it beating other things? I just think you could like deny a Slay, right? You can protect both your units. But back to back
Concerted
is
loses to Quicksand. Yeah. which
yeah, and
we're about
back to
to
back
see.
would not have lost to Quicksand, right? Because back
Yeah,
to back.
and you can even do purely on the Jace here.
Yeah, -4 on the Jace. Yep, I think that's definitely
So
the play. Yeah, I think. Oh, that hurts. I think the back to back would have been a little bit better there, just to
Yeah.
play around stuff like this, because then your Jace is guaranteed surviving no matter what.
And as long as you keep that Jace alive, you're threatening that Redoubled Valor
Yeah,
to do
yeah.
incredibly disgusting
Oh
things
yeah.
at some point.
Yeah.
And
Oh
now
man.
it's kind of a dead card.
Ooh, that hurts. Yeah, that would have been bananas.
That went from an incredibly spicy pickup that was probably going to swing the game in a really cool way to, no,
Yeah,
this
now
is
it's kind of dead. If we don't draw another Jace, I don't think Redoubled Valor is going to really do enough here.
No,
you could maybe
it
drop
will
it on the
not.
Radiant Guardian, right? It's not like crazy. But yeah.
It's very difficult to survive this Nasus.
I like the Shock Blast. Clear out some units. I think 4LW has to let it go. And then I don't know, what are we doing here? It's going to be tough.
Yeah,
So
I think you could threaten a back-to-back here.
Yeah,
That's
threatening a back-to-back
good.
makes a lot of sense.
I doubt they take the bait, though.
Yeah, they
and
probably
then-
block with a 3-3. Oh, they're blocking both? They have Absolver, but wait, have they flipped a champ? They have not. So
They
actually,
could probably... I guess, wait, is this attack bad? Because back-to-back does not beat quicksand.
yeah, actually, Absolver's not enough. I
Oh,
was
that's
being
just
silly.
fucking Nasus here.
Yeah, they just quicksand and flip the Nasus. Quicksand blowing out plays twice in a row. Oof. Second quicksand, kind of rough here. Yeah, you definitely just do -4 on this thing every time. Flips the Nasus.
I feel like that just wraps it up. That's
Yeah,
very
that's-
difficult to imagine draws that
Yeah.
turn this around.
Oh wait, no, that doesn't flip the Nasus though.
Oh, okay.
We're one up.
Well, I guess
oh wait, no, we have the
could've-
bonk.
Yeah.
We bonk
You could
him.
bonk.
We bonk
you
him
could
and then we
absolve her.
open and then we have Atro. Yeah, that's game. That's game. Oh man. Oh, I feel like if we had back-to-back on the side of Jace Lux that one turn, I think it might have flipped the game. Because that, I mean, it would have been doubled, right? So that would have been a huge buff. Jace would become an 11-11.
Yeah. I don't think Nasus survived that. It maybe just traded.
Nasus,
That's
I know, I think Nasus is never killing Jace there. Ever, I don't think. But even if you could save the Nasus, I think, if you doubled Quicksand. If you did 2 Quicksands on the Jace to reduce the power by 8, that would have been enough to keep
True.
the Nasus alive. But then your Jace is still alive and huge. But yeah.
And as we saw, burning those quicksands would have been incredibly impactful just because,
Right.
yeah, if they have double quicksand and you just like don't get to kill the Nasus, that's fine.
Yeah.
Now they don't have these quicksands to completely screw over your concerteds later on.
Yeah, and I think 4LW wouldn't have played the quicksands. I think they had second Nasus in hand, right? So they would have just played that
True.
instead.
They probably would just let it die.
But yeah, let's see who's still on. Oh, actually, that set seems like it went pretty long because I don't think I see like anyone still in game.
Yeah, I'm coming up empty.
So yeah.
I assume a lot of people have dropped by now. So
Yeah, there's probably
it's a
some
little
people
less
who have
wide.
dropped. Yeah, because if you're not 3-1, you're not making top cut, right? Yeah, it looks like 4LW was the last set. Oh, there's Kevor and H3Co, but I think.
I have H3Co.
Oh yeah, H3Co. Yeah, and actually, yeah, is Kevor still bugged for me? Yeah, Kevor's still bugged for me.
Kevor's still bugged. We can watch H3Co.
We can watch the end of this game. I think H3Co is. I think both of them are 3-1. So this could also be a deciding game for making top cut. And Kevor, so we've been talking on the desk sometimes when in between games. I think Kevor has been the last match to finish pretty much every single time. This triple control lineup, Thresh Asol, it is not ending games very quickly.
Just to see how many cards Kevor has in hand, could you disable the second hand there?
Good call. And I'll also disable the
Ooh,
scoreboard.
big hands.
Yeah, big hand on the side of Kevor. Not surprising. Thresh Asol is not known for running out of gas.
Kinda
Although,
expected.
This Shell Folk, if this is not immediately answered... Oh, that is not an immediate answer. Oh, man. H3Co is about to do some silly things, everyone. We'll see if it's enough.
It's Shell Folk time.
It's Shell Folk time. Let's go. Here we go. Otterpuss, round 1. Prank something. Yep, let's go.
All right, this is an Ezreal Victor deck.
Yeah, so it's
Looks
Glorious
like
Evolution, I'm pretty sure, in here. I feel like
it
this
is not Glorious Evolution.
Oh, it's not Glorious Evolution, just...
I think they go for it off the financiers sometimes.
Sometimes,
but
yeah.
only in the matchups it matters, which makes sense. I think it's more like an Ezreal burn deck kind of.
Oh, and we see the comet, so H3Co knows, oh man, it's not long for this world. Oh my gosh, but actually, Star Shaping is such a cute pickup off that prank before, because now we can double invoke something huge here, which is kind of silly. I think I like that line. I guess you can do it burst speed, right? So you can just play this thing, get another thing.
And we get double financier spells.
Oh my, and we got picked up the Glorious Evolutions? Oh boy. Do you ever...
This is going to be a very silly game.
This is going to be a silly game. We're actually going to...
It looks like the answer is yes. Yes, you do get double big Celestials too.
Yeah. Any randomly selected option. So yeah. Oh my gosh. So 2 Great Beyonds. That's...
I think that Shellfolk might have done their job, but I'm not sure.
I think that Shellfolk did their job. I don't even know if you need to cast these Glorious Evolutions. You might just say, whatever, I'm just going to drop Great Beyond into Great Beyond and say, what do you got? Unfortunately, that is not what we were trying to prank there, but it's fine, I suppose. Oh man.
This is a game that would make Ikato proud. Always fishing for that glorious.
So do you just drop a Grapeon here? I feel like, I mean, I guess you could kill the Thresh if you're really worried about it with the Comet, but...
I don't hate Comet Thresh here because it banks 3 mana, which makes your next turn a lot easier to play one of these Glorious Evolutions. Get going on that.
I guess, yeah, you can just take it really slow maybe. Like, you have so much value in H3Co's hand.
Yeah, because you kind of just, I don't know about trading off the Autopus. I was about to say, like, you kind of just want to take the...
yeah, I think taking the 2...
Keep as much of your board as possible so that you can have them available to pump up with these Glorious Evolutions.
Yeah, you can make those Otterpuses huge. Otterpie? I don't know how to let the plural be.
I'm pretty sure the card description uses both, just to be confusing about it.
Oh, really? We can check it really quick.
Yeah.
Oh, no, actually, it actually says it. That's kind of funny. That's hilarious. So yeah, opting to go for the Glorious Evolution.
Definitely with the Glorious. And if we actually do get... I don't think we have to play both.
I don't know.
We've never played... That's crazy.
It's so funny, though. It's so funny. Everything gets so cheap. Like, suddenly you're great beyond a 6 mana. I mean, I don't know. It might be way too trolly. And I think we just Station Archivist and look for something, like a Mystic Shot, something to just do something this turn.
Yeah, I think
maybe time
Station Archivist.
I like Station Archivist a bit more.
If you can get the Trinket Trade, Trinket Trade into free Otterpus.
Oh man, yeah, this is...
Get your blockers, get the big...
Oh wait, Poro Cannon? Oh my gosh, that's better. That's gotta be better, right?
Yeah,
no, they went for the Otterpus. What? I think, oh my god, it had to be Poro Cannon, right? You could have just gone off.
1000%.
You could have gone off.
Imagine how much damage you could have done.
I mean, they weren't going to be that big this turn, but like, it just forks them so hard with all your threats.
Yeah.
It just gets crazy.
It would push a lot of damage.
Oh my gosh, and the Victor! Holy guacamole. Victor is very leveled, as I'm sure everyone is shocked to hear.
Alright.
And
we are watching Science versus Giant Celestial Dragons.
Science versus Spooky Magic. Oh my gosh, this is about to be a little bit silly. Just a little bit silly. I mean, Aesol might flip here though, but like,
does it matter?
Like,
I don't think it matters.
I don't know if flipped Aesol is going to do it.
You need some big Celestials here. And the thing is, we have the open, so like, if we can develop enough, it doesn't, because we can make a 6 mana Great Beyond. Why do we have a 6 mana Great Beyond? Oh my
god. This is so crazy. This is a wild game. Oh my goodness. Alright, pop in the spell shield. That's kind of saying we have a Vengeance.
Spell shield, they probably, they can Vengeance.
Makes sense. Yeah, we don't have Kevor's hand.
Keep it in a little reasonable.
Yeah, I mean, Kevor's hand, we actually see most... Oh no, we know they have a Vengeance because we've done pranks. So actually, we basically have a second caster.
Yeah, if you think about it.
If you think about it,
enough of his hand.
Prank basically works around the bug. It's perfect.
And I'm sorry for Kevor, but H3Co's going to do an amazing solid for us here and somehow win, and then we don't have to deal with Kevor being bugged. I'm calling it here. Caster bias. I want to see both
Caster
hands.
bias.
Get out of here, Kevor.
Oh, and we rolled elusive on the Victor.
Oh, wow.
Oh my gosh.
That's a one-cost Ezreal.
1 mana Ezreal. Oh, wait, we didn't play Ezreal there? I think I would have played Ezreal, right?
I would have played Ezreal, yeah.
I mean, Ezreal's not...
I disagree with a lot of these choices they're making, but you know what? This is hype.
Alright, we just Trinket Trade into a Poro Cannon again? Oh, friendship to blow out the Vengeance. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. This is so nuts.
They can't attack.
Oh like, yeah, I mean, then Aesol dies. Like, you cannot attack here. Aesol just dies if you attack to like an Otterpus or something. This is such a crazy game. Oh my gosh. Wait, can we deny Aesol flip? So we kill this. No, Aesol exactly flips. We can get it to 20. And they have a goat. Yeah, never mind. There was no way.
They were gonna play some other things for sure.
Yeah.
I assume it only does 1 damage, right? Yeah, with the cost reduction. It doesn't get
yeah.
Because it's really funny with Funsmith. It actually does do like a 0 mana Thermo Beam does 1 damage.
Yeah, and same with Kegs actually. That's a
Yeah, that
cute
makes
interaction.
sense. Okay. So
do we ever develop
this friendship has to just end the game, right? Yeah, that's the question is, do you try to Rising Spell Force?
That's
or is it Vault
huge.
Breaker?
Oh,
Wait,
actually,
Vault
Vault
Breaker
Breaker
would
would
have
have been
huge.
nuts. Wait, was that an infinite? How much does Vault Breaker cost? Vault Breaker costs 3, right? So it would have just been
It cost
1
3.
mana.
It wouldn't have been infinite, but it would have been so much damage.
Actually, I think Vault Breaker was correct. Like, literally,
Yeah.
any unit getting through is game.
And we talked about this earlier in the tournament, where like there's cards that are bad, and you know they're bad.
Yeah.
But because like situations make them good in ways that you aren't expecting, it can lead to really crazy situations.
So do they have a 6-mana Vengeance? Because the Vengeance in hand is 8 mana. They cannot play it this turn. But I think with this Rising Spellforce, we just do it on the
Rising
Victor,
Spellforce does it.
and that's game.
And yeah,
Oh my
that does
gosh.
so much damage.
Well played. What a crazy game. Oh my gosh. That was
I'm
nuts.
glad we watched that.
Yeah,
It was
I am definitely glad
worth
we
tuning
tuned
in for.
It was the last game. Of course, Kevor's on the last game. All right. So, how are you feeling about this turn? We can let's check over on the overview. We can see now who made top cut. We can cut over real quick. Bada bing, bada boom. And let's refresh. Sorry, it'll take a second here. So yeah, Bambooper, like we were saying, is undefeated. So they're advancing, and we can show advanced details. So yeah, and Sudracon, like we were saying, this was like the matchup in the playoffs, and both of them are advancing because their OMWs are so high, because they were both 4-0 at the start of this. And it looks like, I guess Kevor still hasn't updated. And, oh no, wait, what, no, H3Co was the person who won that set. So
Yeah, H3Co won the set.
I'm not sure.
It looks like none of them are making it, unfortunately.
Yeah, I think it's actually going to be... I think their OMW is not good enough. Because after this game, I don't think it's going to be enough to put them ahead of either of these. Maybe 4LW? I don't know. Tiebreaker math is so weird and hard to keep track of.
So it looks like, unfortunately for Void and Roji, they're going to be tiebreaker math out of the top cut.
Yeah. Void and Roji, I think, are definitely out. I think H3Co might stand a chance once they finish reporting. It's hard to do the math, especially in my head, of the match win percentage here, but I think it's probably gonna be Rogio and 4LW. So Rogio is a lineup we have not seen yet, right? We have not spectated any of Rogio's games.
Have they? I think they might not have added us, so we haven't seen them.
Oh, that may be.
around.
I'm not sure. But we can pull them up real quick, and I will check if we have them added. Yeah, I do. It looks like I do not have Rogio added. We can. Oh no, I do. I have Rogio added. So they are. Ooh, old school Sivir Akshan, Yumi Pantheon, and Mono Shurima. I would like to see Jace Lux as his third deck. Go for Demacia all day, every day. But you know, I might be a little bit biased.
Interesting. Just calling out the interesting little text on these Mono Shurima decks adapting to the change. One Clockwork Curator is their choice of advance.
Yeah, I think I like putting in exactly one advance card.
Yeah, exactly one to make your control matchup slightly better.
Either
whatever your aggro matchup.
Yeah, aggro matchup. Either one Clockwork Curator or one of the Predict. I think both are considerable. I kind of like Clockwork Curator a little more. I feel like the Predict is just not quite impactful enough. And I like a 2/2 body really helps the aggro matchup a lot, right? Just having that body on board for 2 mana is pretty dang nice. But yeah.
Yeah.
And I like Sivir Akshan. I think this is the only Sivir Akshan in the whole tournament that I've seen.
I believe so. I've not seen it pop up anywhere else.
Yeah, and it's an interesting deck.
It's definitely been like this deck that hasn't really gone away. It's just always
is
there.
Is there one more round before top cut?
Is there?
I might have been wrong this whole time. Wait, are there 6 rounds of... Wait, I thought this was supposed to be top cut. Maybe I was wrong. So yeah, they just announced, and it looks like, sure enough, it is just one more round before top cut, and it is another round of Swiss. Okay. All right.
Wow, more games. More games.
3 more rounds.
I am sorry for your board game night that you're going to be late to now.
Oh yeah, I'll make it work out. Oh, sorry, I'm just presented the stream. Not very interesting. So yeah, actually, let's go ahead, and cut to. So who do you want to watch then?
Let's see. Let's look for.
Booper's currently in the lead.
I'd say let's try to look at these people who are on the edge here. So like the 4LWs, the Rojis, the people who are still in contention.
Yeah.
Because those are probably the more hype games to watch.
All right. So you want to watch 4LW versus Suchicon? We haven't seen Suchicon's lineup. Or we could do. I guess we watched a little bit of Ren Rag. We haven't seen Void yet. I don't know. I guess we're always going to be watching something we've seen before. Yep, the bracket is already up for round 6. We can just jump in. Do you need a break?
Yep. No, let's go for it.
All right. Although I think they're probably haven't started yet because it just got posted like 1 minute ago. Yeah, they are not in game yet. Anyone. So who do you think? You want to do 4LW again, or do you want to do Void? See more Shellfolk action? Void versus
Void versus H3Co. I don't think we've watched a lot of them yet. So let's put that out.
Let's
we
do
haven't seen either of those players.
Yeah, we saw the very end of an H3Co game, but no Void games yet. And I think I have them both added. Yeah, I've got them both. So once they get into it, we can hop in that match. Let's take a quick look at their lineups real quick. Oh, you know, I always get fooled by this. It's falling to Void here, not just Void.
It looks like I only have H3Co, so you'll take the Void side.
I can take the Void side. That's fine. So Void is on Caitlyn Ezreal Tribream, Feel the Rush Control, Trundle Tryndamere, no Udyr. I know people have been trying out Udyr a little bit. And Sentinel Control, After Your Own Heart.
I can finally talk about it. Yay.
And then, sorry for clicking around everywhere. They're up against H3Co, who also has a spicy lineup. They're the ones with the Shellfolk deck in there. Let's see what their other decks in their lineup are. So yeah, they're on the Ezreal Victor Shellfolk, which we saw in that last game, which, as we saw, can do some kind of silly things. Beat up control. And then they're on Aphelios, another popular deck that's been on the rise recently. And lastly, Jace Lux, let's go. And this is the Jace Lux with the 1 Hextech Anomaly, the spicy include. And 1 Mage Seeker Conservator here, really just living by the RNG and dying by the RNG. Like, I don't need to see anything. I just believe in that I'm going to draw the cards I need. So I like
all
this
my
lineup.
old Lux decks, I love throwing in that because it's a 1/1, it blocks, you get a big spell. They're usually pretty good. I mean, we know off of Financier. 6+ cost spells, kind of good.
Yeah. I think it's a little too inconsistent because there's some real duds out there. You get like Ascendant's Call or something.
Yeah, Ascendant's Rise.
Ascendant's Rise, whatever it's called.
This actually does nothing.
But I've actually, interestingly, in the Poro version of this deck, I've thought about including this card because it generates discard fodder in the worst case, right? Like I can just, it generates Ascendant's Rise, whatever, I Poro Cannon it out of here and we get on with our life.
If you're really desperate,
and they just got into games, so let's. Oh wait, no, did they? Oh no, Void went away. I've been fooled.
Wow.
Never mind. Whenever they disappear from the online, I'm always like, oh, let's go. But they're not quite in game yet. But it is a cute include. I think it's reasonable. It's a little spooky because like it's very hard to play around that randomly generated card off Mage Seeker Conservator.
Yeah, and I mean, worst case scenario, you get an Ascendant's Rise or whatever, and then it could be a Lux Laser if you need it to be. So
yeah.
It's not something you want to be doing, but like maybe your hand's empty and you need it.
That is true.
Let's see. I was gonna try to pull up Void's lineup.
But yeah, I like H3Co's lineup. It's got some spicy decks. I feel like all three, Ezreal, Victor, Shellfolk, spicy. Fizz, Aphelios, pretty spicy, not super spicy. Jace Lux honestly isn't that spicy, but they got some spicy includes. I love the Hextech Anomaly, Mage Seeker Conservator. Living on the edge of RNG, not afraid of low rolls, just believing in themselves. And then a very heavy control lineup from the side of Void.
I'm biased because it's the one I pretty much run. I forget exactly what. Oh, I think it's a box or something. I don't know what it is in my deck. But it's basically, I'm pretty sure this is the correct version. I just am not on currently. But Oh, wait. Whoa. They're on 2 Vi instead of 2 Elise, which
Yeah.
I could see. That's pretty reasonable.
I mean,
Vi
especially
is
tournament
doing
metas
good things.
tend to be slower, right?
Yeah.
And so being able to
You don't
have
really
that
need to
extra
rush
Vi-
people down as much. Yeah.
Yeah.
And then the second Piercing Darkness is really good into all the aggro-y things or burn things.
Yep.
Just like deny a full decimate.
Yeah, if you get this off and they can't fervor, like they tap out a fervor and you can Piercing Darkness, it usually just means game over for the aggro.
Yeah.
There's really not much hope of.
I have a
that
spicy
game.
take.
And they just got in the game. They're probably in bans. But let's
Perfect.
jump in. I'll jump in on Void side, right? That's the one you did not have.
Yep.
Perfect.
I
So-
did not have Void.
And we can swap back and let me turn on second hand. I'm so good at this, figuring everything out. But yeah.
Okay. My spicy take with Sentinels. Initially, people were trying to put glimpses in the deck. And I have
yeah?
a feeling, and it's usually in the spot of where I'm keeping Archivist, and I have a feeling that Archivist is just better glimpse. Because you don't have many units you want to be killing. So, like, because Vile, like, doing it on a spider, it's fine, but, like, it's so easily deniable. And Archivist is just, like, you get the spell you need more often than not, which is so powerful. Like, against Burn, you get a Piercing Darkness. Against Pantheon, you get a Vengeance. I just love the card so much.
Yeah. I still think I might like one glimpse. I know you've probably played the deck more than me. I don't think I like more than one. Because I agree there's not a lot of
it's
units
tricky
you wanna
to
sacrifice.
use.
Yeah.
Because you just don't have many minions overall.
All right, and we are getting into the game. Let's see what the first matchup is. It looks like it is Shellfolk on the side of H3 Co. and Feel the Rush on the side of Void. Who do you think's favored
Void's lineup
here?
is kind of interesting. Because Void has, like, every flavor of control. Like, they have the whole band. They have, like,
Right.
FTR is, like, the super heavy. Ezreal Caitlyn is, like, maybe even not control. Slow burn or whatever people like calling it.
Right.
And then you have Sentinels, which is kind of like in the middle.
Yep.
So I don't know what you ban or like where you're targeting exactly, or you just kind of like hope things fall your way.
Yeah.
Because I feel like they're just going to ban whatever edge of the spectrum is worse for them.
Yeah.
They're either going to ban the
I think
the
my
Tri-Beam or
guess
ban the-
is Void would ban the Aphelios deck. Because
Yeah, I
Fizz
can
is
see
just
that.
really hard for us to deal with on the side of Void. And H3 Co. I don't know which one you ban.
That's hard to say.
I could make an argument for any of them. I was actually thinking I could make an argument for the Feel the Rush deck, but that is obviously not what they decided to ban.
Honestly, that's what I usually ban FTR. Because I'm just like, I don't want to deal with that. I don't want to have them do the thing.
Yeah. I will say, this matchup feels pretty decent, right? Like, the Shellfolk, like, they have Vengeances. I don't know, maybe it's not that good. I just feel like you have a lot of threat density that isn't, like, they have to Vengeance on the spot, which puts them in kind of awkward spots a lot of the time, right? They can never really drop Trundle if you have mana up, right? They have to just respect you dropping the Shellfolk and threatening to win the game.
Yeah. Shellfolk is a very scary threat that it kind of just compounds, right? Like, you have this Victor that's pushing a lot of damage. You have Ezreal, who you basically have to answer on the spot.
Yep. And I like Void's play here, dropping the Ravine, healing back up, clearing out this board. Unless we roll tough. Nope, no tough. Never lucky.
And Victor is too far off to possibly get enough created cards here.
Oh, yeah. There's no way Victor's leveling here unless something... Oh, actually, Stress Defense. I actually didn't see that line. I wasn't looking at his hand close enough. That's going to keep that Victor alive. Pretty good.
It's so hard casting these, like, Shellfolk games because they just constantly are, like, putting so many cards into their hand that like, tracking it all is so hard. Let's see. So...
I like the passive Void saying, this is not that threatening. You've got to give me a little more before I'm going to press any buttons. We have a Buried in Ice, but notably no It That Stares. So we can't do the Wombo combo. But I like we have a second Vengeance. And now that they tapped into their Shellfolk, we feel pretty safe doing that. They do have a second Victor, which is definitely scary. especially if it rolls Spell Shield off this Hex Core.
Yeah, I really like that line from Void. You basically, against Shellfolk decks, you basically have to have them tap under Shellfolk before you commit to not being able to remove that Shellfolk. Because otherwise, it'll just kill you. It'll kill you instantly. They'll fill their hand with stuff. They'll ruin your day. They'll make all your cards bad. It's incredibly rude.
Oh. And here we're going to see Void maybe do exactly that. Dropping to 4?
Eventually you have to.
Eventually you have to. And so the good news is Void's health is now fine, but I feel like H3Co always drops Shellfolk here. They unfortunately can't capitalize that hard on it right now. They can do a predict, which they're probably going to do. Get it out of the way. Hopefully,
but that predict can very easily pick up
like Trinket Trade. Trinket Trade would be absolutely bananas, right?
Based on the fact that we're still looking at the backs of these cards, I'm assuming they did not.
Yeah. You can see if you want on your screen.
True, I can.
Yeah, I know. You're probably watching the screen with both. Yep. But
yeah, I wasn't able to see this incredible.
It's all
you know
good.
what? Their hand's probably not going to change a whole lot. I'm gonna dip over to the.
And not just ripping the Buried in Ice. I guess without a way to actually remove the Shellfolk. But this is going to let H3Co just make a ton of value. Oh, and some more stress defenses just mean damage-based removal is really going to not be able to kill the Shellfolk.
Something very cute to point out about these stress defenses. When they finally play She Who Wanders, those are vengeances. Those are vengeances.
That is pretty funny. I had not considered that. So, I mean, this will help out Void's game plan, but without an It That Stares, it's still kind of spooky, right?
I think they're just stalling for time.
Yeah.
They know they need to build enough. Eventually, they'll be able to It That Stares this board away. And at least at the moment, they just need to not be taking 1,000,000 damage on an open attack. And then, obviously, like, denying some Shellfolk value this turn.
Right. Oh, but this is an awkward turn for Void. Void, secretly, they don't really want to tip their hand, but they have nothing to do this turn. There's literally not a card in Void's hand that they want to play right now. I mean, they could Vial, right? That's fine. But
all right, and then H3Co, seeing they have a Pokey Stick and a Thermo Beam coming up.
Ooh, probably picking the Pokey. Yep, makes sense. And just playing another Buried.
Buried.
I mean,
they just need this board to not kill them.
Yeah, I mean, I see the line. I think it is the play. You literally had nothing else to do that turn. So I feel like that is kind of what you have to do. And now, sure enough, I mean, it does work. H3Co is not going to kill them this turn. And then Void can open it, She Who Wanders, but we have the stress defense.
We know is going to die to these stress defenses.
Yeah, exactly. And that they were all Station Archivists. I was trying to do some caster thing, figure out what unit they just overwrit, but it was 3 Station Archivists. So this is pretty good on the side of Void. I mean,
okay, come on, see it, H3Co. If you don't see it, I'm disappointed.
Oh no, I think H3Co's got it. I think you always do that. I mean, you can even mini-morph if they don't see that, which I think you should see.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think you do a stress defense and then kind of just start dropping units, right? Dropping Otterpuss. Yeah, they see it. I was
holding my breath. I was like, you gotta see this, right? It's so cool. It's such a fun play.
Unfortunately, no other Shellfolk value they can get here at burst speed or fast speed even. So, although I don't think there really is any fast Shellfolk value, but. And then, actually, we lose the Otterpuss, of course. So now we just kind of pokey and try to draw something.
And losing the Tavern Keeper on the side of Void is not insignificant.
Yeah, we are definitely kind of trying to burn them out, right?
It's an Ezreal burn deck. They want to do Ezreal burn things eventually.
And a Station Archivist is a pretty good pickup.
Archivist and peeking at Mystic Ambush. So
probably Mystic.
They got a lot of burn coming. That's very scary for Void.
Yeah, and we will have 3 units here, and we're always opening here on the side of H3Co, right? Don't give Feel the Rush time to do anything.
Yep.
I feel like H3Co probably has this, right? This is a 9 damage swing. There's
very
nothing.
unlikely.
There's nothing Void can do. That's just game right there. I think even if they could like flash freeze or something to survive this attack, I think it still would not have been enough.
Yeah,
and trying to feel the rush just for fun.
This was very H3Co favorite, I think.
Yeah,
thinking about it more, it's like you're playing the big combo deck against the big control deck.
Yep.
Very combo favored.
Yeah.
And just picking up enough units and burn to close it out quickly.
And we will update H3Co's score now 1-0. Remembering to update score, man. Am I just the most professional caster probably that anyone has ever seen, I think.
Yeah. Monty, move over. There's a Davebo in town.
Oh, and we get to see the Jace Lux Let's Go against Field Rush. So it was interesting. I was actually talking to Aikato about this. Stats were like crazy on this matchup. So it said like Masters only data had Field Rush like 80% favored or something. And I was like, what? That seems crazy. But then Diamond Plus was like 55% favored Jace Lux, like 55% Jace Lux favored. I was like, what the heck is going on? So I don't know. I've always felt this matchup to be close to even. They really don't, like, if you can just apply some pressure, there's things that they can have that can blow you out, right? You don't want them to have like a box for your assembly line. I'm not sure if Void's on a box, but I feel like you can apply a good amount of pressure.
Not.
Yeah, so no box is good for us. And we can apply a good amount of pressure and then just Fortimacia and end the game. And the 3 health stat line is pretty awkward, right? Because they can't kill it with an avalanche. They can't kill him with a ravine. They have to commit 2 of those, which is not really what you want to be doing if you want to take that stuff out. So I think it's not super favored either way. I mean, for sure, a Field Rush is very scary, right? But one, if we have a level Jace in the field, back-to-back actually contests Field Rush, right? Like, and that's not that hard to do. So I don't know. I think it's close. I actually won a game in the last seasonal qualifiers where I just killed all 3 of their champs. I killed their 3 Trundles and their 2 Tryndamirs. And like
I've done that on Sentinels. It's very funny.
And then the deck just kind of couldn't do anything anymore. And then we won.
Just kill all their threats.
The new version running It That's She Who Wanders and It That Stares, I feel like would do a little bit better because we can't do that line anymore. And actually, another thing to think about is She Who Wanders is very good against us. It kills all our champs from hand, which is pretty bad. So maybe now with She Who Wanders, it's more. But this is kind of exactly what we're doing as Jace Lux. Putting out some early pressure, getting some early damage, and we are actually playing into things like Avalanche and Ravine a little bit here with this opening, which, I mean, we kind of had to, is the hand we drew. But we actually are not punished by it, because Void's hand has none of that stuff. There's no removal, no board wipe removal. So we are going to be putting a lot of pressure on next turn, and Void really does not have the hand to beat it.
Yeah, to speak specifically to Void's build of the deck, on 3 It That Stares, if they can make it there, that is a 3 damage AoE that can wipe out these 3 health minions. They have 1 Whale to pair with an Avalanche or a Blighted Ravine. They have the Buried in Ice. So like they have answers, but they're all going to be a little slow. So it's very difficult for them to make it there, especially when you can just open attack and back-to-back everything they weren't able to block.
Yeah. And actually, I think we might see exactly that right now. If only we had 1 more mana here, this would be game over because we could back-to-back and rally, which would be absolutely disgusting. But I think there is a freeze on the side of Void. They have the 3 sisters. And yeah, committing the Biofeast, but this is Biofeast isn't really going to do anything because we have the back-to-back. Oh, Sharp Sight first? I kind of would have liked just ripping the back-to-back here, personally.
Because passing back this priority, you're just like, all right, you get to live a turn. I don't like that play.
I don't think Void commits the freeze. I think that's like the hope. You get Void, but yeah, I don't think they do. They let it go.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
Oh, no.
So actually, this is... H3Co might just be Galaxy Braining and like way smarter than me.
I don't like this from Void. Like...
But now, I mean, they baited him, and now we just back-to-back.
Aren't you happy? I mean...
And we have a Mystic in hand.
They could have rallied.
I mean, we could have rallied, but I don't know if rally's even that good. Maybe rally. Maybe that's what they were thinking. You know, I can just, if they don't commit a freeze here, I just rally and then they're still dead. But yeah, we just have the Mystic and we got the mana back from Forge. Actually, we would have had the mana because we would have had the mana to back-to-back and rally if that was all we did because of the Forge Chiefs refilling our mana there. I actually didn't see that line until just then. But yeah, I think there were a lot of lines we could take, and I think they were all pretty favored for H3Co. H3Co winning with Jace Lux. That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, nice play. I think on Void's side, maybe I'm a coward, but I'm just like, if I see me not dying, I would just say, okay, cool, I'll take this attack. Yeah. I'm not going to let anything else happen here.
Well, they're
not killing me by a burn.
because were they dead to Shock Blast there if they let that through? How much help would they have been at? They were like 3 or 4, right?
So
They might have been
like
dead
4,
to Shock Blast. Well, yeah, so 4 might have been
tricky.
an acceptable number. I don't
It's
recall
very
exactly
tricky.
how much help they had. It would have been close. Void was definitely in a tough spot, and
Yeah, H3 Code doing combo deck things, killing very quickly.
Yeah,
Just like
yeah.
I guess that was more mid-range things.
that was more mid-range things, yeah. But very well played. Let's cut back to desk real quick. Actually, do I want to cut back to desk, or do we want to try to jump into another game? Because that was a pretty quick 2-0.
Let's get another game. Yeah, that
Yeah,
was fast.
let's get into another game. Let's not cut back to desk. So, who do you want to see? What do we have here? We've got. We could hop
I
into.
see Ren Rag, Rogio, Bambooper.
Yeah, I think.
Have we seen Rogio yet?
I don't think so. I do not think we have seen Rogio. Do you
So
want to get
let's jump into their
Rogio and
game.
Bambooper? Which side? You have both?
I have both.
Okay.
So why don't you take Rogio?
I'll take
since we
Rogio's
haven't-
side, yeah, because we haven't seen them play yet. Sounds good. And I will turn off the scoreboard because I don't know what the score is, and you can see the names anyways. So here we have, oh yeah, this is the Sivir Akshan against Talia Malphite. How do you feel about this matchup on Talia Malphite's side?
I think it's pretty even. I could be wrong because like I haven't seen the stats, but I feel like it's pretty even. Like you do kind of combo-y things on the same turn. Like Malphite and Sivir both kind of pop on around 7-bit or so.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I feel like generally Talia Malphite is pretty good into Demacia, right? Like you
Yeah,
just,
like if you can ever put up the wall where
right,
you just
exactly.
Salt Spire into if you can ever just Salt Spire into the Talia, it just what do they do? If you get a Malphite down, what do they do?
Yeah.
So maybe I'm being too generous to Sivir's ability to do Sivir things, and I should just be like, you play a Malphite, then what?
Yeah.
Then you just say, deal with it.
Yeah.
I have a mountain. What do you got a boomerang? I got a mountain.
Yeah. We'll see. I think right now, Bambooper's hand does not have that much big stuff outside of the Talia, or the Malphite. But I mean, it's definitely a pretty strong thing to play.
They got the Preservarium in play. I feel like Talia Malphite is very good at fixing its hand because you have the predicts, you have all the draw, which is good because it has some clunkers.
Yeah. I've experienced some clunkers when I've tried the deck, and I'm like, I am not mulliganing this deck correctly.
I think that's most of the tricky aspect of playing the deck is like navigating how do you fix your hand in the cleanest way possible? How do you fix your turns where you're not dying?
Right.
Like when do you choose to destroy a mana gem versus destroy a landmark? Because like, for example, Rite of the Arcane on this Preservarium, that could be a useful play, but it also could be like, no, I need the draw.
Yeah.
So you have to make choices like that all the time.
Yep.
With your resources.
Oh, and that was Akshan's a pretty good pick. I was about to say Rogio's hand is kind of low on good things to do. We have this Akshan now, but like we just had a bunch of like protection and removal and kill him with rally and stuff. I feel like right now, or go ahead. I
am team Bambooper. I know everyone loves Roji. I get it. I think Roji is misreading I would never leave Stonebreaker for Blue Sentinel. Pirates kill me. I don't care. Stonebreaker, too good.
Yeah.
Too amazing.
And that Stonebreaker play there was very strong.
Yeah. It's such a high value hit, and you can just destroy people's hopes and dreams with it. And then that's a 6/4 attacking threat that they have to deal with now.
Yep. And Rogio really not having much to do this turn. Like, I think they might have to pass. I mean, you could Concerted, but yeah, I mean, I guess, but hey, this is not where you want to be doing. I mean, you do flip Akshan, which is good. But I think Bambooper might just use the Hourglass. It's close. Do you think you would use the Hourglass here?
Does that count as 2? Oh, I guess it flips it next turn. Yeah, I don't
Wait, yeah, that play made no sense.
Yeah,
Bambooper realizing they made a mistake.
Bambooper agreed.
There's some math there.
That's okay. Everyone makes mistakes. It
Yeah,
happens.
it's been a long day. These people have been playing for 5 hours. You know how it goes. So Akshan's flipping here. So actually, that was pretty big. If we had done the hourglass, maybe they meant to click the hourglass and just click the wrong card.
It could be. I don't even know if having a 1 HP 6.
That's kind of what I'm thinking. I think
that
even if it was surviving at 1 HP, I
great.
don't think you really Absolver there. Like that, it just
And
isn't
also
worth it.
having the Absolver up just as a threat for later seems better. than
Yeah,
having
my guess
the
is they meant to click
hourglass
the
up.
hourglass and they misclicked and clicked the Absolver.
Yeah.
Because I think they were right next to each other in hand. So Malphite coming down. I might have actually liked stunning this or popping the spell shield, but I don't know. It's close. Because this Akshan can't really attack this turn, right? Like
Yeah, just having it available to quicksand it later, just like
yeah, you can
I guess-
quicksand, you can Malphite spell, you can stun it. Like you got options to deal with Sivir if you pop that spell shield. But
as long as you're flipping Malphite, sooner or later you're gonna pop this spell shield, so it's not that big of a deal.
oh, that's true. That's true. But we're not that close to flipping. Even if
But
we
you'd like
played
to
the
have it
hourglass.
flipped, right? Like you'd like to have it popped now, so that when you go to do your big attack, you just kill them instead of pop the shield. So
Yeah, and actually,
it's
that
tricky for
vulnerable
sure.
would have made the Akshan have a pretty good attack. So maybe it was the line. Just protect your Nexus health as much as you can. They'll have to suicide something into this Malphite. And then get in with the rest. But honestly, these blocks aren't terrible. I mean, you can certainly block with the Devout, right? That you're never sad about
Yeah,
doing that.
that's always happening for sure.
And Sivir's not leveling, so we can block, take out the 4-2. You could maybe block with the 2-2 if you're worried about your Nexus health. I think it's debatable.
Yeah, I think there's this weird thing going on in Malphite decks where you really don't want to trade. You kind of are like, you don't want to trade your board because basically everything that you play, like if you can stay wide enough, you just get this amazing attack when you finally get the stun. And it always sucks having to trade it off like this, especially when you're not even getting through and they're still going to attack back with more.
Right.
Because
And actually, yeah, Roji
the Celestial Wonder helps a lot, probably, in
Yep.
staying alive here.
And now we did turn on a right of the Arcane. Oh, and actually that top deck's huge because now we get to flip Malphite right now. That's
Get
pretty
to
good.
pop the spell shield, and then keeping it available to disable all the keywords on Sivir if she ever gets good ones.
Yep.
Pretty huge.
Yep, and I definitely like just ripping this, stun the board, threaten a big swing. Rogio can drop the Bruiser, but I don't even know if you block the Malphite with the Bruiser, or do you just take 7? Oh, not even playing the Bruiser. I mean,
That's interesting.
I feel like you play the Bruiser to at least block the 3-1. Opting to pass. Interesting.
Ooh,
Interesting.
I don't get that. I guess you just
Burning a
burn
lot of
here,
mana, burning
but-
a lot of mana. And I think Bambooper's saying, I'm winning if this game goes long, and I have Celestial Wonder up. So I am not scared of your attack here. I have good development punishers with my right of the Arcane. I've got good open attack punishers with my Celestial Wonder. I am big chillin', right? No rush, no rush. We'll see if Rogio can find the pressure to win the game here, but I don't know.
Malphite's a big boy. I think you take the attack. I guess
Malphite's
burning the
a big
mana's
boy.
nice. Burning the mana's nice and everything, but
Have you looked at this thing? He's huge. Malphite's
He's
huge.
big. He's got
really
tough.
big.
he's really big. You attack in, they either take 7 and like don't even really dent him,
Yeah, and
chip him. No, sorry. They barely put a dent in him, and like he's free to just keep attacking later on or blocking on later turns.
Yep. Yeah, and we see the Celestial
then
Wonder
this-
come down like we kind of expected.
Completely amazing against this deck that wants to rally now.
Right.
Not only
they,
did they
yeah,
lose
they
this
absolutely
attack,
cannot rally.
they cannot rally. So they just have this dead card in hand.
Yep.
Take your time. I love to be kept waiting.
This is going to be... I don't see how Rogio gets through this mountain.
I mean,
Though he is down to only Malphite, really. Like,
Yep.
he'll have a 5-3 next turn, but...
I think Bambooper actually rips the right here, tries to take something out, right? Because they don't want to use buff spells right now. I don't know whether you go for the Sivir or the Akshan.
I had a weird line there last turn. I was thinking, because we had all this mana, maybe ground slamming the Sivir before she flipped and then forcing out more. Like, worst case scenario, they absolve her or something to protect it, but then they just spent an absolver that's not killing us.
Yeah, I can definitely see
and
that.
then you just take the Akshan hit even. Who cares? It's 3 damage.
Yeah, I mean, if you get an absolver out there, that's like pretty fine. Especially they're absolvering on a unit that's getting stunned, which is really not what they want to be doing, right?
Yeah, Malphite has truly so many lines, because especially these newer builds that just have like several different spells in hand that this is denied 100%.
I mean, you could actually Hourglass. That's like definitely not crazy.
Oh,
right?
Hourglass is
keep up your rights.
Hourglass is probably better,
but it's fine. I mean, you have a second right, so I see the reasoning. You do definitely want to be able to write a rally potentially in a couple turns, right? So I do like having right? Like, it's a good card. But you have
right is a bit more flexible, yeah.
Yeah. I don't know. I could have seen either line. I think either one is perfectly reasonable. We have a lot of Malphites here in our hand on Bambooper's side.
So now, had we attacked earlier, we maybe would have them in a lethal range here, but they have if they didn't have a minion.
Yeah.
You never know.
Yeah, they definitely
it's tricky.
just
it's really tricky.
They chump block Malphite every time here, right? I mean, maybe you're trying to squeeze out a lethal next turn, so you take it. Roji was saying, it's next turn or bust, baby. But unfortunately, Bambooper has 2 stuns and a quicksand, so
We know that it is not going to go his way.
Yeah.
There's too many stuns here.
2 stuns and a
They
quicksand.
are very expensive though, so they do like things like Cataclysm will still work.
Yeah.
And
and we're popping the
really
Akshan landmark. Yeah, Rogio might be able to find it. It'll be interesting.
We know that overwhelm is gone though.
And do you ever go Spell Shield? No, they're going for the draw. The Spell Shield might have been the move there, right?
Spell Shield was really good, yeah.
Spell Shield was real good. I don't know if it would have been enough still, but it would have been
because it does this
good.
really tricky thing where it branches like quicksand and stun because they're 2 different speeds, so you can't pop with a stun and then quicksand.
Right.
Interesting. This is a really interesting game.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely like the stun. I think that makes a ton of sense from the side of Booper.
Yep, kills off the 5 attack.
And just Akshan hitting you really isn't that scary. Like, it's fine.
Yep.
I kind of wish that quick keywords you already had weren't in the Lucky Find pool. I think that would just be like a nice quality of life change. And we're just
this is gonna get punished by the quicksand.
Yeah, probably quicksand, so you get to kill the Sivir for free. Maybe not. Maybe you just rip the stun.
I don't think you deny this.
I don't think you deny it. I think you save a deny for a rally, right? I think here you either quicksand or stun. I think either one is pretty considerable. Oh, opting to deny. I mean, they can't rally this turn, right? Sivir's stunned, so rally like really doesn't do anything.
Yeah. I just feel like you maybe want the deny it for the rally. Like, that was clearly going to get amazing value for the quicksand.
Yep, and now Rogio rallying like we were expecting, especially with the Waking Sands. This is at least decent. I guess I actually think I said they're not going to be able to rally this turn, and then sure enough, here they go rallying this turn. But I think it is. So
you can stun the Akshan here. It's not.
Just take it. Say whatever.
Yeah.
I don't care.
Yeah. Keep triggering your landmark. I don't mind. I think you.
And rally again to threaten the Malphite.
Yeah. Just keep rallying.
I mean, now
I think it kills.
Quicksand. You quicksand now.
Yeah.
This is definitely a
quicksand.
Yeah. I mean, you could stun it, but it's just like you get a free kill on an Akshan. Like, seems pretty good. Wait, what? I mean, don't you just quicksand? Isn't quicksand just better? I mean, you can.
I don't know. I am confused why we haven't played this quicksand like 4 times.
There's probably a line. I am not an expert at this. I guess you're pretty smart at this deck. You've played it a good amount.
Yeah. I mean, I think Quicksand just letting us clear out their board and
Yeah.
let us do big Malfoy fight things where
guess-
he just runs them over.
You might have been playing around a Shapestone just barely there, because that would threaten your Malphite, but I don't know if you even care that much about that, right? Like, it's not great, but it's fine. And because, yeah, I feel like if we had done the Quicksand, this Sivir would be dead, right?
Yeah,
Like,
and now she's just going to be a threat later, and they're wider. Like,
Yeah,
we
I
want to
mean-
shrink their board because we don't have any units for
right.
forever.
I think we have to
I think we
right
have
here,
to kill... Yeah, I think we have to kill...
Sivir. I think it's got to be Sivir.
Yeah.
I mean, Sivir is more vulnerable to things like a Shapestone, but I feel like it's what you kind of got to do.
And the awkward thing is we can't really attack
Wait,
either.
why kill the Preservarium there?
The world won't save itself.
Because we need a unit. Oh.
Wait, what? We don't get a unit.
No, I mean, like, we don't want to be killing the Salt Spire. If we
I
were
mean, just
killing
burn a
anything.
mana gem. I just mean...
Yeah, no, we're full mana, right? Yeah.
Yeah, we're full
yeah, we
mana.
just
Like,
burn
I
a
feel
mana
like
gem.
that Preservarium could have at least drawn us something.
I'm really bad at playing from the top of the screen. Like, I see
Yeah,
that,
no, I
I'm
know.
like,
It's confusing. But yeah, 3 Quicksands. I mean, it means we can probably survive this turn,
yeah.
but it's not
It's
exactly... Do you ever
awkward.
commit 2? Yeah, because these Quicksands are so
You
much
have
lower
to.
value than what we could have gotten before, right?
Yeah. Like, we could have killed the Sivir so many turns ago and then not had them have
Right.
a single up or whatever.
So yeah, Bambooper's kind of out of gas. I mean, we'll get a big unit here, but I don't know if it'll be enough. Like, Roji will pop that Auction Landmark again, is now going to be 5 wide here coming up with only 4 health on the side of Bambooper. I feel like this game is... Oh! But a Malphite pickup...
That was the draw. That was literally... I was about to say, if anything saves us here, it's more Malphite.
Wait.
Because Malphite is the
That's
key
game.
to the matchup.
That's game. Both units threaten lethal. They can't stop it. Oh my gosh, Bambooper! The legend! Oh my gosh, incredible. Because yeah, they can't do anything. They just can't develop 2 units in one action, right? So they can block one of them and the other one kills them. There's nothing Rojo can do.
Yeah, Bambooper wins here.
Oh my gosh, what a crazy game. Holy guacamole.
I wish we used those quicksands to do something more than block Nexus damage. But oh well. He did it. He got there in the end.
He got there.
Malphites. You got the 2 Malphite. Eventually.
Yeah.
Eventually you're getting there.
Yeah. Oh, well played. That was an exciting match. I'm guessing that was the last game, because we don't know, right? We jumped into that one.
Yes, we did.
We'll see. I think we might cut to a quick... I guess, actually, there usually is like a small break before Top Cut. But yeah. So I think we will call
I
it
don't see anyone
there.
left in Friend Challenge, so...
Yeah, I think that was the last game. Just looking at the scoreboard, every other score is posted except that one, which obviously they're still getting put together.
Okay.
So yeah, I think we'll cut to a break. This might be a bit of a longer break because of the delay before Top Cut. Sometimes we chill out for a few minutes. But I got to rest up a little bit. I got to take care of some stuff. And we will be back once Top Cut's announced and get ready for some more exciting... Oh, actually cut to desk. Oh my gosh. All right, there I am. How's it going, everyone? So yeah, we are going to take a break. And when I come back, I will do some ASMR to ease into me coming back. I will try not to jump scare anyone. And yeah, so thanks again, everyone, for hanging out. Thanks to our sponsor, Community Gaming and Mastering Runeterra, the whole team putting on these tournaments. It's a ton of fun, and I really appreciate everyone in chat hanging out with me on this great Sunday. And yeah, anything you want to add, Azure Sparrow, before we cut to a break?
Let's go for the Top Cut.
Let's go. All right, we're pausing. Be back in a few minutes. Welcome back, everyone. Thank you so much for joining us for this Mastering Runeterra tournament. Hopefully that wasn't as jump scary as my last introductions. We have just announced the top cut. I will go ahead and cut over to look at the standings. So we have 4LW on the lineup. We've seen a couple times here. It's got that Nasus, Akshan. What else is in that lineup? I'm trying to remember everything. I don't remember off the top of my head. And then H3Co.
Thresh Nas. Wait, no, was he?
It was Thresh. It was Thresh
no.
Akshan. 4LW was on the Thresh.
Oh,
Akshan.
right.
And then H3Co with that spicy Shellfolk deck. That's a fun one. And then Roji on the Talia Malphite. And actually, we're going to have some Talia Malphite on Talia Malphite action. I might want to get in that one. That sounds pretty exciting.
And I don't believe we've seen Roji piloting Roji Pile yet. So.
And actually, they just got into game. So I will spectate Roji if you... Actually, they're probably still in bans. They just... Oh, nope, they just popped up. Okay. Let's cut to the game. If you got H3Co, they're still in Mulligan. We caught it right as it started. Right? Oh yeah, it's Bambooper. Wait. Oh yeah, Bambooper. Sorry. You got it. I'm misspeaking. I apologize. So the first game is Talia Malphite against Pantheon. So not seeing the Talia Malphite on Talia Malphite game 1, but oh man, this is exciting. Oh, top cut's always such high stakes. You know, it's just so dramatic. It's very fun. But yeah.
Now we get to watch Roji piloting Roji's trademark deck. And the double chip start is pretty much ideal.
Yeah, especially, I mean, you can just put on so much pressure. Opting to instead play another predict. I think I like this. This makes sense to me.
Yeah.
We can still play a chip next turn. It's not a big deal.
Interesting. I was actually thinking, like, if we play chip, then on turn 4, we could play the Naturalist onto that.
Oh, onto one of the ancient preps?
That is an option. I haven't really thought it through. But
yeah, we can also do it with an Unraveled Earth, though, right? We can just...
True.
I think that's exactly what Roji's going to go for. Yep, story checks out. I think this play makes sense. I think both would have been reasonable.
Yeah, both work. I'm just thinking too slow. We're just going through it quickly. Giving him a chance to play into the landmark.
Oh, and sorry, let me get the scoreboard up really quick, although it is game 1, so there's not much that exciting going on. Give me just a second, and I will get that all updated. Talk through this matchup while I'm doing this, Azure Sparrow.
I don't actually know who's favored in it, because it feels fairly even to me. I've had times where you just Salt Spire is big enough that their faded units never really get off the ground and can't trade favorably, and then sometimes they just like concerted you and ruin your day.
Ooh, but already getting a Herald of the Magus has to be pretty good on the side of Roji.
Yeah,
because now this Talia is a house.
She is so big. It's going to be really hard.
Oh, and a Malphite! Oh, baby. Level 3 Malphite coming in hot. Oh, Malphite actually not quite leveled. Somehow we've made a lot of 1-mana landmarks. Despite having flipped Herald of the Magus, Malphite is still only 8 out of 10.
The tricky thing here is we really do wish we had another landmark in hand to get value from this Talia. Because this just playing the Talia down without a landmark hurts. Like, you want that for the Malphite flip. You want that for the value you get from it. Even if you're only making a 2/2, it's at least something.
Yeah. And this is weird.
Or just like more vulnerable units.
And I think this is still worth it, right? This swing from Talia is still pretty scary. It might be a concerted here, which would make us a little bit sad. I think it's got to be. That's got to be what they're
It's going to be
here.
Concerted.
Oh, yeah. Sorry. I forgot I could see their hand. I'm so good at casting.
It's challenging for sure.
But yeah, I think... Oh, and...
Yeah, you just stand around there.
Yeah, because I mean, they know they had a concerted... Oh, man. That's a wild play by Roji. I think Hooper maybe had to just rip the concerted. Oh, and then Malphite coming down. Oh my gosh, that is beautiful. I feel like, oh my gosh, this swing, this is a very interesting Malphite, because we were talking earlier about how Malphite has level 1, level 2, and then level 3 is when you have Herald of the Magus, give them that +2/+2 and Overwhelm. But this is Malphite level 1.5. I don't know exactly what you call this one. It's level 1, but it also...
I've never seen this Malphite before. I don't know what it is.
It's a very strange Malphite. So opting to pop the spell shield with Rite of the Arcane to make sure it gets stunned by the Unstoppable Force. I think we're going to see a Salt Spire here into the Unstoppable Force and try to just end the game here. Oh, but this Cataclysm is going to take out Talia. So we're not really going to be pressuring... I mean, that's a lot of damage, right?
Yeah.
Oh man, this is...
It's still a lot.
It's still a lot. It's a heck of a lot of damage.
Unfortunately, they're going to be able to concert it on it, so...
Oh, and is that concerted going to kill the Malphite? Yes, it is, because we have the...
Almost definitely.
Pantheon and the 5/2 Faded unit. And we've got no response here. Yep, sure enough. Bamboober's like, I'm not waiting around anymore. I am killing this thing. So that's pretty...
Malphite. Yeah, that's really rough.
Actually, now I feel like Booper's pretty favored, right?
Yeah, it's very Booper favored now.
Because
We're gonna push
we get in for
a
10 or
negligible
something.
amount of damage. Yeah,
I
it's
mean,
not enough.
Or maybe not even 10, because they can... Yeah, I think we don't sing with the 2/2s. I mean, you could. Okay, yeah, I guess you can drag this, get a decent trade. That sounds reasonable to me. But suddenly,
yeah,
I am very not
that
liking
Pantheon
this
has
spot.
Scout and
Yeah.
a cat on him.
Oh, but another Malphite!
What a top deck.
But
Amazing.
is it even enough? Scout Challenger... Oh, wait, but there's no... Oh, but the Malphite stuns the Pantheon, that's right. I keep forgetting that it does this now.
Yeah, it does that now.
Oh my gosh.
I mean, it's huge. It's basically the best draw you could have gotten.
Wait, is this... I mean, now I feel like Roji's got this game. They do have the Pantheon, so they can stun the Malphite after...
Yeah.
And I think that's
I
what you
don't
gotta
think he
do.
can kill. I don't think he can kill in the next attack, which is
Yeah, with
basically
the-
what he has to do.
Stunning the Malphite, I think, is definitely what you got to do. I mean, if we top deck a Talia or something here, I think we're killing. Oh, Chip. I mean, we definitely just go as wide as we can, right? Get 6 wide, be able to push as much damage as we can. I like doing this now because that lets us develop a blocker after the stun. I think this makes a ton of sense here. Because we only get 1 action post stun. And then I think we play probably just the Blue Sentinel. Yep, Roji agrees. Oh man. Yeah, this just isn't quite getting there, right? It's just not quite enough damage. It's a good amount.
It's not enough.
It's
not
15
enough.
damage, but they can block. They just have to block one thing, which they have the Saga Seeker to do, and they could also single if they really needed to save a little bit more health, single something into the Pantheon. But yeah, I feel like Booper's probably... I mean, the Challenger Scout is such a strong keyword on that Pantheon, right?
Yeah, honestly, you don't even need to single here because you're
think...
staying at 4, you're fine. They can't kill you with Stone. I guess you could do a single just to play around double Stonebreaker, but...
I mean, you're opening. I guess you have to give an action potentially. I mean, there's... If Roji top decks a stun, it's not over?
I think Roji's on a much lower to the ground version. I don't think he's not running the
That's what we
Celestial
needed
Wonders.
last turn.
He's not
That's
running
what we needed
the...
last turn. If we had drawn that last turn, we would have had it. Oh, and actually, Yumi's flipping here, so
bubble.
stun wouldn't even been an out. It was over. Well played by Bambooper, the legend, undefeated. Oh my gosh. Okay, so that means we're gonna... Actually, this is good. This is what we wanted. Because now we get to see Talia Malphite versus Talia Malphite. Maybe. We'll see. I think that'd just be
I
so...
don't know who's gonna ban.
I'm not sure.
Yeah.
I'd have to look through the lineups. I'm not sure. We'll just see. Oh my gosh. This is such some exciting games. Whew. Whew.
I think in the Talia Malphite mirror, Bambooper is heavily favored.
Because they're kind of bigger, right? They got a big version.
They went bigger. Roji went hedging his bets against aggro, which
is understandable, right? The triple aggro lineups definitely exist in tournaments, right? And if you just fold to them, it's not really what you want to be doing. So yep, sure enough, Talia Malphite versus Talia Malphite. This is Roji's dream matchup. Oh my gosh.
I'm gonna... This is bold to say, but I think Roji was hoping to not see this particular matchup.
Well,
I don't know if it's gonna reflect favorably because...
because
their
Booper's
deck
version
is just
slower.
teched.
Yeah.
They're just teched for a faster meta that's not here.
Yeah. And sorry, when I said the Roji dream matchup, I mostly just mean, Roji plays Talia Malphite all the time, not this particular matchup.
I don't think he's happy to see this particular matchup.
But I mean, Roji, if he predicts into a Talia here, which they hit like a good gamer, they could do Saltspire into Talia. Oh my gosh, that's a huge power play, especially in this matchup, right? You just set up the wall. You are big chilling all of a sudden. Unfortunately, to do the line, they're going to have to give the Talia vulnerable. I think you do it, right? It's okay.
Yeah, you definitely do it. Both players on the full Talia Saltspire combo.
Oh, yeah.
Both good gamers.
Oh, but
That
actually,
top
because
deck.
Booper had to draw into it, they're going to be one turn behind, though, right?
Yep. It really matters when you have it as far as attack token goes.
yeah.
So I don't know if being
Booper,
behind will actually matter.
It matters for Booper, right? Because that means Booper's next attack turn, they will not have it on, right?
True. Yeah, neither will have it for their attack turn.
Right, yeah. They'll both pop it on a defensive turn. But it's like basically Roji's going to get... And I guess
so it's kind of
it kind of is a wash. It kind of is a wash. The more I think about it, yeah, I think you might be right. Because I mean, it basically means Booper's not going to get to attack, right? Roji's going to put up this huge wall, and Booper's going to say, okay, I'm not going to get to attack. But then Booper does the exact same thing on the next turn. And that Talia being vulnerable could be pretty impactful, honestly.
Yep. Malphite can just kill her.
Yeah. Oh, man. This is such a crazy matchup. I have, in all my days, I've only played Talia Malphite, to be fair, like 3 times, but I have never seen a Talia Malphite on Talia. Wait, Grandpa Roji's just like presenting lethal here. How did this happen? Wait, they let it.
It's not quite.
Yeah, it's 3 off. Oh my gosh. Were you supposed to write that? No, I think writing that's a losing play, right?
No, he definitely not.
And Booper opting to draw instead of wanting the Talia this turn. This might be heads up, because now they can
that makes
threaten
sense.
the Talia.
And they have a lot of reactive cards in their deck, so they can present ways to stop, and also they can kill the Talia.
Yeah, they can kill the Talia with their own Talia right now. I mean, they could have done that anyways, right? Even if they did the Saltspire play. I don't know. It's close. It's close. But yeah,
True.
They definitely can kill the Talia. And I love this Stonebreaker, taking out the 5/4. That's like exactly what we want to be doing. But Roji's got the Herald, which is actually going to buff the Talia. Actually, wait, we had to open, right? I mean, we killed the Talia, but now we have to give up our own Talia.
Yeah, because I don't think this Stonebreaker didn't really have an attack anyway.
Yeah, I agree. We had to open.
It was definitely open.
We had to open to play around that. Oh no. Oh no.
This also is something that we know Roji's lineup has too, is it has the 2 heralds, so it was definitely going to be a thing to play around.
And Booper won game 1, right? I'm not crazy?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
My brain is on caster brain fried. You know how it goes.
Yep. Huge Malphite stun. Massive.
Yeah, that's...
Look at the buff coming in.
That is huge.
I do not want your 14 damage Talia to hit me. No, thank you.
But then, are we still... We're still dead,
Talia's still
right?
dying for free. Are we still dead? I think we
Oh,
have
no, we're right enough. Never mind. I can't count.
blockers.
I can't count. Ignore me. I've got caster brain. Don't worry about it. Yeah, we killed Talia. I mean, do we swing with the rest? It's like fine. I don't know if we really swing with the rest. Yeah, I think you block like that to force the favorable trade on the Stonebreaker, right? I like this drag.
I think you do probably, yeah. Because like putting some damage onto the Malphite.
Yeah, or maybe, honestly, I might just like swinging with just a Herald and dragging the 3/1. Or maybe even just not swinging at the rest. I don't know. But you have to trade down this board because those Malphite's just going to end your whole career. Oh, and we have quicksand up. But that's not really that impactful, right? Like, it's fine. We can save one thing.
If Talia gets blocked by Malphite, she basically does no damage anyway with her rocks. So I think that's okay.
We're letting it through.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, this is such a wild game.
It's going to be tricky. If Bamboober can somehow stabilize the board.
Yeah, I mean, Bamboober has so much more value in hand, right? Bamboober can like do this all day. Bamboober's just burned a card. That's how much value they have in hand.
Which chip going to be great for doing, well, I guess you have the negation. So You have negation, you
Wait,
have salt.
no,
Sparrow.
Roji's got to be dead here, right? Oh no, they can make 2 units in 1 action, right? They
Yeah.
have to, yeah. That's exactly what they have to do. They have to make 2 units in 1 action to be able to block 2 things here.
And then Booper's just gonna slow play out all his little units.
Oh, not opting to
I
play the
don't.
rock hopper.
I don't know about drawing more.
Yeah, we don't need more cards. We got plenty of cards. We have
We
cards
got
for
enough
days.
cards. What we need is the board to be not killing.
Although
us.
actually drawing Absolver lets us threaten this Talia, which might be kind of important. It might be better than trying to push for damage, unless we can represent lethal here. But that's gonna be actually no, we can't anymore because we just played the.
Lethal.
I mean, now we don't have mana to Absolver, right?
And they're really wide.
Yeah. There's no way we're getting lethal.
I think we needed that rock hopper really badly because then you also had the ability to vulnerable whatever they play, which
Yeah, and I think,
helps you keep them from going wider than you.
right. Roji heads up play, letting that go. We have a quicksand. Oh, and a Malphite here is huge.
Yeah, that was off the predict last turn. So
Oh,
this is
yeah,
not,
we knew
this
that,
is
we
not
knew
a
that.
lucky draw.
Not a lucky
Everybody
draw.
calm down.
Roji
This is
not
Roji being
built
lucky.
that
This is a
different,
planned,
you know.
This is a planned play. And
That's
I think
gotta be
he's
game for Roji, right?
very dead.
Like,
Yeah,
we have
'cause if
a
you-
stun and a
right
quicksand,
now,
but it's just not
it
enough.
doesn't even do anything. Yeah.
It's just not enough. Like, we can't like the quicksand doesn't really do anything too substantial because we're just not wide enough, right?
And yeah, you need enough blockers. They're gonna stun one.
Yeah.
That's just game.
I think that's game. I think Bambooper does not have an out. They can deny the stun, but that doesn't even matter either, right? Like
Here I
deny.
was
Yeah.
talking crap on the Roji build, but it turns out if you draw both heralds and get level 3 champions, it doesn't matter.
These champions are stonks. They're level 4 champions right now.
Yeah.
Maybe 3
They
and a
just
half.
keep going up.
Oh my gosh. Okay. So that's sick. But that means the good news is we get to see even more Talia Malphite. Yeah, I mean you can write this in quicksand, but it's not enough. Like, yeah. Bambooper's like, yeah, I'm pretty dead.
I am really hoping that it is Roji pile because then we just have maximum Roji lineups.
That would be pretty funny. So 1-1 now. High stakes. We are in top cut. Single elimination right here. This is for their shot at glory. It is going to be Talia Malphite for Bambooper versus either Roji pile or Pantheon. We'll see what they decide to leave up. I feel like they probably leave up Roji pile, right? I don't know. Yep, it's Roji pile, baby. Let's go.
Oh boy. Yeah.
Oh
Talia
my
Malphite
gosh.
has been really fun to watch because it is in theory it's a simple deck to play, right? You play the Salt Spire combo, you win the board, you win the game. But you have all these combat tricks, you have all these decisions that are really impactful. Like, when do you play Talia? Do you save, like, what are you copying? What do you predict? And, like, they add up. They add up really fast.
Yeah.
And you can see someone really experienced on the deck, like Roji, just, like, running people over because he knows what to pick at what time.
Right. Absolutely. Yeah, Grandpa Roji. This Targon lineup is pretty dang hype. I don't know who's favored yet. I feel like I'm kind of leaning Bambooper, but I'm really not sure. Like just deck matchup, right?
I feel like deck matchup, it's probably Bambooper favored, provided he finds a negation. If you don't find a negation, you can't protect the Malphite stun, and you just get buried in ice and you lose. So I played this matchup last night.
Oh right, yeah.
A little Aikado show match. I played it, and basically I just got enough negations for the buried in ice that I was able to stall out. Basically, I either had the choice of open attacking or playing out the Malphite stun, and because I had another negation in hand, I could play out the Malphite stun safely, knowing I would not get buried in ice.
Right.
So I think that's really what Bambooper is looking for off these predicts is a negation. I guess I should be watching their perspective to see if they are offered any, but
it's fine.
That's really what they're after here, because that will swing the
Roji
game.
probably taking Crescent Strike, I assume.
Or Equinox. Both are
Equinox.
viable.
Yeah, actually,
Yeah.
I guess Equinox is value right now. Crescent Strike's not going to be good for like 5 turns, right? But Equinox is good right here, right now. Don't wait
Just
around.
make things awkward for them.
Oh, but there's a lot of landmarks on the side of Bambooper. This Malphite, well, they don't have a Malphite right now, but they are going to be leveling pretty quick.
Yeah, and because they have these predicts up, they are getting offered in this predict either Talia, Malphite, or Quicksand. Obviously, they're going to take a champion. It's just a question of which one.
Right. We'll see which one they picked. Because, yeah, I mean, definitely you want a champ there. And survey says Malphite.
It's a Malphite.
I think that makes sense. You want to get that big boy going.
I would agree. Your board is full. Talia's time is kind of past. You need to get a wall.
Oh, and is this going to be a Quicksand here? Yep. Get some good blocks here. That's got to feel pretty good.
Goodbye,
And,
Zoe.
I mean, you could freeze here, but or Fury. Oh, gonna Fury? It's got to be Fury, right? More than freeze, unless you really need the mana for something. Which
I would say you could freeze if you want to Udyr.
So, I guess they're going
kills
for Zoe level, right? Zoe's at 6 out of 10. That's a realistic win con. Oh man, I don't know which is gonna turn on faster though. This Malphite or this Zoe flip, gonna just make everything crazy.
Would you have ever Absolver there from
but-
Bambooper's side? Oh, there you go. That works better.
Yeah, no, this is better. Yeah, like if you
That's-
didn't
that's
have
way
that, I
better.
think it was considerable, but that play is that's the way to do
Yeah.
it.
Playing from the top of the hand is so hard.
Oh, yeah,
Or from
no,
the top of the screen. I'm
I
like,
feel
look at the
like-
hand. I like occasionally glance up there. I see one card. I'm like, what about this card? And then, yeah.
Oh, but this is pretty big. This Buried in Ice. I mean, we're not hitting a champ, right? Roji's like, I really want to hit a champ with this combo, but
Yeah.
I feel like you kind of have to, right? You're kind of running out of time. This board is real scary. You could maybe just do a vanilla It That Stares, but that kills your own dragon. It does not feel that great. It does wipe 3 things off their board, 1 thing off your board, but Oh no, you can't play it. I was thinking you had mana for it. Never mind. I'm Caster Brain. You don't have the mana to do It That Stares right now. So yeah.
Yeah. The really awkward thing about this Buried is if they have a negation for your It That
Oh,
Stares,
for the It That
let's say
Stares.
they top deck it later,
Right.
then when it resummons the Herald, it reprocs.
Oh no.
Which probably isn't relevant, but it is very funny. So
Oh man, I feel like Booper is very in a commanding position here. Like
yeah,
killing
it
that
seems
Udyr
difficult.
for free. And
the board is set up here for a big swing from this It That Stares, and they have the Invoke now to kill off the champions.
Yep.
Maybe wait.
No,
they
but they
don't have a Celestial in hand,
They don't have a
so
Celestial. But I think all
That's
3
like-
options required a Celestial. So they picked
Super long
they
game.
picked the best one. They didn't have any unit there.
Yeah.
I think. Chat can
Yeah,
correct me if I'm misremembering. Okay, and that It
Did
That
not
Stares
pay enough attention there.
that It That Stares is pretty big.
Yeah. It's gonna. I mean, he has
But now
another
we
one.
just drop a Malphite, right? Yeah. Just say, here
Yeah.
we go, let's go. Let's shake things up. Malphite's so cool.
I'm excited that more people are
Oh,
playing
man.
him now.
Malphite voice slides are so good. I mean, what do you do here? You could stance swap, but I don't think it really accomplishes very much. You give it regen or something. I guess regen maybe was considerable. Lets it block the Malphite. But oof.
The
This
thing is,
open
you can
attack-
just stun. You can just stun the blocker if he goes for
Oh
blocking
yeah.
the Malphite.
Oh yeah.
And
that would have been huge.
Roji smartly
Heads
playing
up.
around it.
But
Yeah.
Absolver, and we have a troll chant which actually barely keeps us alive with 1 HP. But this is not feeling good for Roji, right? Like, yes, we're alive, but we're not. We are not big chillin', as we say.
1 HP in a dream. And
1
the thing
HP in a
is,
dream.
he has 2 Malphites. So like, if you find a way to answer this Malphite,
They just play another
they got
one.
another one.
Yeah.
And that stuns and ruins your attack.
Yep.
I think
Not where you want.
Roji's line is probably going to be go wide enough and tall enough that you can just go wider than them. But it's not going to work. We see the Celestial Wonder in hand.
But wait, oh yeah, with Celestial Wonder, because I think what you would try to do here is like Sunburst, get both your things overwhelmed, or even Buried in Ice and get both your things overwhelmed. But with the Celestial Wonder, I think we're just doomed, right?
It does appear to be pretty doomed.
Like if they didn't have the Celestial Wonder, I think we'd have outs. They'll have a stun as well. It's pretty rough.
Yeah, their hand is just... It's another Malphite. Let's say we answer the Malphite and try to attack through. They just play another one and stun your attack.
Yeah. I mean,
You
Roji
can't
might
even
have to
attack
go for
anywhere.
that line because it's kind of the only out, right? I think you might have to just kill this Malphite right now. Opting it to Udyr, and is Udyr... Udyr's
I
like
think he's
one
just
out of
trying to
three.
go... He's trying to go wide plan, which...
But yeah, I mean, with this
Yeah.
Celestial Wonder, it's just, it ain't gonna be enough. Like, it's not a bad idea. I get it.
Mm-hmm. So
Debating-
I guess that Celestial Wonder tech is really coming in clutch here.
Yeah, I mean, in a matchup like this, it's incredible. Because, yeah, you just block probably the Udyr, I'm guessing, and then stun the other two. Udyr's like the scariest thing on their board. Take it out before it levels. I think I like blocking Udyr, stunning the other two, and calling it a day. Or you can block the 8-7, I guess. I guess, are you worried about I mean, you lose to right no matter what, right? So, like, yeah. I mean, if Roji had a right here, that also would have been game.
No, not really, because can't you just Malphite stun? Or Quicksand, or any of your other... You have...
We have a lot of
Bambooper's sitting on,
options.
like...
Bambooper's kind of big
Bambooper's sitting on a
chillin'.
million answers.
Bambooper is big chillin'. I was
And they do
underestimating
one damage
the extent that
and
Bambooper's
have an
big
overall
chillin'.
Malphite.
For some reason, earlier, I might have been saying some really stupid stuff that made no sense. Because I just kind of think Sunburst is basically a Vengeance. But against a Malphite, it actually isn't. Like, it doesn't kill a Malphite.
Yeah, when the champion's big enough, it's
When the
not.
champion's big enough, I've like just never played decks with anything that doesn't die to Sunburst. Like it just always dies. Especially with the silence, right? Sometimes I could theoretically buff away from it, but with the silence, it's not gonna work, right? And Roji, I think, has no options here. 1 HP in a
Nothing he can
dream,
do.
no fast speed spells. Yep. And that's game. Bambooper, undefeated this whole tournament, right? Incredible stuff.
Continues to be
Incredible
undefeated.
stuff. Wow. Wow.
Roji pile, we didn't see anything amazing from it, but it did make it to top cut. So
All right, do you want to catch the trail into
There is
4LW's
that.
game against H3 Co?
I'm sure that's going pretty late. So
Which side do you want? You have both, right?
yeah,
I'll
so
grab
just pick
I'll grab 4LW. You grab H3 Co.
Alright.
Alphabetical was kind of why I picked 4LW. I think we've been on both sides of this matchup.
Yep.
So
We have seen a lot of these players this tournament.
yeah. So we've got this is the Shellfolk versus Akshan Nasus.
4LW helpfully using the Nasus card back to just keep things clear.
Yeah, makes it obvious. Oh, and I can cut out the scoreboard. I don't know the score, right? So I'm just gonna. Although it's probably 1-1, I would guess. This is the classic 4LW move. Putting the attack, shaking him out. Oh, the emotes, 4LW. 4LW was just waiting. 4LW was just waiting for the playoffs, right? They don't want to leak their tech too early, right? The
Yeah.
advanced 4LW emote game. Probably the best emoter in the Americas LOR scene. And the psych out attacks, you put him up, put him back down. Oh man, so crazy. I love 4LW. I like watching him play. A lot of people say it's BM. I think, it's just 4LW being 4LW, right? Is that 4LW edge,
Yeah, for sure. 4LW also, when people, because most people just don't emote, right?
Yeah,
Because
yeah.
it's rude or whatever. But when someone emotes you, it gives you the green light to emote back.
Yeah.
And then you get this back and forth of,
Absolutely. Yeah, muting 4LW is really not the move. You gotta just get them back, right? They emote, you emote right back. You're just playing this whole other game at the same time. It's really, that's peak Runeterra, I think. Like, some people say Targon's peak is peak Runeterra. Emote meta, that's the real high quality stuff. Ooh, and 4LW passing there. I guess they really don't have much to do with their mana. They could have played this baiting icon, but it wouldn't have really accomplished very much there.
yeah. They have this ground slam, or not ground slam, what's it called? Wallop. They have this wallop to keep Ezreal alive if they want to. I guess they could also stress defense.
Stress defense. I think either one is considerable. I might have actually preferred stress defense there, just slightly.
I think either Either answers and Nasus, it's kind of the same thing.
Yeah, I guess that's true. The reason why I was thinking that was the wall could be used to answer a Nasus.
In retrospect, I like saving the stress defense more because stress defense can be used on a like a striking Nasus
or an Atro
Nasus. Yeah.
There's
ways that aren't attacking that you can use Nasus with stress defense that would stop.
This is peak Runeterra. Spamming the Viego emotes. Oh my god.
Oh, getting them back.
Oh my gosh, I love it. You'll love to see it. You'll love to see it.
This is beautiful.
And so I feel like H3Co's doing pretty well. There's no Nasus in hand for 4LW. They do have the right of calling, so they could probably find
really need a... There it is! I was about to say they really need a Shelfo.
Oh my gosh, yeah,
because their hand is nothing.
Yeah.
Their hand is dead.
But
here
now,
it is.
And there's no second vengeance on the side of 4LW, so this is...
Okay.
We're just gonna steal all their cards.
Heads up play here. Do you play this Vile Feast right now? Get it out of your hand. Do not give it to them as an option.
That is pretty heads up. I actually think that might be the move.
I've read into Ikato and watched Ikato enough that I like start to like I really think through these. I don't want to let you have the things you want from my hand, so I'm gonna play them now. Other things in our hand that are scary, Rite of Calling.
Oh yeah! Oh my gosh!
Like picking through our hand, like, oh god, we don't want them to have any of these things.
Yeah, you gotta get these pranks going. Ooh.
Complete whiff.
Yeah, not exactly what you want to see. I mean, Shapestone's fine. It's not
okay.
Great, but it's fine. I think you just prank him again. Or okay, you can wait. It's fine. I mean, they don't have an answer, right?
Yeah, for sure. This gives them a chance to maybe play out things you don't want them to have.
Yeah, like the Vile.
Yeah.
I mean, you kind of want them to have the Curse Keeper. But, I mean, you also have to advance your own game plan, right? So that's not the only consideration for what things you play. And playing this Curse Keeper is out pretty good, because now we can play Rite of Calling on it and draw, hopefully, a Nasus. But now that Ezreal's flipped... Oh, that's... So H3Co wanted to do it this way to get the extra damage from the prank, which I think is fairly heads up. Because they wanted to be able to target something to flip the Ezreal, so then when they cast this prank, they can get that extra damage on the face. I think that's perfectly reasonable.
I think... Oh, you missed. I was gonna say, I think he was maybe waiting to try to get the relic.
Try to hit that relic. Oh, that would have been a sick play.
Yeah, it would have worked for Shellfolk. It would have been...
Oh my gosh, the predict draw one would have been bananas.
Yeah.
You're right. Oh my god. H3Co was definitely going for that line. That was some heads up play. I was not thinking of that, and that's some big brain strats for sure.
And that's why these are the top cut players, and we are not playing. They're good players. They're doing
very good players, no doubt about that. And this Nasus is getting pretty big. We'll see if it can get big enough is the question. And H3Co has some fearsome blockers, and Nasus isn't. It's gonna be tough to level Nasus.
That's a big draw. H3Co getting 2 6-cost spells.
Pharaoh's Financier pulling 2 6-cost spells. That's H3Co's just not running out of gas. Like if you were gonna try to gas out H3Co, forget about it. It ain't happening. What are the options?
Really interesting. Oh, pulling it up. It is True Shot Barrage, Treasure Trash, Shock Blast.
True Shot Barrage, Treasure Trash, Shock Blast.
I think you gotta go for one of the burn spells, right?
Yeah, I mean, you have flipped Ez on board. I am inclined to agree. I'm kind of actually leaning True Shot in this spot, unless you need the mana for other things, which I don't think you really do.
I would agree. True Shot, clear out their board.
Yeah. Deny a lot of slays, right? That's pretty big.
True.
But you also want to be able to keep this Ezreal alive, which is kind of the awkward thing. But and you might want to hold up the stress defense, but you can't play either if you want to hold up stress defense. So I don't know. Let's see what H3Co decide to go with. Oh, Treasure Trash. Playing the long game.
I don't know about that. All right. You know, we're going big.
We're going long.
Really
We're not ending this game anytime soon. We are in no rush, says H3Co. We are big chillin'.
I don't know if maybe it's on me. I'm just a burn degenerate at heart who just wants to play Jace decks and stuff like burn decks. I just want to kill people, and yet
that's the way
these shellfolk purists and their crazy amounts of value. They just want more value. They want to value until they die.
You can't actually stress defense to save your Shellfolk if you block like this. because they're getting 3
don't-
slays.
I think they're trying to save Ezreal here. Right?
Wait, there's no way you block
Oh, you're
with
right.
Shellfolk
Yeah,
if
you
you're saving
can't.
Ezreal. But you can actually Shapestone to keep one of your units alive, but then they can respond with their own Shapestone, which you know they have. So I think you have to let 3 damage through. I don't
yeah, I
no,
think
wait.
you
Oh,
need-
this is... Yeah, they can't...
I don't know what to do here.
But they could Shapestone the Nasus to get 1 more damage. I feel like you just block the 3/3 with Shellfolk, right? Like, don't get crazy. Don't get fancy.
Yeah, I do not know why Shellfolk is into Nasus here.
I mean, I assume it's because you're gonna, like, stress defense or something, but it's just...
Guess.
It's just not good, right? Like, you have to do too many awkward things to stop it
Yeah.
from killing your Shellfolk. Wait, what?
Okay, so opting to save the Ezreal.
Oh,
Well, I was thinking
we're
like
giving
he
up the
wants to
Shellfolk.
burn. He wants to burn. Yeah.
We're giving up the Shellfolk to actually... Because we don't need it anymore. We're trash gamers now.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, this was the choice they made in terms of like take
But
the
now-
treasure trash.
But now, Nasus can flip with the Shapestone. Opting not to flip Nasus.
I don't know. This is the
mean,
second
maybe
time now.
Nasus
4LW
doesn't-
has had the option to flip Nasus.
And it's just like,
not.
nah.
And
I mean,
I'm
they
like,
have the
I
bonk.
don't
They have the
know.
bonk,
They
right?
have bonk. They have bonk, yeah.
Oh, man.
I think you have to... Do you open Ezreal or not? There's like an argument here, because it's like, if you don't open Ezreal, you risk missing out on the
We're getting
Mystic
bonked.
shot. If you do, you risk getting bonked.
I mean, if we don't
It's
open
like-
Ezreal, we are getting bonked. 100%.
Yeah,
right?
100. Yeah.
Oh, and we're not doing it. We're going for the trash. We're trash gamers. I mean,
Okay.
we might get an answer to this.
What if he
Nasus.
gets
Who
another?
knows?
What if he
Okay,
gets
what else
another,
in there? Oh my
answer?
gosh, this
Okay.
is so complicated.
I'm gonna pull up the hand to look at it.
Oh,
He's got Arsenal. He's got Parlay. Albus Sparrow.
Albus Sparrow's pretty funny.
Brood Awakening is technically a spell, but yeah, he's dying anyway.
Yeah, Ezreal's down for show.
don't-
None of these are like. I mean,
There's a lot of big things though.
yeah, I mean, we go Albus.
Big
and
units.
Albus and Horns of the Dragon, maybe like
Horns of the Dragon, Arsenal.
Arsenal.
Albus, Horns, Arsenal.
Arsenal would be worse than just the quick attack 6/6, right? Like an 8/6. We don't
yeah,
kill any
true,
landmarks,
probably.
right? Like I'd rather just have the quick attack.
Well, the 8 attack though, we have a. I guess we're not getting another attack turn. What am I saying? Our ambush doesn't matter.
Yeah.
That's,
Well, I don't know. We might get another attack. Who knows? Who knows? Okay, yeah. So Horn of the Dragon's coming down first. Oh, but the Nas is kind of double debuffing it. That is not great. Oh, that bonk was so big. I feel like 4LW might, even with all the value in H3 Co's hand, 4LW might be able to close this game out just because Flip Nasus is just so scary. Oh, we're going for the ambush play right now. Wait! Oh my gosh! They
That's
can
a
Vile
real?
Feast? No, they can Vile Feast to stay alive. They can
Uh-oh.
Vile Feast for 1
Okay,
health
you're right,
to
right.
stay alive. But then we actually have the Parlay as the last spell to finish 4LW off. Oh my gosh! What an incredible game! H3Co's got to see, right? They still have 1 spellcast, right? They only played
Yeah.
3 cards. They played Horns and they played Ambush. Oh my gosh!
The pranked, they see it, but it's pranked. They can't afford. Yeah.
Oh my gosh! What an
my
incredible game! Oh my gosh!
Yeah.
Holy
I don't know. Oh my God.
guacamole! That was so nuts. What?
The fact that you could see that they like only had 1 card that could maybe answer is just, yeah.
Wow! Wow. Okay, let's come back to desk. Let's go back to desk. Oh my gosh! What an incredible game. 4LW, we gotta watch more 4LW. Unfortunately, 4LW is out now, right? Can't watch more 4LW games. Wow, okay.
H3Co proving Ikato right. The Shellfolk deck is clearly the future.
Wow. What a crazy game. All right. I've got to take a quick break. Thank you again so much for tuning in. Thank you to our sponsor, Community Gaming. This has been such an epic night of games. Oh my gosh. And again, I will try to remember not to wake you up when I come back. But yeah, thank you so much, Community Gaming, our sponsor, MasteringRuneterra team, for putting all these tournaments on. This has been a ton of fun. All right. As for anything else you want to say, I say this every time. I don't know. I feel like it puts you on the spot.
I have nothing to say.
I
Yeah.
know. Okay, thanks again for hanging out. We're going to cut to a quick break before the last round. It probably won't be too long, so stick around, and I will catch y'all in a few minutes. Welcome back, everyone. Thank you so much for joining us. I'm going to slowly raise the volume to a great crescendo. I am so excited to be here, getting ready for the finals. Azure Sparrow, how are you feeling? You excited?
These have been some amazing games, and after that last one, I'm just excited to see some more Shell Folk.
That
they
was
let it through.
nuts. That was nuts. My heart is still racing after that game. It was so crazy. Let's real quick look over their deck lists. So first up, we've got Bambooper on the Sundisk. Everyone knows his deck. There's not a whole lot to say about it. Nothing too crazy going on here. The one tech is the one time in the bottle over the one, what's the word? The 2/2 that accelerates, Clockwork Curator. But generally, pretty standard list. Nothing too crazy. Yuumi Pantheon on the one Camphor. Been working out really well for him. And lastly, everyone's favorite, Talia Malphite, the spicy deck. Really interesting. What do you think? What do you think about this lineup as a whole, Azure Sparrow?
I feel like it's pretty cohesive in that Talia Malphite and Sundisk both are very good into the control decks. So they kind of fit together, and then Pantheon is always kind of fit with Malphite. So it seems like a really good lineup, and they really thought it through. And
yeah.
Talia Malphite just showing like that buff was not insubstantial.
This buff is huge. Malphite is so much better now. It really, you can actually play it on defensive turns, right? Because you get that stun. Whereas before,
it goes, yeah, +1 blocker basically.
Yeah, +1 blocker in one action is really huge. Definitely very impactful. And then we've got H3Co with a very spicy Ezreal Victor Shellfolk. Love to see that more of that deck. That last game, oh my gosh, my heart is still going crazy. And then Aphelios, which I don't think we've really seen them play. Maybe we saw like the tail end of one game.
Yeah, I think that's probably mostly been banned in the sets.
We watched one of their whole sets and it was definitely banned that set because I think we saw H3Co on J-Slux. And H3Co's the person on the very spicy Mageseeker Conservator and one Hextech Anomaly leading into that RNG. Very exciting
You know what
stuff.
the crazy thing is here? They're cutting a Shock Blast. They're cutting like a real card for this. It's nuts.
I mean, I think they're cutting cheap stuff. This is about my split on big 6-cost spells. They're really just heavy on 6-cost spells. The things they're really cutting compared to my list are I'm on one Forge of Tomorrow, which I'm okay with cutting that. But the big thing is Petricite Broadwing. They're on 0 Petricite Broadwing and 0 Brightsteel. They're not leaning too hard onto that early control challenger game plan that my build of J-Slux typically goes for. They're really leaning on, I want to get 6-cost spells down and start doing cool, exciting 6-cost spell things. And this Hextech Anomaly main deck and Mageseeker Conservator, so crazy. I'm excited to see more of this deck. I think it's just really cool.
Yeah, as good as Broadwing is, in the Shurima meta, it really took a hit because getting that thing quicksanded, oh, brutal.
Quicksand makes it big sad.
Yeah, it feels a lot worse now, especially because they only have to commit like half the quicksand. So they get like tons of value. They completely deny it and get to trade into something else better.
Yeah.
Pretty rough. So I can understand cutting, like just going off of it to other more consistent things.
Yeah.
Granted, I say that as they have Mageseeker Conservator and Hextech Anomaly as their
consistent things. Wait a minute.
Things. But
these
it's
cards
always going to be a big
consistency.
spell. They're both going to be big spells consistently. Are they a useful one? Probably not, but maybe.
Maybe. Who knows?
You never know.
And yeah, I think this is a pretty standard Aphelios list. The one Flame Spit, I see some people go to 0, some people are on 1. I think maybe a couple lists might be on 2. I haven't played a ton of this deck. I've also seen a couple people main deck a Wallop, right? There's a lot of tech choices you can make here, whether you want like Hush, Wallop, Stress Defense, what kind of stop cards are you looking to include, right? And you can also find them off Conch, right? Have you played much of this deck, Azure Sparrow, or seen it much?
Of course not, but I've seen it a bit. I think really like the Flame Spitter was really useful for like Fizz activation, and so I'm sure they have enough protection. Fizz is probably safe. I don't know how much value it was really getting. I would say the interesting thing about their version is that they went a little heavier into the attach units. Usually I see them only on like 3, but they're on a full 4 on top of this Phase Sprout. I don't also, are all of them running Assistant Librarian? I'm not sure.
Yeah, I think Assistant Librarian is generally a 3 of. If you put a Rainbow Fish on that, it becomes a big threat very quickly.
True, and then Aphelios weapons to make it big.
Yeah, and Aphelios weapons. Yeah, Aphelios. I can't. And I'm
Can't
gonna just
even say
call
it
the
anymore.
character
Yeah.
Aphelios now. But yeah.
Yeah, it's a really strange deck that like being able to abuse attach just repeatedly by making so many little threats that you just throw an attach unit onto is
Yep.
kind of a powerful game plan.
Absolutely.
And a lot of decks have trouble answering it.
Yeah. I think this deck is very interesting. It's definitely my favorite Aphelios deck, which granted, that's a low bar for me. I am not exactly a Moon Boy gamer.
I don't think I've ever seen you play an Aphelios deck.
I've played this one a couple times. I think I've actually only played this one after the buffs. I played a couple back when he was good a while ago. And I did play a little bit of hipster Aphelios back when he was bad too, just for funsies, you know?
Oh yeah, no, of course. 3-mana weapon Aphelios, I was all over that.
Yeah.
I was like...
It was okay.
Yeah, he's fine. Come on. Everyone stop being mean to him.
Actually, I net decked 4LW's list one time. They had the Korean Sump Workers Aphelios with the old Aphelios, where you got to tutor something out. And so you would just tutor out the Korean Sump Workers, and then you run iterative improvement and stuff like that, obviously, right? And then you just try to win that way. It was pretty silly. It wasn't the most consistent thing in the world, but it was pretty cute for sure.
I feel like the People's Champ is secretly an elusive degenerate, and he just hides it really well.
Oh no. They're on to me. The poor Demacia deck that I came up with, the poor Jace Lux. That is definitely...
You were the one refining that Poro deck that crashed the world for 2 days.
Yeah.
I see through your secrets.
And yeah, honestly, the other deck that I made that was very successful, and granted, I think a lot of other people were building this at around the same time, was actually the Iceborne Poros. I built that deck. I think I built it day one and then shared it with Nick Makes Plays, and then he posted about it on Twitter and it kind of spread from there. But I think other people were playing out with Poros, right? People saw Iceborne Legacy plus Daring Poro was a good combo. But I was the first person to really go all in, like stress defense or stress testing and stuff like that, right? At least first person I know. Maybe someone else is doing it, right? I don't know. But it's hard to, confirm who does what. But that's definitely an elusive degenerate deck. No argument there.
Yep. Deck spreads so quickly, it's hard to really know. But
yeah.
If you're on the front of the wave, you can at least take a little credit, right?
Yeah, make a little something. Oh, and I think they are getting into game. They just entered. So I will grab... Who should be player 1 here? I think actually H3Co has not been player 1 yet, so I might do that one.
Okay.
I'm not sure. Maybe, I'm not sure. We'll jump in.
Let's do H3Co player 1 because they have so many invokes and stuff that... Or not invokes, you know what I mean, predicts
here?
and... everything.
Yeah, and then if you want to say some words, I'm going to be setting up the scoreboard for just a minute.
Okay. Let's see. Who do you... I should ask you questions. I feel like for Bambooper's lineup, they want to be targeting control, so I would assume they're going to ban Aphelios. Aphelios kind of makes sense.
All right, we got
and
the
it appears I am not wrong yet.
Not wrong yet. Yeah, so we got... Ooh, this is a rough matchup for H3Co. This is not what we wanted to see. Yuumi Pantheon is famously one of the worst matchups for Jace Lux. Let's see if they keep this Hextech Anomaly. No, they're not keeping it in the mulligan. That would be real spicy. But yeah, I think the game plan that Jace Lux wants to take in this matchup is go wide and for Demacia on about turn 6, ideally. 8 might be okay, but ideally you want to do it on turn 6. And unfortunately for H3Co, we do not really have the hand to do that. The other line you can try to take, and with this hand that's maybe the way you go, is try to kill the early faded units, right? Try to say, okay, I'm just going to hope you only have at most 2 faded units, and so I'm going to try to kill them and hope we can do that way. And the good news, if they take that line, Bambooper actually does not have really a lot of staying power. So I think actually after the Zenith Blade, I think we're going to see a Thermo here. I'm going to say, let's hope this is the only thing you have. Because if
they're
so,
tapped out.
Yeah, they're tapped out. They can't save it. I mean, they're spending a lot of mana here, obviously, but I think that's fine. I think H3Co's feeling pretty okay. And if Bambooper does not draw a faded unit now, this is definitely a way Jace Lux can win this matchup.
Yep. I completely agree. I've also played into Pantheon a lot as Sentinels, which you know, you end up with a lot of similar hand states, and just like even if you shock blast their faded units and they don't die, it makes it softer, so you can trade into it with units, and it ends up being a pretty big deal. So like I wouldn't be surprised at all if you just ripped a shock blast here, killed the goat, and threatened the faded unit, and just like said, all right, that thing's not going to survive very easily now.
Or they pass and then just thermo it again. I think that might be the move.
Just thermo again, make it dead.
You got you tried again.
You have exactly one more Zenith Blade, and I'm counting them.
Oh, not going for it. Oh, I think
interesting.
I think it would have been the move.
Not attack.
But I don't know.
I guess Fort Demacia here is threatening it.
Fort Demacia,
a lot of
actually,
damage.
That's true. Fort Demacia here is very strong, and Bambooper actually did draw another faded unit off the top like a good player. So I don't know if the thermo would have been worth it.
If they Fort Demacia here, they could just answer with a single combat, which hurts a bit, but
I mean, it does, but you're also pushing a lot of damage and trading down the rest of the board, and then we can Jace A-Gate on our next attack turn. Opting to Remembrance, I mean, this is reasonable. This is reasonable.
Yeah.
Oh, well, it's not really going to threaten the faded, right? It like pretends to, but there's like no hand states where this actually kills this Saga Seeker, right? We all know it. I'm thinking about ripping a single on something from Bambooper.
It actually makes it a little awkward here for them because they don't want to play like this Saga Seeker getting played out is 100% dead to one of these challengers just for free.
Yeah. Yep.
Probably for free. And I assume that's what we're watching here.
Yep. And sure enough, gonna take out that Saga Seeker, and I mean, you can Pale Cascade here to at least take out the Mage Seeker. I think that's pretty reasonable. Opting not to do it, I think it's reasonable to save it. You kind of want those to protect your big unit.
There's no Pale Cascade.
Oh wait, sorry, wait. They had a Pale Cascade a minute ago. I guess they used it. Yeah, sorry. I was looking at something else. They already used the Pale Cascade. Apologies.
Yeah. No, you're fine. Yeah, they have gone very wide, and now Pantheon's pretty bad at answering things going wide. So
yeah.
Oh, this is actually kind of a good shock blast here. Just
shock
like
blast the faded?
Shrink the board. Yeah, goat and faded.
And the goat probably, yeah.
Why do we keep passing back with shock?
I mean,
sorry. I just want a shock blast so bad. All right.
Azure Sparrow, there's one thing Azure Sparrow wants to do in this game is shock blasting stuff. That's all Azure Sparrow wants to do. And
shock blasting space is better, but I'll take it.
Oh, this single combat's a bit of a punish here.
It helps that we can see the hand and know, but like I just like pressuring faded units. Make them have the fast speed answer. They can only have so many, and eventually you'll run them out.
Yep. And I think this is going pretty dang well for H3 Code. Now H3 Code can Fort Demacia and really threaten that.
Yeah. No, this is
exactly what you want to be doing.
It's beyond over. Yeah.
But that's a pretty good play. So now that means the Wounded White Flame won't die, but it is a lot of damage coming through, and you're gonna kill the rest of their board. And H3 Code's still at a ton of health, right?
Yeah.
It's gonna be real tough.
This is like how you beat Pantheon. You go wider, and you just kill their faded units before they have a chance to really snowball, and that's perfectly what he's doing. Yeah, I don't like. You can keep this alive, but
yeah, I mean, I think you have to. You have to keep it alive. Wait, sorry, keep what alive? What were you talking about? You mean the White Flame?
I guess it's already alive. It's already.
Yeah, the White Flame has barrier. The White Flame has barrier, so it's doing just fine. Opting to still drop a Bastion just preemptively to kill the 7/6. I think I like that play. You really have to start killing the units on H3 Co side. But I just feel like it's not going to be enough. H3 Co is just so wide, and Bambooper's hand is just dead, right? And we got the Destiny's Call.
Elvis is going to come down and just kill you.
Yeah,
like,
I mean...
You're dead 50 ways here.
Yeah, you are very, very dead. Like, Cataclysm almost pretends to get you there, but it doesn't actually. Oh, I feel like you gotta start swinging, but I mean, it's just over. Maybe Bambooper just sees the writing on the wall. Like, this, there's no way. You just swing here. Even, I guess, they don't have a judgment, right? That would be really crazy. I am pretty sure that is not in their list. Yeah, I just checked. That is indeed not in their list. So that is game 1. Going to H3Co, flipping the matchup. Very well played. Very well played. And now we are getting in to game 2 of the finals of the Mastering Runeterra Road to Seasonals Tournament Series. Words, I'm so good at this. Oh man, how are you feeling, Azure Sparrow? You excited for the next game?
I'm really hoping we see one more Shellfolk game. Just get the full Clown Fiesta. Let's get cards being manifested constantly.
Oh yeah. So it's either
Vandal
going to
never
be
died.
Shellfolk or Aphelios is what we're gonna see from H3Co here. We'll see what Bambooper decided to ban. And are you getting in the game, or are you still stuck waiting?
I'm still waiting.
Okay, they're probably just clicking through stuff. It's fine. All right, yeah, here we go. We're loading
They
up.
could just be taking a breather.
Yeah.
Maybe
yeah.
H3Co's deciding which.
Oh, and no Shellfolk. I'm so sorry, Azure Sparrow. We're going with Aphelios. Aphelios in the Pantheon. So, I honestly have no clue how this matchup's supposed to go. I kind of think if Aphelios high rolls, they can probably win. But
That's literally the only thing people ever tell me about this deck. Is like, they're like, oh, it's got a high roll. Does this thing and it high rolls and then it wins. And
yeah, I mean that is a way to do it. But I kind of like H3Co's hand. The one thing H3Co's hand is missing is a Fizz. I feel like a Fizz would really complete H3Co's hand. But Bambooper's hand is looking pretty good. You got the White Flame here. You got the Yuumi next turn if you want. You are kind of big chillin'. I don't think you ever press any button here. Sorry, go ahead.
If you have a Yuumi and you have a Zenith Blade, I feel like you just win most games.
Yeah.
It seems hard to lose with a Yuumi and a Zenith Blade and an early faded unit.
There is a Hush on the side of H3Co, which is definitely big.
True.
Opting to rip the Zenith, I kind of like it. You don't get the Daybreak, right? That's the downside. But,
Yeah.
I mean, it gets that Pantheon level up progress, and the big thing, my like rule of thumb for Pantheon level up progress is I want to hit the first proc on my attack turn, because that means it'll come down flipped on my attack turn, right? So I like doing it because it gets that extra little bit of value to make sure you hit it on your turn 7 attack to flip that Pantheon and try to close out the game, because that's around when you're gonna have to, because this deck can definitely close out the game if you give it enough time. The Aphelios deck can close out the game.
Yeah. We also could mention that H3Co, out of the Conchologist, pulling possibly the best card in the matchup, which is this Hush.
Yes, very worth mentioning. And honestly, that first Hush is even brutal here because we have to give it up. There's nothing we can do. Oh my gosh. I guess we could have Bastioned it, right? That would be an expensive Bastion, but it was a thing we could do. But I think I like Bambooper's line. I'm going Yuumi Pantheon. Let's go. This is a big old Pantheon, and we have a Kevor in hand.
I believe he played. Can you check on that Hush? That's the created one, I assume, still in hand, right?
Yes,
yeah,
the created one is still in hand. So, and there's only
Heads
one
up
Hush on
play.
the list. So Booper is thinking, oh, there's no more Hushes. I'm big chillin'.
Very smart play. He's gonna run right into it.
Yeah. And I mean, they might even do it right now.
Yeah.
Oh no, opting to pass heads up and
Okay.
burning mana makes sense, and you really don't want to risk it, right? I mean, there's other lines here, right? Like Pale Cascade also threatens Panth. So yeah, I think you never swing there, actually. Even if you don't know about the Hush, I think it's just too risky.
And it got drawn a couple turns ago, but worth mentioning, this Kevor the Doubt is probably going to come in huge. Just like that Challenger to be able to pick off a unit that you want dead.
Yep.
Like one of these Librarians or Aphelios.
Absolutely. Especially if they commit a Papercraft onto it. It's still probably going to be big enough to take it out, which is pretty huge. I like this single say, Aphelios, I'm not having no shenanigans today. I don't
You
want
get exactly one moon weapon.
You
are allowed one moon weapon and no more.
No more. That's all you get. And yeah, I think, committing the Infernum right now, that's interesting. I was thinking you might want to save this for after going Papercraft on our next swing, but I think this makes sense because we weren't really going to be in a position to OTK them next turn. And this, I mean, they don't want to trade down their Pantheon, right? So I think, yep. And you might...
They're probably going to rip Concerted here.
Oh, yeah, actually, that's 100% what you do. You rip Concerted, take out this threat, say, get out of here. Makes a lot of sense. Makes a lot of sense.
And then you just don't want them drawing more cards
Right,
off
right.
of
I mean,
that.
yeah, you never let him hit for sure. Like drawing cards off that card is so crazy value. Oh man, I feel like Booper is favored here. I just feel like H3Co is going to struggle to end the game. Oh, and pre-committing the Bastion to stop the Hush that they don't even know is there because it was made off the conch. Whoa.
Yeah.
That's heads up. And sorry, go ahead.
I think they have the chance here to, to play the Pokey Stick, pop the shield,
Yep.
get ready for a Hush to answer the next attack.
Yeah.
Or like whenever that comes, right?
Yep,
They don't know
yep.
it's coming this turn, but
yeah, because Cataclysm.
it is coming this turn.
It is coming this turn. They have to keep it up. Oh,
Oh,
and
yeah,
actually-
see?
Oh, but
Yeah,
the
now
Hush. Well, I
they
guess the
can't
Hush
and
wouldn't have.
kill. I guess, wait, Hush will kill anyway because Pantheon only has 2 health, right?
Yes, you're right. You're right. Pantheon is not flipped. So, oh wow.
Nope, tapping under it.
Wait. Oh, I don't think that could be correct. I mean, you don't
Yeah,
need to spend
you
that
had
mana
to
now.
save.
You don't need to spend that mana now, because now, oh no,
Oh, the throw.
the
Because
Cataclysm.
there's literally nothing. There's nothing you could play that is worth playing this turn over
Right,
keeping
right.
the Hush up.
Yeah, you definitely want to keep the Hush up. You do, interestingly,
You are alive.
you have
technically.
alive, and you can Flame Spitter here, which
Which kills
does
Panther.
kill the Panther,
Yeah.
which is definitely the play. I mean, I think I would have much rather played a Hush so I don't go down to 2 health, but you know, you take what you can get. But unfortunately,
I too like having more than 2 health. That seems nice.
that does seem nice, because now this Camphor is really going to be threatening to end the game very, very quickly. We need to manifest something to pop this spell shield. Oh, Wallop is
Wallop.
huge!
Oh, Wallop.
It's got to be Wallop every time. Yep, of course. H3Co's seeing it. Oh my gosh.
Oh, we get the animation. Beautiful.
Beautiful animation. Great animation. 10 out of 10 Riot. Wow, okay. Aphelios coming down.
And
Oh, a
we
Gravitum's
have the
good.
pop.
I think you pop
We
the
have
spell
pop
shield.
for it,
Absolutely,
yep.
absolutely. Makes a lot of sense. So, I mean, if H2 can manage to kill this Saga Seeker and this Camphor, which isn't a crazy thing, suddenly I feel like H3 might have it because but another man, that White Flame's huge because with Yumi, you can make any unit scary, right? That's like your plan. Any unit I have, I'm gonna make scary. But actually, this is the last Overwhelm threat, though. So
and he's got so many conchologists and trinket trades to keep finding answers.
Right, absolutely. So yeah, I think I don't know whether you Hush. They're opting for the stun. I think you can make a reasonable argument either way. I don't know which one is more valuable to preserve. They're kind of doing the same thing here.
Yeah, I think in both cases it's about the same. So.
Yeah. So H3Co's gotta find a way to like push some damage. They gotta get wide, but unfortunately with 2 units in Bambooper's hand now, that's gonna be really hard to push the damage. I mean, we can drop a Papercraft on something, like on a Aphelios or something. Oh, but man, this Concerted makes us really sad. We're gonna stop getting that value. Oh, this is, I mean, I think it's slightly Pantheon favor, but I am not counting H3Co out. I think there's still a chance. There's some hope.
In Bandle City Invokes, Manifest, there's always a chance to just like find the thing.
Yeah, and I mean,
like we have this Hush. And we could get more.
I mean, Bambooper is not going to kill us unless they draw like a Pantheon or something. They're probably not killing us on their next attack turn, right? So we've got a little bit of time to try to find some pieces to close this game out. I just don't know if we're going to be able to get there in time.
Yeah.
And I think we Papercraft here every time. I don't know what you put it on.
Papercrafts.
Maybe the goat?
Guess the lantern?
Yeah.
The goat makes sense.
Lantern's also perfectly reasonable. I think it's lantern or goat. I think because the mushroom ring already has quick attack, you don't put it on there, right?
Oh, stress defense is huge.
Stress defense, buy us another turn, please. Yes, thank you. And
I like this attack because even if you theoretically could trade, you take that trade every time.
Yeah,
you're
take
not
out.
Overwhelm.
Yeah, you're perfectly happy killing their Overwhelm for your.
And that keeps them narrow enough that it's continuing to block out.
Yep, but Bambooper is out of cards. Single combat, pretty good card, but we just see answer after answer here.
The tricky thing is eventually this Nami will level, and then it demands
that's
two
true.
answers.
That's true, because yeah, it's on 2 right now, right? It's next attack.
Yep.
Opting for the Hush here. I don't know. It's close. It's very close whether you want the Hush or Stress Defense. So yeah, actually because of that Spell Shield, we really only have 1 more turn. This is getting very scary. I mean, oh yeah, we have to swing in, but without an elusive threat or anything, Bambooper has enough units to just chunk block, right?
Yeah.
Is there some world where we can actually kill the Camphor before the Yuumi flips? I don't know. I don't think so.
I feel like the only answer we could have had
Oh,
was like
but we
something
can't.
Hush.
We can't activate Nightfall. We can't activate
Yeah,
Nightfall because we
that would
could
be
have
incredibly expensive.
stunned the Camphor. We have to do it now.
We have to do it, yeah.
We have to just rip the Stress Defense for no value, play a Phelios, grab it from the Camphor. It's a follower, so it'll be stunned next turn. Put that Camphor into jail. Oh my gosh. Will H3Co see it? They've got to see it. They've got to see it. They have to do it now. Yumi's flipping. No. Oh no! Oh no! They forgot about the Yumi flip. That's game.
Oh, yep.
That's game. Oh
What-
no!
what could
we
they
had to
draw
put
here?
him in jail. They had to put
It has
him
to be
in
another
jail.
burst, right? It has to be another burst. Is there anything we can draw?
I mean, yeah, we could. I mean, is there stuff in our deck?
Wait, you can't even. Well,
It's
I
like
guess
trinket trade into something, right? You Stress Defense, Pale Cascade. Yeah, you pop the Spell Shield for sure. Then you Pale Cascade. Yep.
and
And then you trinket trade into a Hush. Oh, never lucky, never lucky.
Trick or treat into like a wallop or something.
Yeah, Wallop,
Nope.
Hush. There were definitely a few outs there. Oh man, what a crazy game. Oh my gosh. I mean, that line was crazy of seeing that you had to gravitate. Like, you have to know the Yumi's flipping. You have to be tracking that. Oh man,
Because it
that's
feels
tough
like
to
such
see.
a waste
Oh,
too, right? Like
accidentally
I don't
just
want.
stepped
This is my answer. This is one of my
yeah,
few
I
answers.
know.
but
You
have
don't
to
want
use
to.
it.
Yeah, you don't want to be playing a Stress Defense to literally do nothing but activate Nightfall. It's like one of the best cards in the matchup. But in that situation, it's what you had to do. It was crazy. It was crazy. Oh man. Whew. All right, we're going into finals. Final game of the final match. Oh boy. Oh boy.
It looks like we are seeing Mono versus
Yep.
Aphelios.
And I feel like this is supposed to be Aphelios' favorite. I think it's tough because especially Quicksand doesn't stop your attach units. So it's really hard. And this is a beautiful hand from H3Co. This Rainbow Fish is going to be huge. You're going to be able to make an elusive threat that Bambooper will straight up not be able to deal with. You will be able to swing in every single turn with your elusive Rainbow Fish unit. And there's just nothing Bambooper can do about it. Quicksand doesn't do it. You can Rite of the Arcane, maybe. Depending on what you put it on. You might want to put it on an Owlcat just to make sure that it can't be stopped by Rite of the Arcane. And then just keep getting that damage in.
It's very funny that H3Co has these two fizz spells because that's that's a lot of
good
rallies.
point. That's a good point. That is a lot of rallies. That is
So-
not...
Basically, if you ever connect and you know that they don't have the answer for that turn, you just keep going.
You just say, let's do it again, baby. Turn one hit was good. Let's do it again. Oh my gosh.
But I
yeah.
guess you'd have to pre-commit. Maybe it doesn't work. Maybe it's fine.
No, because you just swing with Fizz as well, right? So I think you're always putting
I
on the
guess,
Owlcat.
yeah.
Yep,
If
on
they,
the
like, block
Owlcat,
one of the
get the
things.
Spell Shield. Rite of the Arcane will not stop this elusive threat. That is so key for H3Co. Heads up play putting it there. Oh my gosh, another Rainbow Fish. Oh my gosh. I think you develop it, right? You just put
Yeah,
it
I
on
think
your
so,
Gleaming
right?
Lantern.
Yeah, you have to. Maybe.
Oh wait, you're not proccing the Nightfall there. Or do you want to open? I think you probably could have developed there, right? I think it would have been fine. Unless you want a Fizz spell to rally.
I think they're trying a fizz spell here.
Oh, that's kind of heads up. But if you're Fizz spelling, I feel like you don't need to give the Fizz elusive if you're going to Fizz spell anyways, right?
Took it fair and square.
Oh, but that Hush, I mean, you
could
just
fizz-
rally. You rally the
could fizz
Fizz?
spell to protect fizz. That's
Yeah,
so funny.
this is beautiful.
Let's get another 5 damage.
Oh my gosh. This is so much damage. I feel like H3Co's gotta have this game, right?
It's a reasonable, like, being able to pressure that quicksand is a really
Yeah.
big deal.
And
And especially because you're getting damage through even without it.
yeah, this is so much damage.
Fizz got elusive again.
Yep, he's
Fizz
got
got
elusive
elusive
again from
again.
the Fizz spell. Kinda sick, kinda sick. I mean, it's only 1 more damage. That's really not the big value of that play, but
I mean, 1 damage could matter though.
1 damage can matter. Oh, a pokey stick, a little bit more burn, because now we only have to hit 1 more time with this board, and on the side of Bambooper, there is just nothing we can do. I think the Bambooper has to make a play of like Xerath plus Hourglass, literally just to kill the Fizz. But that's not even gonna work because we have another elusive threat. Oh man. Yeah, I mean you can kill the Fizz. I think you do the Hourglass, right? Don't you? I feel like you have to kill this Fizz, but even if you kill the Fizz, you're still super
dead.
You're still super dead. Yep. Going for the Hourglass. I think that's heads up. It's just not gonna be enough.
Okay. I guess the alternative here was you could have maybe.
Oh, because
It's gonna leave the Hourglass
an
silent.
exact copy, so it doesn't even kill the Fizz. Oh my god, this is super lethal. You just Pale Cascade, you have the rally. Oh, this is turbo game. There's like no combination of cards
this is
that
way over.
Bambooper could have to survive. That is the finals. H3Co being the winner of our series. Incredible games. Incredible games. Wow. Wow. What do you have to say? I'm gonna see if H3Co is available for winner's interview.
I am really impressed with just they brought these crazy lineup. There's this crazy lineup that it's like, who would have thought Vandal City still on top, or still able to be on top? Because I feel like it's been a while since we've seen, or maybe I just haven't seen enough of these tournaments this meta, but I feel like we've seen a lot less Vandal. At least on ladder, I've seen a lot less Vandal. So still got it. Still able to do the thing.
Yeah. Incredible games. Incredible games. Wow. Those were some crazy matches. I mean, I guess the last one was pretty quick. Like, we kind of knew who was winning there for a while. But, oh, man.
Yeah.
There were a lot of crazy lines in those other games. Man. Whew. My heart is racing. I really feel like this is one of my favorite. I mean, I'm casting it. Yeah, H3Co is down for a winner's interview. And yeah, we will cut to the desk real quick so you can see our face. You won't see H3Co, but that's fine. And let me add H3Co to the call. Give me a second. I'm not a pro at Discord. Let's see. Can I just I don't know how to do this. I don't know how to do the thing that I'm trying to do. Oh gosh, this is some scuffed production. How do I just add you to the call? I can start a voice call. Let me try this and see what happens. Oh no. Yep. Oh, hold on. I apologize, everyone. Trying to make this happen. It's because I have to be friends with you, I think, to get you in a to make a group call with you.
Yeah, I think that's usually how they do it.
Yeah, I think we have to be friends to be in a group call. And that's what was tripping me up for a moment there. So yeah, can you accept my friend request? Because so I apologize, everyone, for the scuffed production. I think you have to be my friend, and H3Co has to be my friend to do a group call. There might be a better way to do this, and I'm just being bad at this. Or we can just jump in. Actually, let's just jump in. There's a tournament. Okay. They accepted the friend request. Let's see if this will work now. Okay, this will work. I got it working. All right, H3Co joining the call. Apologies for technical difficulties. H3Co, are you there? Can you hear us? Paging 1-2. You can still hear me, right, Azure?
Yeah.
Hello?
Yep. Oh, H-Rico, yes, we can hear you.
Oh, sounds good.
All right.
I can hear you guys.
You can hear us too?
Yes.
Great. H-Rico, I want to talk about, first of all, before I get into it, congratulations on the crazy performance you had tonight. There were some epic games that we were watching on the stream. How are you feeling after winning it all?
I am quite literally ecstatic right now because I didn't think that I would go all the way through, but I did. I rolled some, like, I don't know, I rolled so much. I think I've got the luck of my life tonight.
That's awesome. You did have some crazy luck. And honestly, that one play, I want to talk about that one play against 4LW in the semifinals, if I'm recalling correctly, where that treasure trash that you got off the Pharaoh's Financier and seeing the lethal off Horns of the Dragon plus ambush, we did not see it. And at all, I will say, I don't know if you watched this, Cassia. We did not see it all. What was going through your head in that moment?
So the turn prior, I chose to protect the Ezreal, and I tried my best to prevent the Nazis from leveling.
Right.
And 4LW did not commit, which was, I guess, good for me. And then the final turn, I decided I wanted to activate ambush.
Right.
And
right.
to do that, I casted the treasure trash. Then Ezreal died. But on that turn, I had in mind a couple of lines. One of them was presenting the lethal, which the one I went for, presenting the lethal, and then following up with the parlay. And then the other one was to play what was it? The Jace card.
Albus Pharaohs. Yep.
Yes, that was the other line. But in my mind, I thought that if that didn't go well, like if he had some kind of answer, maybe like quicksand, I needed blockers for next round, so I didn't go all the way.
Yep.
So and then that ended up working out.
Yeah. Really, really great play. I think that makes a lot of sense, playing around that, like not committing all the way into that line to the point where you could lose next round. Very impressive. Very impressive.
Thank you.
Yeah, we've seen like Shellfolk has so many little decisions you have to make, and like lines that are complete, like took you on completely different paths. Like choosing treasure trash over the 2 burn spells.
Yeah.
Like there was merits to both, but like you were just on the like, okay, if I treasure trash, I activate the ambush, which is more damage. So it's really, really smart play.
And
I think that turn I counted. I was like, if I take the burn, that's 6 damage. If Ezreal dies, if Ezreal stays alive, that's like what, 10 maybe?
It was a lot of damage.
It's slow speed. It's
so
slow
speed. Yeah.
Yeah. So.
Yeah. Oh man. Very, very well played. And I also want to talk to you. You brought a spicy Jace Lux deck, and I want to show it on the screen real quick so that people watching can see it. So as you probably know, I don't know if you know, I'm Davebo. I play a lot of this deck, Jace Lux, right? And you got some spicy techs in here, cutting the Petricite Broadwings and the Bright Steels from my typical list, and adding in Mage Seeker Conservator and Hextech Anomaly. Can you walk me through your choices there? I feel like that's some very interesting tech.
So I cut the Brightsteel and the Petricite because in my mind I was not ready to play into Demacian Mirrors. And those cards are good, especially the Brightsteel Protector. It's good into the mirror, into Demacian Mirrors. And I think my other 2 decks are kind of weak to like board centric I guess decks. So I was planning on banning Demacia. So I went the other way. I was like, well, I might as well just, take advantage of the matchups I win against. And, well, Extra Anomaly is one of my favorite cards because you can just roll some crazy things out of that.
Feel the rush casually.
Just like that. And it's like, I always like to have like that kind of, I guess, comeback available. Right. If I ever get into like a tough spot, because if I'm winning, another I guess regular spell that could be in the deck is not going to matter that much, but in the losing spot that could save you the game. So
absolutely. I mean, it is a fun pick. I mean, I definitely pick it a lot off Pharaoh's Financier. I think it's a very reasonable pick off that. I don't know if I'm bold enough to main deck it, but I respect it. It is a very exciting card, and I love having it in a tournament because it's so fun to watch. Like when it flips into something crazy, you're like, oh boy, let's go.
Definitely. It gives you those highs moments.
Yeah, absolutely. And then the last deck I want to talk about is your Fizz Aphelios deck, also known as Aphelios. How do you feel about this deck? I have not played it very much, but you clearly piloted it very well, especially in that last game against Monos Rima. You absolutely crushed it there.
Well, to be frank, I saw this deck in Margin's base video this morning, right before the tournament started. And I've heard about it, so I played like about 2 or 3 games on ladder, and I watched Margin's video, and I just went in the tournament with this deck. I was like, it looks like fun, might as well just try it out.
That's awesome.
And it ended up working out, so.
Majin's YouTube video just changed your whole life. I bet he's going to be hyped after hearing that.
It should. He gave me the inspiration to, I guess, win this whole tournament. Which is like my first ever win, so I'm beyond words right now.
I mean, you deserve it. You deserve it. You played so well in so many games. Very well played. Masterfully played.
Thank you. Wow. Thank you so much.
As for any other questions you want to ask H3Co?
I'm just saying these Mastering Runeterra players must be really good if they can teach you a deck and have you win a tournament in the first day you played it. That's good on shit. No, your gameplay was really impressive, honestly. Like every single game we watched was really hype and really exciting, and like every time we watched you play Shuffle was really fun. Yeah. So
this was a very fun deck.
Thank you so much.
Also, I should have asked at the beginning, is H3Co the right way to say your name, or do you prefer like Hiko? I don't know exactly what you're going for.
So yeah, ideally Hiko.
Hiko? Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
That's cool. I can call you Hiko.
We'll never tournament that you win.
Yeah, next time you win, next time you're in a winner's interview, the people will know. H3, sorry, I almost did it again. Hiko. Any things you want to say to the people watching, and any shout outs you want to make before we wrap this winner's interview up?
Well, I want to shout out the MasteringRuneterra community, for putting out this tournament and, making, I guess, Legend of Runeterra a better place and a better game overall. I want to shout out my partner for staying with me through this whole tournament. She's been calming me down after the wins and helping me through the losses. And yeah, I want to shout out my favorite streamer, Majin Bay,
Nice.
And that's pretty much it. Thank you so much.
Nice. We'll cut back to Des real quick. Thank you so much, Hiko, for joining us. I've just said it so many times. I did it right.
I know.
Thank you so much for joining us. Congrats again. You deserve it so well. You played so great today. Very impressive performance. With that, I think we are going to call this stream wrap. Any last words you want to say, Azure Sparrow? All right. We will call it there. Thank you, everyone, for tuning in to this tournament. Thank you, Community Gaming, for sponsoring, and MasteringRuneterra, everyone there putting on this tournament. It's a lot of work. I really appreciate it. And yeah, thanks everyone in the chat again for tuning in. It's been a ton of fun, and I will see y'all later. Everyone, have a good night. And with that, we are signing off.